What the kosher clinician said was a hopeless man is a broken man. A hopeless man is a broken man. This is a very deep and passionate statement, a deep and passionate claim. But this claim is very personal to me. Let's talk about it. I was once this man. I was once a man who had to sit here and reflect back on my life. And while I've had many successes, I've had many failures. While I've created great paths for many people, I've also left a trail of destruction. But I'm going to tell you that sometimes we need help, my brothers, just like I needed help. And a lot of times we're crying out for help, but we really don't know where to get that help from. And you know, there comes a time when a man must take a stand against the immoral acts of other men, regardless of the consequences he may have to face.
What this all before?
Now I'm back because I've been working on Emancipated Studio. Emancipate your mind, which means it's time to free your mind. Good evening, good evening, good evening. I just want all of y'all to know I appreciate you here, rocking and rolling with Uncle Stu. And I just want to give y'all big shout outs. I want to recognize Jedi Mike. Salute to my daughter Tiana. Wally in the house. Trash Can Waves. Love ya. Intentional Millionaire, Miss Mills. And of course, Brown Eyes. Just want to say thank y'all for coming by. As y'all know, we got the interview with the one and only Community Solutions Pro. And I want to thank her for coming by. She's in the back, as Corey from Blind Guy, His Life would say. She's back there eating some virtual fried chicken and some good old collard greens and cornbread. And oh yeah, don't get it twisted now. I might be from New York, but I know what soul food is. So I just want y'all to know she's back there. Salute to you, Destination Dad. Just to give y'all a quick update, you know, I'm going to do this. I want to thank every single one of y'all who have supported the live stream. And these are my supporters for this live stream. I want each and every single one of y'all that have supported the live stream to know that I do not take it lightly. It is a humbling honor to receive cash apps. It's a humbling honor to receive anything. And that money definitely goes for the studio, goes for the upkeep. It definitely goes to get more books and everything else that is necessary to keep this channel running. And I want to thank you very, very much. As y'all know, I love the Lord very much. So to me, this is like everyone giving the tithes and the offering, and trust and believe it will go for the right thing and to do the right thing. And so I want to thank each and every single one of you. Just to give you an update, I want to give a shout out to Wally. Wally gave me a new idea, and I think we're going to put that idea together. A lot of people has been saying they've been trying to reach me or contact me, whether they're contacting me through Instagram or they're contacting me through my email. And so I want each and every one of y'all to know that I do not take it lightly. If you want to reach me, please email me at the email that I'm providing, and I will definitely hold it. Wait. I messed up on the email, y'all. Hold on. Let me fix this real quick. Hold on. Don't take that email. I missed the word. Hold on. Looking silly. I guess Miss B Finesse, I'm going to get clipped again. All right. This is the proper email, stew1forlou@gmail.com. stew1forlou@gmail.com. Listen, if you email me, whether you want to email me about something personal going on in your life, or you just want to communicate with me, or you got some program ideas, or you got some issues that you want me to respond to, you want me to either do a live video about it or any type of commentary on it, email me. And trust and believe, I read the emails. And I'm going to tell you, even if there's something I may have said or another guest may have said or something you even heard on another platform somewhere, email me those issues, email me those arguments. And if you want to give me the argument and kind of give me why you're against the argument, give it to me. And what's going to happen is either I'm going to definitely respond to you one-on-one, and it'll stay between you and I, or if you want me to bring it up in the show, I will keep your name out of it. I will package the argument, and I will definitely speak to it. And I want you to understand, a lot of times we want to say things, and sometimes there are platforms you can't go on, or platforms you don't feel comfortable to go on, but you got questions. Well, I want you to know that Uncle Stu is like your big uncle. I'm here to go ahead and answer those questions. Even if I may not agree with your argument, guess what? Give it to me anyway. It still has a right. Maybe I come from a perspective where I didn't come from your background. Or maybe I didn't go through some of the things you went through. It doesn't mean that your voice shouldn't get heard, or that your feelings or that your thoughts shouldn't get acknowledged. So I want you to understand that Wally is my young protege, but not only that, he's that young brother that always reach out to me, giving me ideas, giving me thoughts, and I felt that Wally's idea and Wally's thoughts was right on point and right on target. So I thank you, Wally, for that idea, and let's see how we gonna get that started. But you the man, and I appreciate you. That's my brother right there. So I love him. Keep up the good work, Wally. Your views, your thoughts, and your opinions is definitely worth, an ear. So I appreciate you. Well, I do not want to hold my guest up in the back. So without further ado, let's introduce our guest tonight. Community Solutions Pro One in the house. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, and I love that that little collage you have with the mountains in the back, and that intro and the little clips you put in there. Y'all so professional. I need to get my life together.
well,
It's
well,
true.
let me give honor where honor is definitely due. Let me give honor to She Stole My Thunder. She stole my thunder. Is kind of is doing all of these little clips on me. So every
Mm-hmm.
time I make a mistake or an error, but she's doing what she called Uncle Stu's funniest moments. So she did a clip of me, and I ain't had no choice but to laugh. I think we up to 2 videos, but I think she been laying back, so she'll go into my stuff and start clipping me like it ain't no tomorrow. But she put that together. I wanted to show her how much I appreciate what she did and the love she gave. So one of those videos she did of me at my request. So that was her professionalism. The first
Yeah,
one,
she does an excellent job.
yes. And the second one, the first one, I did, but I'm trying to work that out too. So I'm working on my own little intro there. So hopefully that'll work. I might have to throw in some patois, because Kareem be thinking she funny. So I got to make sure I throw some patois in one of my intros so she can know I'm diverse. I don't want her to catch me out here again. But yeah, it takes it. This journey is a beautiful journey. The Lord has blessed me to have 300 people, and I don't just look at the subs. I also look at people that just take that time and take that money. Take that time, their time just to hear what I have to say. I'm very humble every single time, every single time. So
Yeah, that's good. It's a good platform. It's a good place to get your thoughts and your interact with people, and it can be a very good business, lucrative business opportunity too. So I see you taking it seriously. For me, right now it's just a hobby. I get on here jibber jabber with people, talk too much, TLA, and it's me finesse and all of them. Get on people's nerves and then go back in my hole.
that's right. And see, you spoke them up. All right, everybody, y'all know who is in the house. The great, the Lee attorney. Over here, Lee, we do talk a lot, so we can't do this too much.
Mm-mm.
But yes, and it's funny because a lot of people wouldn't know how we met. So let me tell everybody in the chat. Let me tell you how I met Community Solutions. We was on TLA, and Community Solutions was, there with TLA, and TLA had pulled me up on this platform. And Community Solutions said, well, the only reason why men go overseas is because they go get them poor women from overseas who scrubbing the floors and they just be washing in the lakes. And TLA sat there and said, Uncle Stu, you want to talk to her? So I had to talk
Oh
to her.
Lord.
Then TLA said, okay, Uncle Stu, you said enough. But you know what? And
I ain't scared of y'all, but I pulled back because I ain't want to bring no mess to TLA, and I ain't gonna bring no mess to your channel. I will bring the mess to my channel, and that way y'all can remove yourself from it. I don't want
I
to mess up
hear
y'all
you.
money or y'all followers or nothing. See, I'm old. I ain't got nothing to lose. So I just, I old people, they say too much. It's like, well, I'm almost out of here. I don't care.
But but I gotta give you credit where credit is due, because that night you had actually came into mine, and you had made a comment, and you said, I subscribe to your channel, and we will debate another time. And I'm gonna let that was very touching. That was very humbling, because a lot of times on these platforms you may debate somebody or disagree with a point of view they have, and it gets personal to them. They start going to their channels, and next thing you got people doing videos all over America on you, all because you disagree with a point of view they have, or you didn't like something they said. I mean, it can get ruthless out here,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
you
And
didn't do that.
to expound on the point, I don't know if the context of the point was I had just saw like a young black couple who paid off all this debt and they were on their way to being millionaires. And I said, why can't more of these like-minded black people find each other? Why you got to go overseas? You know what I'm saying? That's all I
Right.
said. I listen, marry who you want to marry, love who you want to love. All I'm saying is, I just didn't understand why the good people can't find each other. And so we're gonna put the nail in that controversy. I don't want to. I grew up around foreigners. I grew up in Los Angeles. So Los
Right.
Angeles is almost like New York. You got your Asian, you got your Hispanic, you got the Caribbean people, you got people from everywhere, from the Middle East. So you get to learn, you get to know people, and so you know their culture and stuff like that. I know, I only been to Africa, but I haven't really traveled the world yet. But
Right.
people are people. But it was just a thought why good people, good Black American people can't find each other, and that's all. I didn't mean no harm, you know.
No, and you know our attorney got it on record. You see what he said? She said they were washing clothes on the rocks in the rivers.
Oh, the court reporter done read it back. Look at
look,
you.
look,
Oh
he
Lord.
ready to go back to the office. He gonna clip you now.
Look, listen, TLA. Once I get my little 35 people up to 3,500, I'll invite you over. Right now, I'm in a shack. When I move to the middle class area, I'll invite you for dinner.
Who he said? Oh, that's too funny. That is too funny. But being that you come out of Los Angeles and you talked about that diversity, um, sometimes, as you know, I'm a frequent guest on Miss B Finesse's show. And I usually come from, being from New York. Sometimes it's difficult for me to get into certain conversations because of that background. What culturally, what was it like in Los Angeles? And do you see a major difference, say, when you get out of California and what that looks like?
Yeah, well, growing up there, I hadn't been there. I left, I think, in 2012 to move back
Okay.
south. But growing up there, you interacting with people, you live around them, you shop with them, you work with them. So you get to learn the different cultures and the ways that people live.
Right.
So, it's interesting. It's very interesting. It's like traveling without going anywhere. You know,
Yeah.
you learn a lot about different things.
Right. And how has that helped your mindset versus maybe other people you have met that didn't really grow up like you, or in that diversity of culture like you did?
Well, it opens your mind up. It makes you aware that the world is big, and it's different cultures and languages and ways of doing, ways of cooking, ways of life. So somebody who live in a little small town who's never been outside that town may not be aware of these things. So it does. It makes you a little bit more worldly, in that regard.
Without ever really having to go around the world.
Exactly. Uh-huh.
Okay. You know what? So let's go back to that, because maybe that's a view that we need to take a second look at, because I think it is sometimes sad, when you're looking at the dating market today, and everyone is, you have the big argument about dating out, dating overseas, dating someone in a whole nother country. And it probably could be what they would call heartbreaking when you come from a place like California, or you come from a place like New York, or the diversity of Chicago. How does that really make you feel? And what's really going on from your point of view in this so-called dating culture?
Well, um, from a personal perspective, I will tell you that There's bad guys out here and there's good guys out here,
Mm-hmm.
of all races. And I learned that to take people on a case by case basis. Don't just assume because they my peeps, all skin folk and kinfolk, they're my people, that
Right.
they're for me. So you just have to vet, and especially now, God help them. I feel so sorry for these folk in this dating uh, climate now. It's like, oh my God, it's like the Squid Game, you know, red light, green light. But it's just very difficult. And Melissa Jane and I we were talking about solutions, and I say, well, maybe we need to come up with mixers like what Kevin Samuel does, and just like vet people, do your background checks and do your, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just come up with a list of questions and for each party, and so that there's a way for young people to meet each other, because and there's also this culture of people it's very hard for them to meet people, and so therefore they get lonely, they get depressed, you know and this is younger people. When I was that age, man, listen, I was in the streets. And
Look, look, you better watch it. I got some
no,
brothers in here who'll be quick to clip that now.
not not in them streets like they do now. But I was out and about. I was meeting people and things, and going different places, and doing some interesting things. And they have access to that. Young people are making a lot more money than we were back in the 90s and stuff like that. Uh, so they have access to expand their world a little bit more, but for some reason they're not meeting each other, and I don't know why.
You know what? I love that. I love that. Um, I haven't heard that conversation yet. Let's have that conversation. What was it like for you in the 90s in the dating world, and on both the men and the women's side? And then what you're seeing now, because you have many different stories. So let's hear your story about what you saw in the 90s versus what's happening today. And let me just give a big shout out to Perry Unlikely. Salute to you. We a signing itch all the way from China. Appreciate you, my brother. Love you, love you. But continue.
Yeah, so well, I tell you,
Oh, hold on, one
oh,
more.
okay.
We got to recognize the OG. I'm jealous because Patricia sang on Miss B Finesse channel. I ain't
Hmm.
got a song yet out of the OG. So we going to have to get a song out the OG. I don't want to hear
Yeah.
about no contracts. I'm getting me a song. She going to sing for me. All right, go ahead. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you're gonna have to put her in that intro with that She Stole My Thunder did for you.
I know.
Give you
I
a little
know.
melody or something.
Look, I'm going to get people to start clipping her. What the league got to say? I should have put more on it initially, but I just don't understand it. I think I put three, then add another seven, but put five. League. Oh, at Perry. Hey, see. I'm trying to hang out with the big boys. See, them are big boys. See how they talking business? They be talking big dollars.
Yeah, no,
I'm
I
like you.
can't even.
When I move up, I'll be able to hang out with them. Right
Yeah,
now,
yeah.
I just roll dice and hope I win something.
I'm telling you. True. I keep getting the snake eyes.
Yeah, I know
But
that's right.
but but
OG Patrice, I just want you to know TLA said you got to sing and fix me some fried chicken and collard greens and cornbread. Then I can tell the brothers whether you can cook and sing.
yeah, she from Chicago. She can cook.
She can cook.
Oh yeah, she from Chicago. She can cook. Them folk, I think they migrated up from Mississippi. Mississippi and
Ah,
Louisiana, that's that southern
oh,
cooking.
that's that
So
deep southern stuff.
yeah, uh-huh. So
Oh, okay.
them recipes was passed down.
So she ain't one of them
Hmm.
sisters they be talking about in the manosphere that can't cook, clean, wash, and sew, huh?
No, that's
Okay.
that new look. That's new. That's that big city new stuff. We don't do. Yes, indeed. No, no.
Okay.
Mm-mm.
She that traditional woman that the modern young woman don't know nothing about yet.
Yeah, no. But the young women trying. Rush Ribbons, was she been doing her little recipe trying to catch her husband?
I know.
Um,
I caught it. I caught it.
yeah. I
She
gotta
going
send her
from Harvard to
some
housewife. I
gumbo.
ain't mad at her.
Yeah, some gumbo recipes. I ain't mad at her. She tired. She studied Harvard. It's a wonder she made it through Harvard and her brain didn't explode. Shoot. I ain't mad at her. She tired.
I
Shoot.
know that's right. I know that's right. So
So
let's
she
go
been
back
she
to
been
that
trying to cook.
question.
Hmm.
Let's go back to that question. What is the narrative of on your side as a woman dating in the 90s and how it was in the 90s, and then what are you still out there dating today?
Dating in the '90s was, well, I was in LA, and that was around the time that everything became multicultural. So the brothers wasn't really talking to us like talking about it. And I really didn't date out. I'm from the South, so I didn't date out like that. But um the relationships I was in, um they didn't lead to marriage, but it wasn't volatile like it is now. Like now, relationships are dangerous.
Mm.
Um, if I had to, what's her name? What's the one that Suzette? If I had to
Who's
tell
that speak?
Suzette, if you seriously looking for a husband, I would move out of the big city.
Wow.
I would move out of the big city, and find you a nice country dude, got a farm, and he hardworking, and and stuff like that. These country dudes, yeah, they paid, they got money because they own that land that they families uh gave them, from some of them $1 million worth of land. But
Wow.
if she really want to, that's why I would advise young women, you got to spread out into the more rural and the more suburban areas. Don't The cities, you have to fight. You have to fight for the you have to fight for the men who are doing. All my life I had to fight. Yes. So
What?
yeah, so that would be my suggestion. Not even the ATL, not even Atlanta. Go to like Columbia or some of the other parts of Georgia where the men are more settled down. It's a quiet life. That's
do, do you think that's what it is? Is that a lot of these issues is coming out of major cities, in the sense of like we know TLA is always talking about what's going on down there in Atlanta, and how it is in Atlanta. I think when you start seeing the real big YouTube podcasts, um, and a lot of these arguments, they're coming out of major cities. So, do you think that's the issue, or do you think there's somewhere else where those issues are really coming out of?
I think that's a bit. I would have gotten married sooner had I left the city sooner. So you got to let the jobs go, and or get skills that can transfer to all areas. So if you really seriously, I would just kind of cast a wide net. Maybe don't let your job go right away. Just start, looking for these little smaller cities, smaller towns. Those are people who are more, family orientated. The city is like LA is like a single city. It's a place where, you know, um, people tend to stay single. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
There are families, but it's more geared towards that Miami, New York, those big places, Chicago. That you have pockets of families, but I would say if you really want that quiet suburban life,
Right.
go for that. Cast a wide net. That would be my advice. You know.
Okay. Okay. Do you feel well? let's go back to that because that's a great conversation coming from you. You said you came up in the city, but you from the country. If you don't mind, what part of the South did you come from?
I'm from Louisiana.
Ah, so you the gumbo woman.
Yeah,
So we gotta watch
jambalaya.
what we eat.
Hmm.
So you can eat that good stuff.
Yeah, 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 yeah. They serious, pretty serious about cooking in Louisiana.
All right, now you know now you know I'm from the military, so you know I had a partner from Louisiana, so you know what he told me not to eat from Louisiana.
Yeah, I know what he told you.
A lot of people don't know that, so because I'm trying to keep it G rated, you know,
Yeah,
but if you catch Uncle Stu after 10, I'm gonna tell everybody what that really means.
yeah, yeah. I hear you. I hear you. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of that. But listen, I'm afraid of the Lord, so I can't fool with none of that. You know, I can't fool with none of that. I'm not a successful. When I try to do something wrong, it always backfires. So I can't get into that kind of life. I gotta keep it straight and narrow.
Well, let me ask you. You have a YouTube channel, and it's called Community Solutions Pro. Talk about your channel. I know you said you're trying to get it up and etc. But when you first wanted to start and that, what was you thinking at the time that you tried to get it started or wanted to get it started?
Well, the theme of the channel is going to be solutions for the community. And the grand opening, I want to do interviews with everybody
Hmm.
regarding the problems they see in their community and what do they think would be a good solution for that problem. So that's going to be the theme for the channel. Um, so I'll be inviting everybody separately, and then just like an open invitation for a grand opening for people to just kind of come in and open up and talk about things that they see that their community needs and how would they go about um, fixing it. And then if I get big Willie style like TLA and I start making a lot of money, I'll travel to different communities.
Well, I ain't mad at you. I'm
Yeah,
not
I mean,
mad at
yeah,
you.
I say if I get big Willie style.
When you
I
get Big
mean,
Willie style,
yes, yes,
you better get with TLA and Perry Unlikely. Them are the high rollers right there.
yeah,
Intentional Millionaires a little laid back.
yeah, yeah. I know. I get off into that Bitcoin and that stock market stuff. My luck is not good. I would crash the whole thing. Uh, so, but anyway, I
But
would. Yeah,
go
I
ahead.
would. If I was to make that, but that's like you know, that's like a real long shot for me. It's a lot of work I have to do. But that's what I'd like to do. Just travel and go to different communities and just be informative, show people the process I have to open my business. Because
Hmm.
remember, I wanted to open the grocery store and just a little small market. It's not going to be big Walmart. It's going to be like a little boutique place where I can interact with the farmers and like deliver to people who can't get access, elderly people and stuff like that, and people in rural areas that don't have vehicles. But that's what I want it to be centered around, opening my business and also just things that are affecting the community. A lot of the problems that we have. How do we participate in the political process to get our politicians to fix these problems? So I just want to, be informative.
Okay. What would you say what would you say a problem in, let's say, your community is, or even some of the problems you might see on these YouTube streets, and what would be your solution to rectifying some of these problems? Like, give me a problem and give me your idea of a solution.
Well, look, the big problem that I'm working on is the with the market, the access to healthy food. And my store is not going to carry cigarettes and alcohol. It's going to be a health, like kind of like a health food store.
Okay.
And that's a big problem. Access to healthy food, because then people are unhealthy. They're diabetic. They're obese and stuff like that. And that's one thing I want to work on. The
Mhm.
dilapidation and the community development. Right now, we got a really good mayor in office, and I have to move while she's in office because she told me during when she was campaigning that she would, and she has been true to her word. She's been doing the community development and fixing up the dilapidation. Baton Rouge, we know for like being run down. So she been
Right.
trying to do that, but we got to bring businesses in there to create the revenue for taxes and to keep things moving, employ people in the area and stuff like that. So,
Okay. And where's this at?
oh, that's Baton Rouge in Louisiana.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And what was some of the problems? How is she fixing it? Um, and how because of what she's doing, do you think that would expand nationally or in someone else's community?
Well, the dilapidation of the commercial properties in our neighborhoods. She has been fixing those buildings up, tearing them down, fixing them up, trying to get revenue moved in. We got Amazon in there. That's going to create a lot of jobs in an area where it was kind of going down because Sam's
Hmm.
Club moved from that area. And then I saw that they opened up a really nice facility for mental health. That
Mm,
I really appreciated that because it's in an area where it's really needed. We don't have enough of that in the area.
right.
That's one thing I wanted my store. That's why I was thinking I might want it to be 2 floors. Uh, the grocery on the bottom level and the second level. I didn't know if I would live in the second level or if I make it like a room, a conference room where people can come and have meetings and group therapy stuff like that. What they want to, the veterans or the some of these groups, Narcotics Anonymous, Alcoholics Anonymous, because in that
Right.
area there that's not available.
Right.
So um those are just a few things that I'm hoping and praying that I can get off before they listen. I want to get it off. I'd like to get it off in by 2023.
Okay.
At least have something that look like it's close to something. If
Well,
I got to
well,
crawl, I don't want to be that black store. You come in, ain't nothing on the shelves. I want y'all to have a selection.
well,
Hmm.
I tell you right now, I got two men in my chat that I got nothing but respect for. Well, I got respect for everybody in my chat, but I'm quite sure I got one in my chat that as soon as I drop the link, he gonna drop some knowledge on you. And I'm gonna tell you as a content creator and as a businessman myself, don't wait 3 years. Do it now. Do it now. You
Yeah,
have no
I'm
clue.
working on it now.
Yes. You have no clue who might be listening to you. You have no clue who might come by and hear what you got to say. And if you got at least part of your paperwork ready, they might
Hmm.
be ready to help you and get that started. And as far as your YouTube channel, just do it. You
Yeah, well,
know,
I've had the LLC for a couple of years now,
right,
um, and I was trying to do a real estate deal that fell through, so that took a chunk of what I needed to get things going. But if I have to, I'll figure out a way to either like get a mobile van and just do contracts with the grocery um, wholesale
right.
and just take orders until I can. But there's properties that are very, very cheap. And if I have to do a little small building, because I mean, there's a building I'm looking at, it's dilapidated, but it's only 22,000. So if I
Mm,
can buy the building, then that would be ideal. Because then that's your biggest expense um is your lease. So
right.
if I can have it paid for, then and then just work with farmers and stuff to try to keep the prices. You know how you go in the hood and the doggone food so high?
Yes.
You know, it's so high. It's unhealthy, and it's. I mean, good Lord, the people are poor, and they don't have vehicle or transportation, and the buses what way they run. So you know, that's all things I'm looking at.
You
Um,
you want to know what's funny? It is funny to me because living in the city of New York, our food is actually cheaper than I've seen it in places in the South. And you would think the South would have the cheaper food than up north. Now, I don't know
y-
how things are today, but I'm just more speaking of when I left New York, food was a lot cheaper and it was weird to me. It was weird to me.
yeah, my cousin in Michigan. Well, her brother, which is also my cousin, has a farm. So I think that if I try to make a network with the farmers, if I have to, and I don't have to have food going bad, if I can make a network where I deliver the food,
Right,
I think that that would help where I get enough in to make it where I can keep it at a low price. You know, I
right.
ain't gonna get them Walmart price. Walmart be buying pallets at a time, you know, truckloads, you know, a truckload of cucumbers. So they can sell a cucumber for 10 cents.
Right,
But you know, if I can do something with the farmers like you know, the ones on, you know, I've joined the Farm Bureau and all of them,
okay,
and just the black farmers and stuff like that. If I can just do something with them and create a network with them, and now we're having a supply chain problem with truck drivers.
right,
So we're I don't know if I need to get a box truck, a van. I'll probably start off with a van. You know, it's a lot of, that's why I gave myself another year or two. But if I can make a connection with the political people in that area, the
right,
council people for those
right,
districts and stuff like that, especially
right,
districts that are dying and that don't have very much business.
right.
If I can, because that's tax revenue for them. If I can do that, then I might have a chance. I might have a fighting chance, and opportunity zones too. Because if they figure there's nothing in there, there's grants for to create uh, businesses and those, especially something like that.
Right.
Uh, you know.
Okay. Well, I don't know a whole lot about grants, so I can't give no grant advice, but I'm quite sure there's somebody in the chat. Matter of fact, what I'm gonna do, if there's anybody that wanna come up, Gail and Miss B Finesse and Before the Billions, I put the link in the private chat. So if y'all want to go ahead and put it in the regular chat, that'll be great, unless I need to share it first. But yes, y'all can definitely put that in the chat. And Mr. Vaughn, we working on you becoming a moderator. You know, Mr. Vaughn been out here in these YouTube streets. He been working. He been working. So let me ask you this: outside of being someone who wants to do community solutions, what else have you done in your past as far as like work or business or anything else like that?
Well, this would be my first embarking on business, which is why I don't really know where to start. Uh, but as far as like work, I worked blue collar in the emergency room, you know, stuff like that. I didn't really go into anything professional or anything like that. But I want to encourage anybody who has any kind of like business idea. You look around your community and you see something that is a need, and people would, you know, need that and use that. I
Right.
want to encourage you to go for it. You know, go for it.
Well,
So
I'm gonna say this, you know, because you mentioned just black farmers, and um, we ain't signed an itch really gave us a good reframing of our minds, and I've taken that to heart, which is don't even think that you got a black business. You just got a business. You need money, and let that money be wherever it needs to be, wherever it's going to come from, white, black, Hispanic, West African, France. You need income.
yeah, no, I'm
And what
not.
we trying to do,
It's a business, but I'm black. So it's not going to be exclusionary. As a matter of fact, I saw a property right across the street from the hospital.
Right.
And the hospital, that there's the main hospital, and then that whole area over there is a food desert. But there's white people over there. No, I'm not one of these people exclusionary. Listen, I got white folks that did more for me than my own family. So I'm not one of those people.
Yeah, I understand. But like, and I reference him because he's one that really, really dropped it and really expressed it in the most simplest, uncontroversial way. Me and Intentional Millionaire, we had, we try to set up a time every week where we're talking strictly business, because he's my right hand as far as my YouTube channel. Um, and we went over that conversation, and I'm going to tell you, it really put me on a trajectory. And thank you, Perry Unlikely. And that's what I'm trying to bring to this platform, which is, let's stop the arguments and let's find solutions and how we can network it and put different people together to get the ideas out here and make it work. Because as my platform grows and it gets stronger, I got my daughter. She has her own business. And right now, I'm working on one side to make sure that her business, is coming together as a commercial, so that I can not only put it on my platform and on my Instagram, but as my business grow, I got to make sure my daughter's business grow. You know what I'm saying? So we getting all of that network and income together, so that way we are developing and building more employees. You
Right.
understand?
Mm-hmm.
And because, see, a lot of people think, oh, I got a business, I got an LLC on my name, but guess what? You still ain't got no power because it's just you. Now, as you grow and you're hiring employees, now you got you a running business. Now you
Right.
got you some power. You see what I'm saying? If you
Mm-hmm.
walk into the city and you told the city, I'm a multi-millionaire, and that's all you are, you ain't got no power. Now you walk in there and talk about, well, if I bring my company, I can guarantee you 100,000 employees. Guess what? You got power, because what everybody don't recognize is it's the middle class that pay taxes.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? You can sit up
Mm-hmm.
there and say, "Oh, we're gonna tax the rich. We're gonna tax the rich." That's the lie. That's a lie. You'll never tax the rich enough to bring in the income when it comes to taxes.
Right. Because I tell you, I believe that this big, huge property that Amazon is taking, they knocked the mall down because people not going to malls anymore. They knocked the mall down. It was dying.
Mm-hmm.
They might have given that land to Amazon for a few years for free just to get the jobs it's going to create.
That's right.
So, mm-hmm.
That's right. That's right. And people don't really realize that. Let me, you got a crew around you now. You got a crew. So
Mm-hmm.
because I've said this gentleman's name, he ain't signing itch. Do me a favor. Go ahead and if I said anything wrong, correct me. But if I said anything right, go ahead and add to it.
Actually, thank you, Uncle Stu. But actually, I just have a word of encouragement because food and health is actually a passion of mine. I never shared this before, but I used to be obese. I was 6'4", 350 pounds, and I had high blood pressure and what was that, IBS and things like that. But it wasn't until I learned about calorie density food and eating right in food deserts that I actually, have normal blood pressure. I lost 120 pounds. So I just want to say thank you for going out there and trying to fix the problem of food deserts, because I'm from North Philadelphia, which was a food desert. And we learn how to be fat and we learn how to become obese from children. Grew up in a single parent home. Mom worked two jobs, so McDonald's was the chef, and that was it, McDonald's or any type of fast food. So you build up that habit of eating fast food constantly, and then you just have those bad eating practices as an adult. So we get big. So I never had diabetes, but it was only after I learned about like food deserts and food is medicine was I able to get back, get my health back. So I just want to say thank you and wish you all the encouragement. And, I hope it goes well because it's definitely needed because, we're like, I'm Generation X. So we get, diabetes happened to us in like late 40s and 50s. But now these kids have, type 2 diabetes and things like that. So it's really, really needed. So I wish you all the best and things like that. The only business advice that I could give or to share is maybe you want to think about delivery systems because everything is online and mobile payment. So there's something called ghost kitchens where people prepare the food and they deliver it out. There's no longer restaurants. So maybe you want to create some type of ghost supermarket where you just buy like a small little area and you house your fruits and vegetables there, and then you have like people on motor scooters or car deliveries or things like that, or Uber, where you can deliver it to the people in their neighborhood. It probably drive down your costs, and your advertisement probably will be better because it's all online. So I would probably think something about that. You can YouTube ghost kitchens to see the kind of structure and operations of that, and try to change and modify that to like kind of a ghost supermarket. Because with the pandemic came a lot of cool technology and a lot of new ways to deliver your services to the customer. But that's all I have. But again, I just really just came to give a voice of encouragement because it's needed, because I wish you were there when I was 10, 13 years old, because then I wouldn't have built up those unhealthy habits to where I was like 350 pounds overweight. So thank
Well,
you.
listen, we are. I'm Gen X too, and right now I'm obese and I'm working on it. But for many years I was vegetarian, starting from like 36. So, but that's the only thing that helped me is the fact
Yep.
that I'm vegetarian. I cook with olive oil, avocado oil. I'm very careful, but I'm still working on my weight because that's a fear of mine. And as well, fat feeds cancer. So
Right.
I'm just
Right.
it's a work in progress. And also
Well,
stress. Stress will
yeah.
when the
Yep.
cortisol in your abdomen will swell you up.
Yep. Yep.
So
Yep. So I can just share this. One of the ways that I really lost a lot of weight, there's something called the McDougall diet, right? Where basically is no added salt, no added sugar, and don't cook with oil. Actually, right? It's just you can
mhm.
have all the hydrates. I had French fries all the time with no oil. You got to cook it yourself. French fries, I pretty much ate everything. I cut out all the meat and no, I just whole food, no processed food, and no oil because it cleaned out my arteries, right? All oil,
Yeah. Mhm.
your arteries, all oil, coconut oil,
Mhm.
olive oil. So I would say if you cut out oil, you'll see huge results because that's
Yeah.
was my experience. All right, that's all.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Hey, can I jump in? Um,
Definitely. With my hand clap before the billions.
well, I'm on my phone at the moment, so I don't
Oh,
have
okay,
the
okay.
soundboard. Yeah, otherwise I would cam up. I'm actually, I was going to head out to the gym, but I wanted to
Okay.
jump on and tell Community Solutions, thank you so much for for all the support and all the things that you're doing within your own community. I really appreciate the fact that you have such a kind heart and how awesome you are. I also wanted to jump in because you guys are talking about business and you guys are talking about health as well. Also, I want to give this disclaimer that this is not medical advice. This is not financial advice. Okay, so if you're looking for this is financial information and medical information. If you're looking for that medical and or financial advice, please go ahead and check out your own professional for your own advice. But yes, so I wanted to come in and be like, yes, I completely co-signed exactly what Wayne Sign and Ish was saying because my mom was working real hard, single mom, and all we did was go to like McDonald's and drink Coca-Cola all the time, and then I ended up getting to 300 pounds myself. I'm actually a little bit shorter than Wayne Sign and Ish. I'm 6 feet, and I got to 300 pounds, got down to 230 now. So I think we get to, like the same weight, but it's gonna look better on we ain't signed the Ish because he's a little bit taller, right? So
But that's still something to be proud of because it's hard. Oh Lord, it's hard.
yeah, it is. It's one of those things where it's like it's a constant. It's a lifestyle that you have to change. It's a lifestyle change. You know,
Mm-hmm.
United Fitness always talks about. You know, United Fitness is he's in Mexico and he's a personal trainer. He always talks about how it's the things that you do every day, and it's the things that you do every day, and it's your it's your lifestyle that needs to change. You know, a lot of people they don't look at their weight. You know, they just they don't weigh themselves. They just let live life and then just keep on going. And then 10 years later, they weigh themselves and then like, okay, well, this is such a steep hill to climb. I don't even want to start. And when I saw myself get to 300 pounds, I felt that same way. And I didn't want to do it. But then I was like, you know what? I told myself I was too big, and I was feeling so it was harder for me to breathe, and I couldn't run, I couldn't jump, couldn't do anything. All the things I could do back when I was in high school, I couldn't do. So because I used to be an athlete, so I was like, okay, you know what? I need to go ahead and get in there and start just walking, and then that was able to get my weight down enough to where I could start running. And then now I'm in the gym 5 to 6 days out the week because that's what I'm really striving for. It's what I really want. In addition to the business side, right? Because I know that Uncle Stu was bringing up the business side. He said that he talks to intentional millionaires. So shout out to intentional millionaires. Let me give my hand claps. My hand claps, even though I don't got them,
Here
right?
you go. Here you go.
Thank you, thank you. See, when I'm slipping, I know that you guys can come in and help me out. But yeah, so the business, I'm like, man, when I first started my LLC, I didn't have any plan. I didn't know what business I wanted to start. I was like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna just spend all this money, and also I did it the worst way. I got my LLC in the absolute worst way, which was, I was listening to my mom. She was on the phone with some guy, and he was from LegalZoom. And I was like, she's like, okay, you've been talking about you want to start your business. You've been talking about you wanted to invest, all this other kind of stuff. So what she did was she said, hey, here's the phone. If you want to go ahead and start it. If you don't start it now, you ain't gonna never start it. So I said, you know what, let me go ahead and start. And then I ended up talking to the person. I ended up paying like I want to say like almost close to $1,000 just to start the LLC. And I was like, wait a second. When I looked it up, start an LLC with this Secretary of State was like $100 and something dollars.
Mm. What
I
all
was
you
like,
paid for?
they made me pay for because LegalZoom they have it to where you pay the $100 some dollars, right? And then they have some extra protection to stop you from seeing your like home address or phone number or something like that. And then they also have a registered agent that you have to pay for every year. Registered agent
Mm.
like $200 to $300. So you just adding up fees, and then they have like a filing fee, all this other kind of stuff, all this foolishness. And I'm just sitting here like, wait a second, like why is it so expensive? I was told it was only like $100 some dollars, but they signed up for that. They gave me access to like a dashboard and stuff, and none of it was useful to me. Right? It might be useful to
Mm-hmm.
somebody else, but not to me. And because I didn't have any plan, I was just spending money. And then they had partnerships with other companies like 1-800 accountant. And then I'm sitting here like, dang, I do need an accountant, but I ain't making no money. But I still need an accountant because I don't know anything about bookkeeping.
Right.
So then I'm sitting here like, okay, I got this 1-800 accountant calling me, and they were gonna charge me, you know, Guess how much they're gonna charge me
What to do with
for like
accounting? Probably more than pocket watching. That's at least a
Hmm.
one. That's, I think he charges, and I don't want to necessarily say his fees because I don't know what his back fees are, but I know it's up into about the $350 an hour range.
Well, they were gonna charge me. It was like for to start or something like that. To start for the business, it was $2,000 to start, and then
Wow.
they charge an extra. I think it was like $200 a month. And I was, you know what? I was feeling feeling myself. I guess, I've been working my software engineering job. I was like, you know what? I got some money to put into my business. If I don't put no money into my business, then it's not gonna get anywhere.
Right.
Exactly what I told myself. So I was like, okay, you know what? This is a high upfront cost, but this is gonna help me get to where I'm trying to go.
Right.
And then I ended up paying that $2,000. I was like, okay, then put it on my credit card, right? And then I was thinking, I was like, wait a second, I ain't got no money. What am I doing over here spending $2,000 on an accountant to manage nothing? so,
Right. Right. That's what I'm
so
thinking. Like, why you could have just got QuickBooks and did TurboTax business.
yeah, but that's the thing. When I was younger, well, that wasn't that
Yeah.
long. It was like last year, but still, it was. I was younger. That was my thing. I was young and dumb. So,
But you know what?
but
But see, I don't think we should all beat ourselves up. When you don't know, and when you don't have real connections, when you don't have anybody that would really walk you through anything, you know what I mean? You don't know. And sometimes we all probably bumped our heads. We ain't signed an itch once talked about how much money he lost doing business, and he had experience.
Hmm.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? We just got to
Yep.
not allow fear to get in our way. And we just
Yeah.
got to do it. You know what I'm saying? And put the work in. And then we'll be able to understand sometimes what I call, because I come from a more background of a theological but political side, then you really get an understanding of what politics is all about. When they start talking about small business, medium business, economics, we'll really be able to understand the communication. Right now, we lost. I'm gonna just throw a little politicalness in here real quick. A lot of us is thinking social, but very few of us is thinking economical. And when we understand that it is economics before the social, then we'll understand how to really align ourselves politically. Right now, we're aligning ourselves in a way that doesn't make sense. You understand what I'm saying? Because we're trying to solve a social problem when a lot of our problems is really economical. And what
That's
I mean
true.
by that is, here you got an idea, Community Solutions, where the people I know that got money is the ones that will say, here you go, here's $1,000, here's $2,000, here's $10,000, and can help you get that off the ground financially. But then if you got a bunch of people who ain't got no money, you still stuck.
Yeah.
Can I ask a question right quick?
Sure.
So I want to know if my understanding is correct. So basically, you want to start selling fruits and vegetables in the neighborhood, right? In the fruit deserts, or you want to open up a.
Yeah, I want a brick and mortar, and there's buildings that are cheap enough in the neighborhood that I should be able to pick it up for little or nothing. I may have to start by delivering.
If I were you, because the thing about it is this: if I were you, this is what I would do. My personal, what I would do. This is not advice.
I'm gonna sue you if it don't work out. I'm gonna sue you.
Hey, Miss B Finesse, do me a favor. Please put it in the chat. We are not giving health advice. We are not giving financial advice, and we are not giving business advice. This is strictly for information only.
So this is
and
what
you
I
can
would
put
do.
it in Spanish too.
This is what I would personally do. I would have 3 phases. I would have phase number 1, making sure I have the clientele. Phase number 2 would be brick and mortar, and then your phase number 2 get incorporated, and then phase number 3 brick and mortar. What I would do, I would just drive to the farms, white, black, whatever, sign the contract as a freelancer saying that I will deliver your goods and services to the people and you give me a commission, or you buy it outright, whatever you think is better. You sign contracts with them. That way you do not need any initial money. You do not need any initial overhead. Then you start an app, or you start a Facebook page, and you start marketing your food products on your Facebook page, and people follow you on Facebook and Instagram. It's about $5-10 for marketing. And then you either hire drivers, or you hire drivers, or you work with Uber or whatever for them to deliver your food. So that way you don't have inventory, so you save money there. You only have digital marketing experience, marketing through TikTok, Facebook, and Instagram, and then you don't have your brick and mortar, and then you're saving up money. And then on top of that, you don't have to worry about taxes because you're a freelancer, because you have contracts with the farmers. And then you take that money, reinvest it into the brick and mortar, and you do it like that, right? So you work as a freelancer first, very low overhead. Then you take that money, then you build your brick and mortar, and then you already have establishments with suppliers. You already have your clientele. So that way, when you trans over to brick and mortar, then you're good. But I would probably still keep it digital, but it's up to you. But that's what I would do, right? And that way, you can get all that done with probably $1,000.
Okay, so you're saying, just I understand the app and maybe getting Instacart or somebody to deliver, but
Right.
I would still need space to house the produce and stuff.
No, you don't. Because when you get an order, you pick it up from the farmer and you deliver it, right? You don't.
Okay.
Right. So you say, for example, so say it's far, say it's like 50 miles. So
Mhm.
they order, and deliveries always happen on Fridays, right? And you give them incentives. Why shop with you over someone else? Because it's organic, it's fresh, it's whole food. Use whatever marketing, right? Deliveries always happen on Friday, right? Say your culture, whatever marketing thing to give them that extra incentive to wait till Friday, right? And then you
Mhm.
have all your orders, and you drive up to the farm, you pick it up, and then it's delivered, right? From farm to table, right? There you go, from farm to table, right? So
Mhm.
no pesticides, no plastic, whatever, right? You give them all that incentives, and you say, here's my company, from farm to table, we deliver every Friday, make your orders, and then you sign a contract with the farmers. So when they pay, you get the cash, you go to the farmer, you give them their cut, you take your food, and you deliver it to them, you're done. No overhead, no inventory.
Okay, gotcha.
There it is. Yep.
Oh, gee,
You just reinvest that money.
Yeah.
Hey, Community Pro Solutions. Hey, to the chat and to the panel, Uncle Stu, how's everybody doing?
Doing well. All right, OG.
Pretty good.
You and I got put on the spot.
What's going on, OG?
Yeah, OG. Let me tell y'all, OG about to get married up. We about to hook her up. OG can sing. They said OG can cook soul food. She said she in the gym. Intentional millionaire.
Talk to me.
She about to get a ring put on her, ain't she?
Yes, she is.
Y'all get it together and send them my way, because that's all I'm saying. Because I've been ready. I've been working on me for 2.5 years now.
You understood the assignment.
Yep.
I just wanted to say to you, community, I think this is awesome what you're doing, because especially to help our Black communities, right? Because
Patrice, you're echoing.
Am I?
Yeah, somehow you're
I don't.
echoing.
I don't know why. I don't have an echo on. Is that better?
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
it sounds a
Yeah.
little better. Does the
I
chat
just want.
hear an echo or is it just me?
I heard a little bit of echo,
Okay.
Is
but keep
okay. Is
going
that
now.
better?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, no, I mean, wow, this is really huge what you're doing because we have so many food deserts in the African American community. Like now where I'm at, I'm in a predominantly mixed area in Arizona, and it's predominantly Hispanics over here, like wealthy Hispanics. And it's amazing because it's a family owned grocery store literally right across the street from me that's Hispanics, and they have some of the most excellent produce in their store. And I go to their store. I don't, to get my produce, my fruits and vegetables and things. I don't go to the Walmart or to the other big supermarkets. I go straight to them because they have the best authentic vegetables and fruits. And I see the trucks, come and deliver from them. So I asked the guy, and he deals with, a lot of the farmers, the local farmers and stuff within the Arizona area and then some outside areas. But you don't see this in our communities, and that's why I agree with we ain't signing. Like our children are not learning about healthy eating habits and things of that nature because of food deserts, because of listen, we just have to be real about our for generations how our parents and grandparents and where our food come from. You mentioned soul food, Uncle Stu, but I'm staying so far away from that because a lot of that food is the reason why we're unhealthy now, because we know that's food was the scrap that was left over from our
That's
slave
right.
master, right?
That's
So
right.
like we have to get away from that. And I stopped eating pork 30 years ago when I was borderline for high blood pressure. And I saw this program on pork and talk about how the pigs don't have sweat glands. They can't sweat out any impurities, so they eat anything. And when I say anything, I mean anything. And that turned me off to pork, period. I haven't eaten it over 30 years, but we have to get better and change those eating habits. Like now we got Thanksgiving coming up. Now we all know how we like to do in the Black community with the foods that we have on Thanksgiving. Start substituting that with healthier foods. We have to start transitioning our eating habits over. If we want to live longer, if we want our children to live longer, we just have to do it because there's all these ailments. You get diabetes, high blood pressure, heart disease. Those are the main three ailments in the Black community that kills us the most. So
Well,
we have.
you know what's interesting, OG Patrice? Um,
Mhm.
our grandparents and great grandparents knew how to eat well because they were on the farms, and some of them still alive, 80, 90 years old.
Yes, that is true. And they had farms, so like I was saying in the chat, the definitely the Black Farmers Organization will be a really wonderful organization to hook up with because they have been left in the dark so much more so than our white counterpart farms. They've gotten all of the funding. It was a big thing on TV with the guy that's the president of the Black Farmers Association. He was talking about how they were left out for a lot of the government money and the loans and the grants, but they're starting to give it to them now. But so much of they products, they crops died and things of that nature. So, hooking up with them as well. And I actually have some very wealthy white friends that owns a farm outside of Georgia, and they owns Vidalia onion company, and they're outside of Georgia. So they grow they grow specifically onions, but they grow other stuff too. But they stuff is worldwide in all of the major grocery stores in Georgia and within the Georgia area. But I think it's it's detrimental, right? It's so detrimental to our health to continue, with the eating habits that we have, and allowing our kids, because I'd be amazed at how I see how obese a lot of these little kids are.
Yeah.
When you see them in school, I work with
Yeah.
with kids, and listen, and they have hissy fits, and they parents just continue to feed them the wrong stuff just because they screaming and hollering for it,
Yeah.
and it's just it's like an illness. I gotta say that, really, it's like an illness. And when you try to talk to the parents about the healthy eating habits, because it starts at home, and we wonder why now we got 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds that are now have type 1, type 2 diabetes. That's why.
Right.
Yeah.
So salute to you for what you're doing, and I think it's a great idea. And keep up the good work. And like I said, if you need any help with any type of contacts with any farmers, like I said, my friends own a farm in Georgia, and I can definitely connect you with them as well. I want to help in any way, because they are so needed in our Black communities. They're so needed. We got McDonald's, Wendy's, Pizza Hut on every major corner in every major city, in every major Black neighborhood, but we don't have the Whole Foods until you get in the suburbs and the more expensive areas and stuff. And I see the difference in how they do with how they put these things in our community to kill us, but then you go in the suburbs and it's a whole total different story.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and you hit on something, OG Patrice. A lot of people that, let's say, is close to me, I used to be a Muslim and a Christian, so I give credit to my spiritual walk with both theologies. It's funny because I stopped eating pork as a Muslim, and I didn't go back to eating pork at all, even when I stopped. And it's so funny because a lot of people I knew that came out of New York and Chicago and certain areas of Los Angeles also didn't eat pork, and when you said that, I had to chuckle, because that's the Nation of Islam teaching, which ended up being, a reality. But it's so funny that a lot of people that came from major cities like New York, Newark, New Jersey, Chi-Town, they stopped eating pork. And then when they migrated to the South, it was like, nah, we ain't going back to eating this stuff. So it's funny that you said that. I thought I was the only one that just wasn't getting down once I moved to the South.
You know what?
No,
You're so right, because I'm sorry to cut you off, OG.
no,
But go ahead.
go ahead. No, I was just gonna say, you see my avatar picture on there is a picture with me and Fat Joe. Fat Joe ain't so fat no more. Fat Joe went vegan and lost over 100 and something pounds. And when I worked with him, I was talking to him about how he did it and how he had to change, his eating habits, because he's like Puerto Rican, so he basically eat like Black folk. And he said he had to go vegan, and he doctor put him on a strict diet because he has all of those ailments that I'm speaking of. And Rick Ross the same, and they had to lose major weight because of it. And Fat Joe lost over 100 and something pounds. So when I saw him, when I worked with him, it was just amazing, the transformation that
Right.
he is making in with his health and taking it serious. And men really have to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
You're right. I mean,
I learned not to eat pork too from the NOI, Nation of Islam. But
Okay.
then it's also in the Old Testament, in the Bible, health laws,
Yeah.
what not to eat and what's clean and what's unclean,
The
and
pig.
and plant based and stuff like that. All of that's in the scriptures as well in the Old Testament.
Yeah.
because I ain't gonna lie,
Very true.
I'm rehabbing to do, my health and everything. And like I said, I've been blessed and humble that I'm surrounded, I'm able to surround myself with some men that want to work with me, and I want to work with them. And, Intentional Millionaire, he's big on that, so it's like, bet I'm gonna be hooking up with him, so I can go like this and be showing y'all my bods, I can.
Right.
Look, don't be looking for no 6-pack, y'all. I'm old now.
It's still doable. I be seeing them on the internet with gray
Yeah.
hair, white hair. They bodybuilding.
Yeah, yeah. You
Yeah.
know, but I have to get it because I'm sitting around here with these 6-something brothers, and I'm a little short dude, so it's like, oh no, I can't be hanging out with Intentional Millionaire and Before the Billions, and they looking at a little old fat pudgy dude like me. I got to get right. I got to get right.
Yeah.
Listen, there's somebody for everybody. That's another message I got. There's
All right.
somebody on this earth with a little fat pudgy dude. You just perfect as far as they're concerned, okay?
Right. Yeah. No, but hi, how you doing, guys? Nice to talk to you again.
All right, Jedi Mike.
Hey,
What's
Jedi.
going on, Jedi Mike?
Doing good. But yeah, but I was listening to. I just got back from campus, whatever. But I just want while I was listening to the interview, like I was very pleased in terms of what you can be doing, and I also tell you like my background's in graphic design as well. So like you need any help with terms of marketing or anything like that, branding, whatever it might be. And like I said, you have my email in my description box below. But in terms on the health topic, like you see my social media, I take fitness and health very seriously, especially like at 23 years of age. My dad, unfortunately, he is diabetic and also have high blood pressure. So I want to break that generational curse. But you're right.
Hold on, Jedi Mike. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Go ahead.
Candy Ann, can you do me a favor? I'm about to drop the link for you. I know your content. I'm definitely going to be personally reaching out to you. But if you want to come up on the panel, you are more than welcome. I'm dropping the link. That's for you if you want to come up on the panel. Okay, go ahead, Jedi Mike.
No, but the young lady, she was absolutely right. Talking about this, especially look, yes, it's November 1st, and everybody has the mindset of,
I got beans, creams, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb.
I like that, Jedi Mike. I like that.
You done brought a solution to my page. See how you work.
Right, exactly. And honestly, I'm telling you, it's just like at my age, and now it's like we can't take this seriously, especially as Black people. Health is wealth, so you have to understand that. It's just and that's why I'll be looking forward to with your content and everything, and everyone would kind of give me some business advice, especially in terms of breaking up in phases in terms of what initiative going direct to consumer, where it might be, especially going to the farms and stuff like that, because the food deserts is a big thing, especially in a more, I'll say, in terms of the East Coast, because we're very like franchise based and brands, with a lot of the Coca-Cola and brand products that just overwhelmingly saturated in the East Coast. But in the West Coast, they try to push more, more vegan, more dairy options and stuff like that. But when you get to the Midwest, there's a lot of food deserts as well. But yeah, no, I just really said like you need any help with anything with that. You got my contact information below. But yeah,
I appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And I just jump in for a second. So for myself, I think health is very important, and it's something that we normally don't talk about. But I think as a community, it's something that we got to really focus on, because what we do and what we eat most of the time is not hereditary. It's because we had the same habits that we saw our parents do. And that's been medically proven. So I think because the food is more manipulated these days, I think that's why cancer is at an all-time high. Because when you really think about it, the only difference in, our current age and when our parents was our age is the food. But how is it a cancer pandemic all of a sudden? Well, because as the food get more modified as an assembly line, there are more chemicals and more processing is done. And that's what we normally indulge into our bodies.
Very true.
So I know for myself, one of the things OG Patrice talked about was, I know I haven't had pork in over 20 years. I haven't had beef over 15 years. And I'm going on 2.5 years of being a vegetarian. So, and it's one of the best things that you can ever do for your body.
That's true.
So I think we also got to get to, because, there is a such thing as food deserts. But I think, one of the things that we got to do is start to figure out how can we make the fits and start growing some of the things that we can grow internally in our own homes. Because it's a lot of basic foods that we can grow, but we're not taught that we can grow because the system make you think that you have to have this, this real fabulous greenhouse and all those type things. And it's not really true because most people don't know you can actually grow a seed from an apple. So you buy an apple, you take the seed out, you put it in a bag, you take a piece of paper towel, you wet it, you leave it there, put it in the sun, and it'll actually start growing. So it's just those little things that I know as a community is something we got to kind of do. So, but I think this is a great conversation because I always say, if you love your family, you got to take health into consideration because you want to be here as long as possible.
Absolutely intentional. I agree with you. And these are just conversations that even in our families, we don't want to have when we know that we got that overweight kid in the family or that overweight sibling in the family. We need to have these conversations and we're not, and we kind of it's kind of sensitive to talk to somebody about their weight, I mean, but we really do. If we love them, we need to have it, as more coming from a perspective of, hey, you gaining a lot of weight, or like, I want to see you around a long time. I love you. I want you to be here. Maybe you should change some of your eating habits. Have you guys ever seen people on their social media pages and all they do is post their foods and where they eating and what restaurants and posting their plates and everything, and it's just all bad food.
Don't get me started.
And they're not a chef. Yeah, I see that all the time.
Yeah.
I got Mr. Roger up here, but I wanna before I let him speak, I got a question. How do you two ladies, and I'm just speaking to the sisters right now, how then do you start the conversation? And I'm gonna just keep it 100. When you have a Lizzo pushing overweight, body positivity, showing that she eating all kinds of stuff, and really getting these extremely overweight women just to stay the way they are. And here you're talking about, because OG, I heard you say, hey, I'm in the gym. I heard Gail Lockett, she'll be doing moderating, talking about I'm at the gym. But then you got the other narrative that say, don't tell me about losing weight. Don't tell me about, getting all this. Men love my overweightness. I mean, how do we fight that narrative when it's being defined as body shaming?
One of my videos on my channel. Go ahead, OJ Patrice.
No,
go
ahead. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
One of my videos on my channel is about Lizzo. Lizzo flip-flops. Like, I saw something about her trying vegetarianism or veganism. Then I saw her the other day with a trainer. She flip-flops, and it's a shame because she's such a pretty lady. She does things, these antics and things. She just, to me, she messes herself up. She needs she gets depressed. She needs help. But as far as now, there are different, I'm going to say this. This is not medical advice.
Right.
There are different. I'm not a professional.
Look, I got one. I'm surprised he ain't on screen riding his bike right now.
There are different sizes of people and different what am I trying to say? Just because you're not skinny doesn't mean you're not unhealthy. And that's not me on the non-fat shaming train. That's just a fact. Because you could look at a football player and he be all muscle and healthy as a horse, but he might be 300 pounds. Right. So Well, I just say be healthy. Be healthy if for no other reason just to stay here longer for your kids and your family.
Right.
Be the healthiest you can be. That's all I can that's the only advice I can give. Just be the healthiest you that you can be, and don't uh use excuses. And sometimes you get a little I get a little defensive when men make comments and stuff like that. I get a little defensive,
Right.
pretty for a fat girl type stuff. You know what I'm saying? But you just want to do it for yourself. That's all I can say.
Look,
I'm
that
handing the
means
mic over to OG
that
Patrice.
yeah, that means next year we all gotta be sitting with a stationary bike and be like United Fitness. We gonna ride our bike with the screen on. Just act like we, as he be doing, and don't even be breathing hard. Be like, all right, man, I'm tired now.
Well, look, my knees are bad, so what I'll do is I'll walk while y'all do y'all bike. I already got bad knees. It's a shame.
You know what? I hear you, community solution. Listen, let's just be 100% real here. We know that Lizzo is not happy with herself and her weight. She not. She came on the scene with this positive body image, positive stuff the same way Monique did. And look at Monique now. You see what I'm saying? So
That's true.
listen, they cried in the dark. Trust me, they did. They
Right.
cried a many a day to themselves when nobody was there looking and around. Because Monique said her story was, her husband told her, "Hey, do you want to be here to see our grandchildren get married and graduate and have all these life changing events?" She had to rethink that. You promoting fat girls and this and that. So it's the same with Lizzo. That's why she's crying on social media, because it's eating her up inside, And I'm pretty sure her and Monique, they whole life got the "you pretty for a fat girl." You pretty for a fat girl, this or that, and it was fat shame. So you do have to come to people, be sensitive when you, even a family member, because listen, everybody is sensitive about the weight, and then women especially, because women not only go through gaining weight, just the eating habits, we go through it with the hormonal changes as well. So all of that plays a part, but we have to be realistic about it and have those type of conversations in a very sensitive and caring way, in a very loving way, bring it to them like I said, I care about you, I love you, you're my friend, or you're my brother, or you my sister, or you my child. You sit down with your child, have that, listen, we're gonna all change our eating habits, because we want to be around a long time. We love each other. Mom and dad's gonna start cooking better, so you guys are gonna start having to eat better. We're not gonna eat out on at these fast food restaurants as much as we normally do. Be realistic about, hey, sometimes you can have a cheat night, maybe once a month or something like that. There's a cheat night that you have. I know I have one, because I keep it real. I love me some chocolate, right? And I have to have me a candy bar every now and then. But I
All
be
right,
real about that.
I'm gonna tell you, OG, you better stop. Me and Tender
No,
Men there was gonna take you, and we all going down to Mexico. And
I'm ready.
United Fitness is now on the platform. He gonna
I'm
have
ready.
us climbing mountains and get all that candy out of us.
Listen, I'm ready. But I cheat once a month. Okay. I cheat
All right.
once a month, but I'm in the gym 3 to 4 days a week. So listen, I'm in it, but I'm on it. But the conversations have to be had, and we have to stop with the body positivity stuff when we see women, because it's only in the industry, especially in the entertainment industry, that some of these women are promoting that, because I think they don't want to leave the big girls out of the scenario, because they have been left out for so long because of their weight.
Right.
You got your Gabrielle, what's her name? Gabrielle Sinove.
Yeah,
She's even
Gabrielle Sidibe.
yeah, she's even on the road to to lose weight, and she just got married and everything. She says she don't want to be this big anymore. We have to be realistic about it, but bring it to an approach in a sensitive way, but no longer promote fat body positivity. There's nothing positive about that. It's unhealthy, and these are the conversations we need to have.
Well, I think the two people that I got on the panel right now, and again, Gail, let everybody know that the two guests that I'm about to introduce, whatever they say is strictly for information. They're not giving you anything medical or etc. First of all, let me welcome United Fitness. I am honored, sir, by you coming on my platform and wanting to give a word, and please, you're definitely open. Platform is all you now, sir.
Okay, thank you for having me. The only reason I'm not on my bike is because I spoke to TLA, and TLA said I needed some work on my camera, so I'll be back on Monday on regular business on my bike.
All right, so y'all realize that, see, for everybody that's in the chat that doesn't know who United Fitness is, those of us that are the TLA crew, we know this gentleman for sitting up there riding his bike for about 45 minutes before he even began to talk. And then when he talks, ain't a lick of breath coming out of him. I ain't gonna lie, Intention Mania, I'd have been dead by the time they asked me to speak. I tried that.
All right. And I want to address a couple of things that I heard.
Sure.
One of the words that a lot of people throw around is healthy, and we have to define that word. So let me give you the definition of healthy. The definition of healthy is a body free from disease. That is the definition of healthy. With that being said, I want to be very clear. It is impossible, as the Spanish will say, imposible, as the Chinese will say, bushing. It's impossible to eat animal product morning, noon, and night, 7 days a week, 365 days out of the year, and be in a healthy body. It's impossible. It cannot happen.
Wow.
Why do I say that? Because we know that animal product causes disease. We know that. So I don't want to hear that you're healthy eating bacon, egg, and cheese in the morning, chicken in the afternoon, and steak in the evening. It's an impossibility. It cannot happen. With that being said, I believe that OG Patrice said that she worked out 3 to 4 weeks. Being in good health is very easy. There's rules to everything. There's minimal requirements for everything. What do I mean? In order for you to be a full-time employee, you have to put in 40 hours minimum. In order for you to be a full-time student, there's a certain amount of credits that you have to take. In order to do anything, there's always a minimum requirement you must meet. The same thing goes for health. Rule number 1 in health, you have to work out a minimum of 4 days a week. 4 days a week, give it 80 to 100% when you go to the gym. Why is this important? In order for something to stick, you got to be able to be consistent, and you have to develop a rhythm. If you're not going to do anything for a minimum of 4 times a week for 30 minutes and give it 80%, don't start it. Why? Because the likability you failing is extremely high. You're not putting in. Go ahead.
Okay, my question is, not only just for me, but for those in the chat. And yeah, I'll get ready to say, and Gail dropped your link as well. Yeah. You said 4. I just want to make sure I got clarity. Right. You said at least 4 days a week.
Correct.
Minimum, and at least 30 minutes a day.
Correct.
And make sure you putting in the work. Let me ask you this. Let's say, for argumentative sake, somebody that doesn't want to join a gym. Would you then recommend walking for that 30 minutes a day, 4 days out the week? Or do you recommend people just level up and go to a gym?
You don't have to go to a gym to get in health and good health. You don't have to. If you're not doing anything right now, anything will be better. But what I'm saying is this: in order, like I said, if you were to learn a language, if you do it once a week for 30 minutes a day, you're not going to learn that language.
Right.
If you're going to do it for 2 times a week for 30 minutes a day, you're not going to learn the language. There's a minimal requirement you must put in. There's no way around it. Rule number 2, 90% of everything you put in your mouth needs to be a fruit or vegetable. The 10% could literally be whatever you want. That is the 90-10 rule. Why am I saying 90-10? Research were conducted on lab rats. Lab rats were given casein, which is cow's protein. All of the rats that were given 20% or more of the cow's protein, they all got cancer. Every single last one of them. Now, you may say, Roger, I'm not a rat. Okay, there's a book called The China Study by Dr. Campbell. I recommend everybody read it. They study people who lived in rural China and they study people who lived in the city. The people who consume 20% or more of animal product, and that is 90% of the American diet, 85% of them got cancer.
Wow.
The threshold, the reason why we have the 90-10 rule, we know, and I mean we know, we human beings, the science community knows that if you consume 20% or more of animal product, cancer will begin to form. So 90% of everything you put in your mouth has to be a fruit and vegetable. And I'm being very specific with fruits and vegetables because, you know, if I say whole food, plant-based, not everybody's going to turn to their junk food, vegan burgers. And not to say that you shouldn't eat it. I'm not saying that you cannot eat it. The reason why we are sickly and the reason why we overweight is not because we are eating animal product. It's because we're eating animal product consistently. Keyword, consistently. What, you know, to quote Sinful the P, and I'm paraphrasing him, whatever you do once a day is not going to hold any dominion in your life. It's not going to swing the scale in your life. But whatever you do 4 times a week, 30 minutes a day, and you give it 80 to 100% effort, now that is going to swing the pendulum. That will swing the pendulum because you are putting in sufficient amount of time for that to impact you in a positive or a negative way. Last rule. Go ahead. Last rule when it comes to health. You must weigh yourself once a week. You must weigh yourself once a week. Why is this important? We're going to use Gail, for example, because Gail is my favorite moderator. I'm going to use her example.
Okay.
If Gail, you know, she had a bad week and, you know, this week she decided to eat everything in sight and Gail gained 5 pounds. If Gail weighs herself every week, we could make, keyword, a small change and we could get Gail back on track the following week. But once you step on a scale once a year or once every 10 years, there is no such thing as a small change. We have to completely change the person. And what is the odds of that happening? Don't worry, I'll wait.
Let me ask you this, United Fitness. My team is ready to drop you an email. Would you be willing to come back on my platform and it'll be all about you and the knowledge that you are giving?
Oh, for sure. Again, once I saw you talking about health, I usually would like to come on my bike, but again, I don't have my bike readily available right now, but I had to just chime in on this because I work with clients and I work with people who come from me to consultations, and it's sad. It's really sad because some people have drifted off so far off the mark. They're just so far. You know, Kevin Samuel says you're done. When he tells females, oh, you got 3 kids, you this and that, and you're done. And unfortunately, for some of you guys, you can't unreverse the heart disease. I mean, the heart surgery. You can't reverse the foot amputation. You can't reverse these things. Some of these things are permanent. You can't unreverse the doctor taking out your uterus. I have many females that I do consultation with, and they're in their late 30s, early 40s without uteruses.
Right.
Because of poor lifestyle choices. It has nothing to do because and I'm gonna leave it at this, and I'm gonna pass the mic because it aggravates me when I hear people blaming this nonsense on God. No, it has nothing to do with God. It has everything to do with your core choices you're making, and you refuse to change. God had nothing to do with this. You did this to yourself. And I'll
That's
pass the
true.
mic.
That's true.
That's
But like I
powerful.
said,
Thank you so much.
I wanna, because I know who you are, and a lot of people don't know. I am very humble, United, because you came to this platform. You're educating. I have 300 subscribers. You're educating us very well, and for you to take the time to come here and to speak. I want you to understand that I thank you, and I'm very humble that you came to my platform to, as they say, give a drop the mic information. So I don't take it very lightly, and I will have my team reaching out to you to kind of give you your one-on-one space and really try to educate us, and we'll probably end up having, I got to get out here and get to the gym. That way I can be riding my bike right in front of everybody with my camera rolling. And that way Gail won't be trying to outdo me, be talking about she in the gym. I'll be doing my live at the gym somewhere. I ain't going to let y'all see me in the beginning passing out on somebody's treadmill. I'll get there.
I got a question. I got a question for United. May I ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
United. So as a personal trainer, the difference, of course, with women and men, it gets harder for us. I know I know I struggled in the beginning harder and longer because I'm older and my hormones. So it's different for women and harder for women, I think, would you say, in your opinion, for us to get the weight off after we pass a certain age than the men? Or what's your opinion on that? Because do you have a different strategy of how you train a woman versus how you train a man?
To answer your question, and usually when I work with males and females, the males generally tend to lose the weight much faster than the women. However, with that being said, there is no hurdle that a woman, it's not like you can't lose the weight. You will be able to lose the weight. For some reason, the men just lose it. If a woman lose 2 pounds on average, let me use real examples. On average, most of the people that I work with lose about 2 pounds to 2.5 pounds a week. We have some outliers, like one of the ladies that I'm working with now. She lost 5 pounds last week, but her motivation is pretty strong. So, it's all really dependent on the person and how motivated they are to get this done. Now, this lady, she was on the verge of getting her, her chest cut open and do the bypass, and she did not want to do that. Well, she's a very smart lady. She's not a young lady. She's 55, to give it an average. The average people that I deal with are between the ages of 45 and 60, and these are the people that I target. Why? Because this is the sickest demographic in the United States. If you're between 45 and 60, you are the sickest demographic in the United States. That's just what it is.
That's facts.
So I hope that I answer your question. Now, in regards to the exercise, now I'm not a big proponent of high intensity anything. I don't do high intensity with none of the people I work with, because truth of the matter is none of them can do it. None of them can do no high intensity burpees and none of that, because some of them are just excessively overweight, and some of them just everything hurts when they walk, and when they walk, so they cannot do that. So I'll focus more on resistance bands training, where they could remain a little bit static. They still have to move, not too crazy, but that's where I go, because if I have somebody 55 years old, like I said, my average client is between the age of 45 and 60. Ain't no person they're not doing no burpees. They can't do no burpees. Most people, and this is no this is no this. Most people cannot manipulate their own body weight. They can't do a push-up. They cannot work with their own body weight. So we have to find another method of working. And this is why I'm a big proponent, or if you have dumbbells, use those. If you have resistance band, use those until you can build up to a point where you can manipulate your own body weight. So, all these things that, you don't need any weights, you could do your body. Yeah, that's working under the assumption that you could work with your body weight. And 99.9 people that I work with cannot.
Do you also suggest nutrition with them?
Patrice. Hold on, Patrice. I want you to hold that question. Write it down. Hold it. Don't move. Let me get this other young lady, Candy Ann, because she's not in America. And she's coming.
I'm in America. I'm
Oh,
right
you
here.
are? Okay,
Oh, yeah.
okay.
I'm right here
I
in
seen your
Connecticut.
YouTube. I thought you were still overseas.
Overseas? When did you ever see me overseas? That's awesome. I'd love to be overseas, but I'm not.
maybe it's because I got thrown off by your accent.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Fair enough.
Okay.
No,
But
I just
do
want to
have some
ask right
people
quick.
who are overseas.
I just want to ask right quick, the people
Sure,
you
go ahead.
work with, do you also encourage them to like change their diet, cook better, shop healthier, and maybe get with a nutrition to like change their habits and things like that?
What, with the people that I work with, again, rule number 2, 90% of everything you put in your mouth needs to be a fruit and a vegetable. I give them a food shopping list, and as long as I'm working with them and they're losing the weight, I don't really check up on them too much. But when I see that here's the thing, and I don't do this anymore. I used to work, do free sessions with people. If there is absolutely no reason why 3 consecutive weeks have passed and either one, you have remained the same or you gain weight. If these 2 things happen in 3 consecutive weeks, then I know that person is playing. There is no reason that in 21 days you've remained the same or gain weight. If that happens, that means you playing and you're not really serious about this. You should be able to show progress in 21 days.
Thank you for answering my question.
All right. Candy Ann, I just want you to know you are on my list for people I also would love to interview. So Candy Ann, can you please introduce yourself to the panel as well as to the chat, and what do you want to add to this conversation?
All right. Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Candid Ann. I've been a YouTuber for over 10 years now. I really started off in the natural hair community, and I used to have a session on Fridays called Friday Night Confessionals, in which I talk about like a variety of different things, just whatever I wanted to. But I became a registered nurse about 5 years ago, and I took a lot of my content off because it was quite spicy. I have quite a mouth. And so just not wanting to have any issues there, I took a lot of that stuff off. But now I am changing it over to Candid Conversations. And so this is right up my alley in terms of just talking about relationships, health, and all these different kinds of things. It's right up my alley. So I just wanted to piggyback a little bit off of what the gentleman was talking about. And I've been hearing a lot of other YouTubers telling people like what to eat and how to do certain things. So just a little background, I've spent about the last 2 years literally working, not in the cath lab, but right after you get a cath, right after they put a stent in your heart, you come to me and I take care of you. And if you're not able to get a stent, and I'm not going to go too much into all of that stuff, I prepare you for the bypass. I've worked in a cardiothoracic ICU after they open your chest and literally either do a bypass on you or literally have given you a new heart. So I'm very familiar with cardiovascular health, and I will tell you that the number 1 killer in the United States is heart-related diseases over cardiovascular health. So it is very serious and it's very real. And unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of Black people, young, really young, 20s, 30s, come to the hospital because of hypertension, because they don't know they have hypertension, or their friends have been telling them they can take this route or that route, or they can pray, all kinds of crap, because they don't want to take care. Well overweight, BMI off the charts, but they're thinking they could pray, they can take some kind of route or some kind of weird thing, and they can not take their blood pressure medications. And it's serious. Another, so one thing I do want to just say is the gentleman was talking about how 90% of the food you consume should be fruits or vegetables. And I want to tell people that check with your doctor. Obviously, it's for informational purposes only. We're not, I am a healthcare provider. I am a healthcare professional, but if you have diabetes, be careful with those fruits. Some of those fruits can spike your blood sugar. So
I'm
just
sorry.
be careful.
I have to dispel that myth. that
Hold
is
on. Let me just finish talk because
yes.
I'm the one that's in the hospital poking you and giving you insulin. So I'm gonna have to just talk a little bit about. I'm not saying that every single fruit and vegetable is harmful. I'm just telling you that if you are diabetic, be careful with which ones that you consume. Test your blood sugar and find out if certain ones are okay. Yes, there are certain blood sugar, certain fruits that you can take that's going to be fine, but there are certain ones that are not. And I'm the one in the hospital when your foot gets cut off, wrapping your toes. I'm the one poking you, looking at that 500 insulin, that 300 insulin, dripping insulin into your. I'm there. So, you know, I respect you, and I'm not like here to like go back and forth. I'm just saying that just be careful. Just check with your doctor. Fruits and vegetables are important. I want people to take them. It's important. Yes, I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing with you there. I'm just saying be careful as it pertains to fruit. Just be careful with which ones you consume if you happen to be a diabetic. That's all I'm saying.
And
Oh,
and hold up. We can't debate that one. And I get both sides of the argument. Again, information, everybody in the chat. We definitely going to print it. Check with your doctor. Please check with your doctor, and you got to go with that. The only reason why I'm gonna slow down in that debate, I'm not going to debate you, United Fitness. I do happen to know some diabetics. That happens to be something I've heard over and over, and they do avoid that. And so the only thing I can say or argue with is let everybody go to the doctor.
Yes, it's not
And
going to be the
that's going
same
to
for
have to be one of
everybody.
those debatable conversations because I've heard about diabetes and sugar and et cetera. And if you study the research that contradicts that, I have to put that back on the medical profession so that no one tries to use my platform as a means of trying to sue little old me because of information that's not in the American Medical Advisory Board. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not disputing it, but I got to protect my business too. And trust me, after all the work I got to do with Intentional Millionaire, I can't afford to lose $1.
fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. Fair
Like I
enough.
said, I'm not saying that it's going to be true for everyone. I'm just saying that just because you have diabetes and I might have diabetes, and I don't have diabetes, but another person might, it's not all the same. Some people are more sensitive than others. So I'm just asking people to check in with their doctors and work with their educators, their diabetic educators, before jumping on that bandwagon. It might be fine for you, but it might not. I'm just asking people to please be careful because I've seen too much. I've dealt with too much, and people get very upset when you talk about having to cut a toe, cut a limb when they are in diabetic ketoacidosis. It gets real. So that's the only reason why. But I agree a lot. And a Mediterranean diet, he also spoke about meat. And I just wanted to touch a little bit about that too. I 100% agree with him, but I wanted to piggyback a little bit in saying that people that live the longest have been shown to eat a Mediterranean diet, and it includes a lot of fish. And so fish is included in meat, but we're not talking about red meat, right? And it is lean, healthy, unprocessed foods. So if you do want to have some protein, I completely agree with the gentleman. Having a balanced diet and eating mainly fruits and vegetables in a balanced diet. But if you want to eat meat and you need that protein, look into healthy fishes. Salmon and tuna and these different things are wonderful if you can consume, if you don't have an allergy and all that other stuff. Because if you watch and see, like we promote a Mediterranean diet, and which really involves, like I said, lots of fruits, vegetables, whole grains, healthy fats, and fish.
Excellent. Let me ask y'all something. Now that I got now I'm gonna let y'all know Candace Ann is spicy now. She's spicy. I said, oh yeah, I gotta put her on my radar. But let me say this to you, Candace Ann, I do not take it lightly. As I said with United Fitness, because I know your platform, that you came to mind and participated here. And for a lot of kind of big YouTubers, I don't take it lightly that you've come to mind and be able to give the information you give and and drop your holistic knowledge and everything else. So I just want to thank you for taking the time to come here and speak on my platform. And trust me, I don't take it lightly at all. And being able to not only speak, but give community solutions, a lot of information and some guidance on things she could do, what she could do, and how to build up herself where she's at. And I think that is one of the most unique things that I'm trying to produce on this platform is A, change the narrative, B, really speak the narrative, speak a different narrative, and give solutions to many of the complicated problems that we do have within our community, whether that's our health, whether it's mental health, spiritual health, physical health, relationship health. I know that, and I usually don't really say his name on my platform, but I'm gonna say it now. I know just saying Kevin Samuels make people just either go to the far left or to the far right. And my attitude is, well, whether you like them or don't, what part of the conversation might be true, whether you like the delivery or not. So I'm more in trying to go down that middle road, when it comes to the conversation, because okay, we all know the problem. What in the world is the solution?
Right. I think a lot for me, I really think that you are the first doctor. I know most people are going to probably disagree with me there, but everyone is different and you have to be your own advocate. Okay? So prevention is the best thing. And so what this gentleman was talking about, Mr. Roger, he's absolutely right. That exercise, he's straight on point with that. He's absolutely on point with that. That exercise is it's not just eating properly, but it's also the diet and exercise. And the crap he's talking about regarding, oh, Jesus is going to help. I've heard it. I've been at the bedside where people talking about, you know what, the Lord will do it for me, And so he's spot on. He's spot on with that also. Some of the things I want to tell people, especially men, and especially when it comes to your blood pressure medication. Listen, if I can get honest with you guys, a lot of men, black men especially, that blood pressure medication, there's a lot of blood pressure medications. And so you have to work with your doctor to find out which one is the right one for you, because unfortunately, a side effect of some of these blood pressure medications is erectile dysfunction.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and when that thing starts singing and when it stops doing what you want it to do, people are like, oh, hell no, I'm not taking this damn blood pressure medication anymore.
That part.
Okay, and so what
Yeah.
happens next? What happens next? You're gonna end up with no kidneys, and you're still gonna take you're still gonna take the blood pressure medication at the end of the day, and now you're on dialysis and you've shortened your life. Right? I've
Right.
seen it so many times. So I tell people, listen, don't give up. Don't give up on the blood pressure medication. Work with your doctor. If the one that he gave you is giving you side effects, tell him, listen, this one isn't the one for me. This is what's happening to me. Can you give me something else? Can I try something else? There's so many blood pressure medications out there. Don't just not take it because the side effects that you're getting is too much for you. You have to work with the doctor. And a lot of people who have high blood sugar, I test their sugar and the sugar is 300 and something. Oh, that's good for me. I said, what? Oh, it's normally higher than that. That's good for me. It's good for nobody. 300, 200, that's good for nobody. I take someone's blood pressure and it says 150/90. Oh, that's great. That's good. I'm doing good. They don't even know. You have high blood pressure and you don't even know what a normal blood pressure is. And you're walking around here living. Men, if you're married, please know what your blood pressure medications, what pills you're taking. A lot of people come to the hospital and I say to them, so what medications you're taking? Oh, I don't know. My wife knows all that information. I don't know. What? You better hope that your wife loves you, because you'd be an easy person to kill if she decides to slip something in there that she don't want you to have. You have to be responsible for yourself. You have to know what each of these pills are doing. So I'm a big advocate on people, like, work with your doctor, but you have to educate yourself as well.
And if you're taking high blood pressure medication, most likely you're taking lisinopril or benacepril. You're taking one of those two. That's the most popular one that's prescribed. That's most of my clients are on those two. If you're high cholesterol,
can I-
you're taking statin. If you got diabetes, obviously you're taking the metformin, and you're taking the insulin. Well, go ahead.
There's a whole bunch of others. There's Norvasc. There is a whole slew of others.
Correct.
But yes, those are some of the ones that you're taking. And for Black people, if you're taking anything that ends in pril, or ACE, you can have like a cough. But I'm not going to get all into the specifics of that. Just want to let you guys know to work with your doctor. That's the main thing, is to work with your doctor. Because let me tell you something. I don't even know if I should say this.
Well, let me add something real quick, because
Yes,
I
sir.
actually had high blood pressure. So I'm not disputing. I'm not disputing. I'm just going to add what my research and how I got my blood pressure down to what is it, like 117/77.
Excellent.
And it was 150 over 100. So there's a cardiologist called Dr. Edelston, and he teach in Dr. McDougall, right? These are world-renowned cardiologists, and Dr. Funk. And they talk about homeopathic medicine, so curing yourself through food. So Dr. Funk talks about you fasting to lower and keep your blood pressure down. Dr. Edelston talks about food and diet. So in Okinawa, they have the healthiest diets in the world. They live the longest with no heart disease. They have very little to no meat, including fish, very little to no meat, because when you're eating oil or any type of fat, the fat will actually clog and put plaque on your arteries. So it's better to have no fat or very little fat. So the research kind of agrees with United in that aspect, to saying that you want to have 10% of meat or any type of animal fat or even plant fat. And I didn't do any exercise, and I lost 120 pounds just by changing my diets to 50% starch and 50% vegetables, right? Well, all vegetables, but 50% was starchy vegetables, and then other 50% was green leafy vegetables, and with vinegar to get the nitrous oxide, so that your arteries can dilate. So that will prevent you from having ED, because vinegar with like a balsamic vinegar with spinach will create nitrous oxide to keep your arteries dilated, to keep you from erectile dysfunction. So I just want to add that. It's not for a contentious point, but just to talk about other doctors. And it's a 1 million community strong. You can look them up on YouTube. Dr. Edelston, Dr. McDougall, Dr. Funk, and they have conferences every year. Millions of people join up, and they have lots of research. And these are world-renowned cardiologists. So I just want to add that. And
I know all three of them, every single one you mentioned.
Right, and it worked, right? Like 80% clogged artery to 30%. Take K2 vitamin if you have what is that, like arthritis or something like that, because it keeps the soft tissue soft, and it removes the plaque from your arteries, removes the plaque from your joints to keep your K2, right? Just stuff like that, just to clean your system out. So it worked for me. That's what I would say.
I agree. I absolutely support that, and I agree. I have no contention, no problem with that at all. My main issue is the people that don't do anything about it and think that Jesus is going to help, or they talk about it's rabbit food. I literally had someone come from the cath lab, got 2 stents. Right, literally came from the cath lab, and when you come to the cardiac cath lab, they put you on a cardiac healthy diet. So you're restricted, and so by dinner time he couldn't have a burger, and got so upset he slammed the phone down. Had his son, this is before COVID, slammed the phone down on the nutritionist. Had his son come by and bring him McDonald's. You just got 2 stents, and you refuse to even stick to a healthy diet.
Well, it's addiction. I'm a food addict, right? I cannot, if I take a cheat day, that cheat day turns into 2 months. Like it's an addiction, right? So for me, I cannot even look at certain foods, or I'm going to binge eat or whatever, right? So it's a food addiction. I think we also have to look at it from that aspect. This is all we have known. I've been eating fast food all my life until the age of 30. All my life. This is all we know. When we're happy, we eat fast food. When we're sad, we eat fast food. Like, I was in a relationship before, and there was times where she would get on me about eating, and I would not hang out with her just to go eat because I felt more comfortable just eating fast food and having more affection to that than my own girlfriend. It's an addiction, right? It's not just about, oh, you need to do better. It's an addiction. The only reason why I changed is because my father had high blood pressure. My father had a stroke in the womb and he died. And when I had blood pressure, I was alone. No girlfriend, no nothing. I was alone in a foreign country. So it was either fix myself or I'm going to die. And I'm going to die and rot in an apartment and nobody's going to know because I didn't have anyone, I didn't have any relationship. So, but it's, you know, it's an addiction. It's real. It's just as
Wow.
strong as crack cocaine.
Yes, it is,
Let
especially
me
like sugar.
and United Fitness. Let me ask both of you a question. I'm going to take it all the way back. Have y'all heard what Community Solutions is wanting to do?
No, I unfortunately I did not hear that portion. So if you
Okay.
can please repeat.
Sure. What Community Solutions is trying to do, she wants to set up two things. One, she wants to have a platform in where she wants to find, you know, get problems that's in anybody's individual community and be able to come up with solutions to whatever the community problem. And the way we got into the health part is because she wants to set up a business, you know, where she can have, like she's in Louisiana. She want to be able to set up a good health, like a health food place where people, especially in poor neighborhoods, can get good fruits and vegetables to buy and be able to distribute, you know, wholesome foods in like the food desert aspect of it. What advice or what's some things that, you know, y'all can think of that she can maybe start doing to try to help in the sense of developing her business and getting her ideas to the forefront?
Well, I will answer this by you said food deserts. Now, most like me personally, I never think the food desert is the problem, even though we do have food deserts. That I cannot outline that. I think most of the problem we have is that people just don't know. They just don't know how to make good lifestyle choices. I think the piece that we have to work in is people just don't understand the importance of a fruit and a vegetable. They just don't. And I think it's more of an educational piece that we're missing, more than, you know, getting access to food. Because quite frankly, it's very rare that I run into people that don't know that they need to be eating fruits and vegetables more. Yeah, it's very rare that most people know exactly what to do. The problem is, how do we get them to do it? I think that's what we have to tackle now. In regards to where do you get the food at, I won't have the slightest idea to tell you, but I think that we should work on making people more knowledgeable about what is like for and I'm like Candid Ann, she works in a hospital and she could vouch to this because I used to work in a hospital. I wasn't a nurse, I was more in the administration, but you'll be surprised, not be surprised. Most of my clients are taking high blood pressure pill and they cannot explain to me what high blood pressure is. They had high blood pressure for 30 years.
Facts.
Ask them, explain that to me. Explain blood pressure to me. And they cannot. Explain high cholesterol to me. They cannot. Explain diabetes to me. They cannot explain the things that they're suffering from.
Absolutely true.
And I think it's more of an educational piece more than anything else. And I'll pass it on to Ms. Candy Ann.
Yeah, I 100% support what that man just said. He is on point with that. And the thing that aggravates the crap out of me is that we know so much about the latest Jordans. When I come out of my job, if there's a line at the dumb Foot Locker for people buying Jordans and J's and all kinds of crap, but when I tell you to pick up this Lisinopril, when I tell you to pick up this medication, you're talking about it's too much. But when I look at your shoes in the closet, you're wearing expensive sneakers, you're wearing expensive crap. The things that we pay attention to in our community, it's wrong. We're concerned about looking good on the outside, but we're not concerned about being healthy on the inside. And that's the thing that frustrates me because we're
That's
dying.
facts.
We are dying. I
Absolutely.
promise you, we're losing
We
husbands
are.
out here. You know, even in the industry, like Bismarcky dead at what, 57. Thomas Ford dead at 52. Big Pun dead at 28. Michael Clark Duncan dead at 54. Black Rob dead at 51. I mean, they didn't even hit to their
Yeah.
60s.
Yep.
Andre Harrell dead at 59. Come on now.
Yeah.
We're so concerned about buying these Jordans and buying this crap and buying Versace crap robes and all kind of nonsense, but we're overweight and unhealthy. And when that man is right, when you ask people what's a healthy blood pressure, they don't know. They don't even know what the pills their wife is giving them. It's frustrating.
What's
I'm
the
It starts with
what's the
education.
the
This is what
famous
I'm-
producer too, that director that just died from Boys in the Hood, Singletary? I don't think he made 60 yet, and he had high blood pressure. That's what he died
Well,
from.
Right, and I'm going to tell everybody in the chat, again, all this information is just information purposes. But I will boldly say that tomorrow I have a lot of running around to do in the morning. But I have what the heck is it? Something fitness over here. It'll come to my mind in a second. But yeah, I'm gonna declare for me. I have high blood pressure, but I am very well connected to the VA hospital where I'm at, and I do take medication. I am a vegan / vegetarian, but I got to get on my game too. So because of all the information you gave, I'm going to try to set a goal. 100 pounds got to come off Uncle Stu. We
But
got to get right
Uncle
because
Stu,
as a leader, I got to make the
Uncle
first
Stu,
step.
Uncle
Yeah.
Stu, is some bad feedback coming, I think, from Community Pro.
okay, yeah, that sounds better. I don't know
Okay.
who that was.
Like I
Uncle
said,
Stu?
I think I'm going to, now I'm saying 100. That's a big lofty goal, but I think I'm going to have to get right because if I'm going to claim myself a leader and claim myself to be the head, then I got to do it first.
Uncle Stu, can I ask you, do you have a blood pressure machine in your home?
Yes, I do.
Oh, okay. And so are you using it on a regular basis?
Yes.
Okay,
My blood
fabulous.
pressure with my medicine is excellent.
Okay, great. Because I've had patients, believe it or not, they're afraid to look at the number. They're
Yeah.
afraid to test it. They have the machine in their home, and they're afraid to look at it. Just like the weight that the man was talking about, getting on that scale. People have the scale in their house, and he said something that's really important. Getting on that scale once a week is extremely important. We teach patients, especially if you are a cardiac patient or you have any kind of cardiovascular disease, to hop on that scale. Not just for the losing weight aspect, but if you're gaining weight quickly, it's going to tell you something about the functionality of your heart. You might have to go to the hospital if you see that you're gaining weight very quickly.
Right.
So he's very right about that. It's important for us to have some of these things in our home and not buy the best quality that you can buy. We're quick to buy a lot of crap, but when it comes to purchasing things for our health, we want to skimp and scrimp.
And just
Well, you're absolutely right. And see, just to give you a quick background, I mean, my blood pressure went, just to show you how serious it got, my blood pressure it was exactly 195 over 101. And when they took my blood pressure, they told me I was supposed to be dead. And they did, kidneys was functioning, everything was functioning. That's when I got serious because the numbers was high. Next thing you know, it took about 4 to 5 months. My blood pressure went to normal. But then I fell off, not in blood pressure, but in really going into my health and into my diet. And I'm not going to make any excuses. So based on this information, hey, I'm putting the foot down and saying, okay, it's time for me to get right. It's time for me to get right. So I appreciate y'all.
The one last thing I'd like to add is sleep. I know we're out here trying to get the bag and get money and all this kind of stuff, but I would like to also emphasize the importance of getting rest, because when you're exercising and eating healthy and doing all these different things that we do, especially in America where it's a go, go, go. I'm from New York City. Everything is go, go, go. Rest is extremely important also. So making sure that you get rest is also extremely important. I just want to quickly add that in there. I'll shut up. I'll shut
Oh
up
no,
now.
you're good. You know why you good? Can I cheat? What part of New York City you from?
Go ahead, guess. What part do you think I'm from?
I don't know, because I'm from Upper
Oh,
West Side Manhattan.
the BX baby, the
Oh, I'm from Brooklyn.
Bronx. Okay, my husband's from Crown Heights. Hello.
We got all these Yankees in the house.
Yeah. And the last thing I wanted to add before I get off this chat, before I get off, like, and Miss Candid, she could attest to this. When you go to the hospital, when you do a triage, they do 3 things: temperature, blood pressure, and step on that scale. There's a reason why they do that. There's a reason. Those 3 things is going to let them know a lot about you. And the last thing, again, to piggyback what Miss Candid said, all of those men that she named that died in their 40s and 50s, there's a reason why I target 45 and 60. And I want to tell you this, men and black people, not men, black people as a whole, we are the most wasteful people on the planet. On average, black people leave 20 to 30 years worth of life on the table. I'm going to say that 2 more times. Black people, you die on average 20 to 30 years before your time. One more time. You die 20 to 30 years before your time. Do you know what you could do with 20 years and 30 years in compound interest in the stock market? Stop this nonsense. Stop this, because it's madness. That's what it is. It's madness. And if you don't die, and Ms. Candid could also attest to this, your last 20 to 30 years are miserable.
Absolutely facts.
You're
Facts.
dependent on somebody else for your needs. You can't walk. You're taking on average 4 to 7 medication, and you are burdened to your family. And this is disgusting. I know clients right now, they're arguing with their wife because they want to know which sickly parent is coming to live with them.
That's real talk. That's real facts.
Yep, absolutely
That's
right
real
about
facts.
that. Absolutely
So
right.
I really appreciate y'all dropping that knowledge, dropping that science. Let me ask you a question, Ms. Candy Ann. My question is going to be, because I asked the ladies before, we got a narrative out here, and that narrative is targeted towards black women. And I'm also going to go on to that Christian stuff. I'm gonna speak on that in a second. How do we, or what can we have as Ms. B Finesse would say, a plan of action to get rid of the narrative that is being pushed by women such as, and I'm gonna be bold about it, Lizzo, and this body positivity that it's okay to be overweight. You're supposed to love like I am and stop fat shaming.
I don't think that, listen, Lizzo is a pretty person. Her face is pretty, but I don't think that we're talking about the same. Well, Lizzo needs to understand, or help to make myself clear, that being pretty and being healthy are 2 different things. No one said that she's not a beautiful girl. We're just saying that she's not healthy. And so this body positivity thing, in terms of her being pretty, hey, you're gorgeous, wonderful. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about and what this gentleman that's health conscientious is talking about. I can't see his name because it's not on the bottom there, so I apologize.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, I don't, so one thing has nothing to do with the other. Mr. Roger has one thing has nothing to do with the other. So in terms of body positivity, like, hey, be positive or whatever. It got nothing to do with me. But what I'm telling you, and if you look up right now in the CDC and see how many people, I'll always have a job. Bro, I'm always going to have a job, because when you look up how many people are dying of cardiovascular disease, I'm always going to be employed. So it has nothing at all to do with her being pretty. She's going to be a pretty dead corpse if she doesn't get her health together. And that's facts. That got nothing to do with her being pretty or not. That's just simple facts about taking care of you on the inside.
You said something, and I personally never heard the argument, and you just gave it. Can you tell me and the chat and the community? I think that's a drop the mic moment. What's the difference between body positivity and unhealthy? Because you described it in a whole different way. She's pretty, but she's still unhealthy.
Yeah.
And I think, even sometimes for me, I get it confused even in the arguments. Okay, what's the difference? What is body shaming versus, hey, I'm trying to tell you to be healthy.
Right. So she comes from Hollywood, right? So I don't have a lot of information about like Hollywood and Hollywood and, this BBL and this fake breasts and fake all kinds of foolishness and the way that people look. And so, to her point, especially Monique back in the day, she used to talk about skinny bitches all the time and she would make fun of people that were skinny. I really don't have a whole lot to say about people in Hollywood because they're on a different agenda. I'm a person that thinks that, you're a good person, you're beautiful. I don't have an issue there. But when we're talking about health, being beautiful and pretty has absolutely nothing to do with being healthy. You can be
Right.
a pretty corpse. I've taken care of a lot of skinny diabetics. Their blood sugars are through the roof and they're gorgeous. So
Right.
one thing has absolutely nothing to do with the other.
Got you. Let's come up with a plan of action. Let's start with you, Community Solutions. This is your show. You done heard.
Go back into the chat to bring up something Mike Stewart said about he didn't think that it would work because his church did vegetable gardens
Right.
and they ended up becoming weeds. Well, I did too. What I'm gonna tell you something else about our people. We did vegetable gardens with the intention of being able to pass out the vegetables in the community because it was in a community where there was no store near. And the people would take the vegetables, but they wouldn't come out and work. So I do believe that and where I want to put it, there's more than our people that will utilize it. It's centrally located in the city. So if our people want to perish for lack of knowledge, that's on them. It's going to be there though. I'm not going to give up on it.
I don't
Yeah.
say give up on it. I think now this is me throwing in my theology. This is me throwing in the ministry aspect of it.
Community Solutions, you got bad feedback.
Yeah, you sure do. This is me taking lead in that area. I have to push back on the church because you're absolutely right. The church, the Christian church, especially in the Christian Black community, has been horrific at teaching a horrible narrative when it comes to health and teaching a horrible narrative as to what we really supposed to eat according to the Old Testament. And guess what? That same dietary law is written in the New Testament as well. And people have taken a particular scripture and totally butchered it up to give justifications behind horrible eating habits. So I am 100% in agreement with that. And that's going to be one of my notes. It's probably going to have to be an open discussion. And all we can do is plant the seed, produce the platform for the information, and either people will take it and utilize it, or we just it's gonna happen. Like I say all the time, we can sit here and have a lot of arguments. We can sit here and have a lot of debates. I'm coming down the center of the road. I'm going to try to be as neutral as I can. But if the extremes want to live extreme, I can only carry those that want to carry. So my whole thing is, hey, I'll give you the platform. I'll give you the information. What you do with it, there's nothing else I can do after that. As for me and my house, I'm going to serve the Lord and I'm going to do it right. As for me and my house, I'm going to sit up here and if I'm advised, have a business, this is the way you need to operate this business, this is the way you need to do it, right? If everybody else want to be on the left and the right and fight and argue, y'all go ahead. But for the people that want to rock with me, we're going to get healthy. We're going to get healthy in our minds, our bodies, our souls, our spirit, and we're going to live. So, I just thank y'all for the information and for trusting me and this platform to even come here and speak on it. So I thank y'all.
Well, can I just piggyback a little bit on what you said too, Uncle Stu, about the church, because we have to be 100% real about this. The church served us some of the most unhealthy food ever, right? Remember all those Christian mothers that would come with fried chicken. We would have bake sales, pies, and cakes. I mean, it's just been generational for in our culture of just unhealthy eating. So and the church had a lot to do with that. After church, they serving the foods. It was a lot of the wrong stuff. We didn't get as much as the vegetables and fruits as we should. We got fried chicken, macaroni and cheese. I remember as a kid, being having to eat that after church. The cakes and the pie sales for the fundraisers to raise money. So they played a big part in the unhealthy eating. But as well, like you said, in the urban communities, though, I see more McDonald's, Wendy's, Pizza Huts, and etc. than I see, the healthy Whole Foods in our communities. They put them in the wealthier or the more upscale communities. And then think about this, in our urban communities, a lot of them can't afford Whole Foods, because let's get real, Whole Foods is expensive. And to eat healthy on a constant basis is very expensive. So if you have a yard where you can grow your, vegetables and fruits or whatever, that's a great idea to do. If you, have that type of yard where you can grow herbs and spices and things of that nature as well. But again, in the urban communities, we all don't have those nice size yards where we can grow those things. So it's very limited, within our community. So we have to find ways to definitely do that. And with what Community Solution is talking about doing, I think will be a great help to her community in Louisiana. But everybody ain't gonna be able to do that. So we gotta do what we can within our families. The conversations has to be had within our families first, before we can go out into the communities to try to make that better. The conversations got to be had in the homes, with our relatives, with our friends that we know, that we love, that are unhealthy, living unhealthy lifestyles. And let's have them in a sensitive way where we're not bashing them or shaming them, but in a way out of love, saying the things like, I want you around. I want you to be, live your best healthy life that you can live. Don't you want to see your grandkids, get old, get married, or your first great grandchild, or things of that nature, because having the longevity. And we know that our Black men are dying, faster than the Black women for the most part. I mean, women just tend to outlive males for the most part. But, even if it's just you and your wife and your kids are grown and out the house, change your eating habits. Women, change the way you cook these meals for your men that have health issues. It has to start with us. If we're cooking the meals for the men, for our husbands or our mates or whatever, it starts with us too. Let's do it. Let's make that commitment together to start changing it together. Let's start taking walks, maybe join a gym. Do you have a gym in your complex where you live? Or let's join a gym or whatever it looks like. Those are some of the solutions that I would recommend, but it has to start with the home first.
And to add to that, let me tell I've been doing this for a while, and let me tell you this: the only reason most people change, the pain of whatever you're going through has to become so bad, whether it be physical pain, mental pain, that you get to the point that you say, I can't take this no more. It's very, very rare that you have somebody who just decides to change just for the sake of change. That rarely happens. Then let me tell you who comes to me. Number one, divorcees. When you go through a divorce, Most men or most women are broken. To them, that is the lowest spot they could ever be. And whenever you're at that state that you're broken, you're looking for answers. That's usually why they come to me. The number 2 reason why people come to me, and Miss Candid will tell you, is because you was unexpectedly diagnosed with some kind of illness. That always get them. That one always get them. It works every time. And the third reason why people come to me is because somebody you know died unexpectedly. What do I mean by that? If your grandmama died, you saw that coming. It was, you know, somebody in your family, but somebody close to you just dropped dead, boof, in their 40s, and you didn't see that coming. And that usually opens you up for change. Now, one of the things that Uncle Stu that I love you did, you made a public confession that you're going to lose the weight. And guess what? I'm going to be on YouTube for a while, so I'm gonna be like, hey, where you at? Where you at?
Yeah, well, listen, one thing that if you go back into one of my streams, you know, it's that one word, accountability. See, my motivation is not only to hold people accountable, but I surround myself with people that holds me accountable. You know, I have Miss B Finesse, I got Intentional Millionaire. You know, they my 2 closest ones that holds me accountable. My oldest daughter, who's in the chat, she holds, you know, they hold me accountable. You know, one of the most, you know, and so I can't sit up here and cry accountability, you know, for one group and not have accountability and make sure I'm being held accountable. You know, so if you hold me accountable, guess what? I gotta be held accountable. And see, y'all from New York, so y'all know how we gotta do, and there's no excuses. So yeah, you do that. I know Candy ain't gonna be like, all right, send me a picture of your blood pressure.
You already know. You already know, because my father, I wake him up, Daddy, what's your blood sugar in the morning?
Like,
oh yeah,
I'm
yeah.
gonna give you my number. All right, I want to see pictures.
I want to see what those numbers are, because I'm not playing games in here. It's serious. It's
I
really
just sent out a
serious.
blood pressure text.
But see, that's the only way that we can have a real community when you're advocating on one side and people say, well, you're doing all this advocating, but you still overweight, when in fact I could sit up here and say, yeah, but on this particular day I declared this, and a year later here I am, you know, and I'm supposed to be a businessman, so I should be the most healthiest person trying to run a business. But at the same time, you know, that's the only way we're going to do it. I can't get into this argument and say, oh, I got all this head knowledge, but I don't do nothing with it.
Can I see a lady, I think her name is LAS.
Hold on, I'm about to make sure everybody can see it.
Okay.
All right, there you go.
Okay, yeah. She said that most doctors don't tell you about fruits and vegetables. They tell you about medicine. And another person made a comment about how they put in our communities mostly the fast foods. You don't get the whole foods and all that kind of stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, you are responsible for your purchasing power. If a Whole Foods could exist, if we would buy that, it would exist in our neighborhoods. I'm from the Bronx, right? You can go to Key Food, Top Tomato, and people pass right by the fruits and vegetables and they purchase what they want to purchase. Doctors tell you about fruits and vegetables if you are willing to learn about it, if you ask about it. But most people are not interested. They just want to pop a pill. They want to eat what they want and just pop a pill. They want to eat the ice cream. Oh, I'll just take a little extra insulin. Well, I'll just have a little extra insulin. I'll just put 60 units instead. And so the doctor's going to tell you whatever it is that he's going to try to do the best he can to work with where your headspace is at, to meet you where you're at. But if you are a person that's interested, if you tell that's why I'm a big advocate and telling you guys that you are your own advocate. You are the first doctor. Okay. So you have to work with these doctors and tell them, what can I do to prevent further disease? Can I reverse this? How can I change my lifestyle? Instead of asking them, is there a pill for that? There's a pill for that. We'll give it to you. Right. But if you they'll give it to you, that's what you want. But if you ask them to work with you and to change, they'll tell you about that. But most people aren't interested because it's too much work.
Y'all want to know what's funny? Get the first place I worked at when I turned 16, and I stayed there all the way up till I was 19. I used to work at D'Agostino Supermarket, so you know that I know.
Yeah. And Candy Ann, I mean, I've never heard somebody put it that way, but she's 120% right when she says this. If there is no demand, ain't nobody gonna supply it. There is no demand for fruits and vegetables in the hood. So guess what? There ain't gonna be any. There is nobody's gonna supply a demand that nobody asks for. So
Yeah.
she's 100%. You want people to sell you something you don't want.
Here?
Hmm?
Do you think it's a
Community
bad
solutions.
here?
No.
I'm gonna tell you this. Somewhere along the line, there's a like a static.
Yeah. And yes, and no, you like Miss Candy Ann said, like I said, in the fruits, if the doctors in medicine, the doctor is indoctrinated in a way of performing medicine, and so is the patient. Like Miss Candy Ann said, you come into the hospital already asking for the pill. You already, because you've been indoctrinated to ask for the pill, and the
Right.
doctor's gonna give you the pill. That's just how it has been taught. And to say this about doctors, because I want you, like Miss Candy Ann said, you have to be your own advocate. And Miss Candy Ann, she could have tested it as well. Doctors are not employees. They are private contractors. What does that mean? The doctor does not get paid unless he does something to you. He is incentivized to do something to you. Now, I will say this. I've worked in a hospital, and most doctors, they are trying to do the right thing. However, the patient is so indoctrinated that the doctor could easily tell you, hey, man, go back home, change your diet for 3 months, come back. And if you come back and it's the same, we could do the heart surgery. I have seen so many patients come in and just say, cut me open without asking for an alternative. I'm like, Jesus Christ, you're stupid. Like, geez. The doctors, like I said, even though, the doctors are there to help you, remember, they have their vested interest as well, meaning that there's literally, if you go to the Medicare website, it will show you, it will tell you exactly how much the doctor will get paid if he perform heart surgery on you. And let me tell you, if your doctor has a cardiology wing, they're making money. Candy Ann will tell you, they're making money. So
Yes.
when you go inside there to the doctor, yes, even though the doctor may or may not have your best interest at heart, remember, his check is tied to a procedure or something he or she does to you. So some of them, they're not even going to give you the option to cut you open tomorrow. So I just want to put that open.
I mean, I don't know how true or false. I don't know anything about that. But there's so many people with cardiovascular disease that there's no lack. There's no lack in,
my baby mom is a heart surgeon. That's what I'm telling you.
Right. There's no lack in the amount of people that need these procedures. And if it gets to the point where you need open heart surgery, then you need open heart surgery. It's not like you can not get it. And so open heart, getting a bypass, what we call a CABG, which is a coronary artery bypass graft. We call that nurses, we call it a CABG for short. When you're about to get a CABG, you need that. Like I have literally, while a person's like getting ready to get their CABG, they're literally having heart problems in the shower. And I've done CPR in the damn shower because a person's having such heart pain, because, so if you need a CABG, it's not like you can just not get it, but before you even get there, there's so many steps. You don't go from, that's a long history of not doing the right thing for a long period of time, not exercising, not eating right, not taking your blood pressure medication, eating too much red meat. It's a long list of things that you do wrong before you get to that CABG, before you get to that core. It's funny we call it CABG and it's terrible, but before you get to that open heart surgery, there's a long list of things that you do.
Right. Well, this is what I'm going to say. Community Solutions, to answer your question, look at the positive. The answer is yes. It is going to work. Is it going to be easy? No, but it's going to work. Look at what just you did tonight. You brought a problem. You had some solutions. And if I get spiritual for the moment, look how God brought in all of this wealth of knowledge and information in this platform because of you. you get it started. You are the one that's getting it started. So guess what you did? Just by you coming up with a problem and speaking solutions, other people came up with solutions to maybe some problems you had. Guess what? Community Solutions just got started. You just got started. So look at all the information you can now place on your platform and the people you can connect with that can speak on your platform. You're talking about number one, you got a nurse, you got a fitness guru, you got other people that have knowledge about you got you on there with Black Tropical. I'm going to reach out to them to teach everybody how do we start a garden in our home. If you do live in the city, here, I got to sit up here now and take my blood pressure because I got a nurse that's going to be saying, I want to see the numbers, holding me accountable. You understand? So you got to just take what you got and get it done. And you doing awesome. Look, United Fitness just sent out a thing. It will work. If you help one person, you done well. And guess what? You just helped me. You just helped me. I have no more excuses. None. Y'all wiped them all out the table.
It can work if you want it to, but don't be discouraged if it's not going. Like, unfortunately, here on YouTube, the salacious things get more popular than the health and things like that. But don't be
Absolutely.
discouraged. It really starts with people wanting the gentleman. Oh my God, I forgot his name again.
United Fitness.
Mr. United Fitness.
Yeah, his name is Roger, but he
Okay.
goes by United Fitness as far as his YouTube channel.
Okay.
He is he does fitness down in Gail, make sure I got it right, down in Mexico.
Ah, wow.
But we who came through TLA, we used to watch him on TLA, and normally the way he actually comes on is he has a stationary bike.
Right, I've seen him on that bike.
Yeah, and he'll be right. And if you know TLA's channel, you might be in the back for about 30, 40 minutes before you get on. And okay, yeah, I'm right. He's in Mexico. And once he be riding, and it's like, and sometimes you'll see the sarcasm in the chat, like who he think he is, and he gonna pack, and I'm sitting up here saying, Lord, boy, I hope I could do that one day, be up there and just ride a bike and then be able to talk like I ain't been doing nothing.
Right.
So that just lets me know how healthy he is.
Right. And so it can work, but I think that what's wonderful, not only that we're having this conversation, is that with the internet, with unfortunately the fact that we've had this pandemic, people are able to order food from their phone a lot more easier than ever. And so you have the ability to order fruits, vegetables, and all kinds of different things. These companies, in order to stay alive, in order for their businesses to stay alive, they had to go online. And so if that can be something that's also integrated into these whatever program that you want, Miss Community Solutions, if that can be something that's also integrated into your program, as an option. If a person is having, I'm not sure about the food desert. I'm sure they probably exist. I just haven't experienced that, even coming from the Bronx. And right now I live in Connecticut. I haven't experienced that, but just because I experienced it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist. We still have access to ordering food online. My brother told me about, I won't say the company because I'm still playing around with them, but they'll give you the macros right on there. They'll tell you like the carbs, the protein right on the dish, the fiber, everything, and it comes prepackaged. If you can afford it, not everyone's going to be able to afford it, granted, but some people can. Like we spend our money in the place that we really care about. We spend our money on wigs and weaves and all kinds of stuff, but
That's true.
when it comes to thinking about spending money on ordering health, because if you can't cook and you don't have the time and you want these healthy foods, that might be an option. I'm not saying it's going to work for everyone. I'm just giving like a couple of solutions that might work for somebody. You might be able to pick 2 or 3 things out of the 10 that people offer. Whatever works for you, pick up whatever you can and make a change for yourself.
Candid Ann, can I ask you a question? Because Uncle Stu's daughter.
Hold up, OG. I'm about to give it to you right now. And Community Solutions, just to show you that you write down the target. As you heard me maybe said earlier, my daughter got her own business, and on this platform, I'm promoting not because she's my child. It is because her product is natural. You see what I'm saying? She's strictly down the natural, that whole natural line. So as we eat right and do right, there's natural products we can use. You know what I'm saying? Natural lotions. I use it. I'm not just her dad. I actually use the product. You know what I'm saying? So there's no excuse for me to have y'all know how we do. Us men get them white hands. That bottle come out real quick and it's good. So you're making the networks now, and that's what's going to make it happen. That's what's going to make it work. We just got to all come together and make it work. You know what I mean? Because they do have a program in New York that helps in the food desert. Ironically, it started in the Bronx. And then they got places where it's in Harlem, but he actually started in the Bronx, where they was growing food on top of brownstones.
That's cool. That's so cool.
Yeah.
I didn't know about that.
Yeah, there is a program in New York for that. But it's just time for me to get on my grind as a leader and get the information out and help you the best way I can. And she's absolutely right. I mean, I have a small YouTube channel. If I was talking about content creators and drugs and every negative thing out here, I probably had 2,000-3,000 people on this. But I don't. But I'm gonna make my 300 as strong and as educated as possible.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Are you still getting feedback from me? I
No,
went
I'm not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so to Candid Ann, that's my business plan actually, is to my backup plan is delivery. So I was gonna do the delivery myself unless I got a really good deal with like Instacart. But you guys in New York, everything is compact and condensed. It's like LA. Every other corner is a store. When you move into these outer areas, uh the stores are few and far between, especially like in the communities. Now, it's a big enough community that I would have business. I definitely would have business. And it's compact, it's near the area I'm looking at is near downtown. There's also an area right across the street from a hospital, and another area by the HBCU Southern University, which that councilwoman she's very helpful. She would be very excited to have something. So I do believe that I would have I probably won't get rich because the profit margin for a grocery store is small, but I do believe I would have enough business to, be somewhat successful. You know what I mean?
Let me say this. This is something I learned about business. And this is to keep you motivated. A woman, this is when I was 18 years old. Woman told me, when you establish a business, the amount of money you want to make is what's going to sustain you right now. So in other words, if it takes $20,000 just for you to pay for your rent, your light, your gas, electric, and food, if that's what you make per year, you're running a successful business. You understand? Anything outside of that is extra, yes. But if you able to live and do business, guess what? You're successful.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, it's not, but then it's very easy there because nobody's doing it. So it would really be particularly profitable among people who can't get out, like elderly people and stuff, people who
Right.
don't have transportation.
Right.
You know?
I got a question. Do you have a question for Tiana? Because she said that you was about to ask her something and I cut you off.
No, that was me. I was
Oh, I'm sorry.
no, that's okay. I was going to mention to Candid Ann the question that Tiana had put in the chat earlier about, like, you have certain people that are on steroids, right? And we all know what steroids can do to the body naturally, just blow them up, and things of that nature. But with that being said, like, what would your recommendation be as a nurse? Just giving medical information, not, what I mean, as far as definitely how to eat healthier, and also along with exercising, because I could imagine you probably have to do it even harder when you're on some type of steroid. Would you say?
So when you're on, I've given steroids to people who have usually COPD or some kind of pulmonary issue, because we need them to, you have to take the steroids for a period of time. You just can't, you have to go on the steroids and taper off. You can't just cold turkey stop taking steroids if your doctor recommends that you take steroids for a particular reason. Usually I've given it to people because it was prescribed for some kind of pulmonary issue, because their lungs were weak for whatever reason. But once you get off the steroids, and it does blow you up, it makes your blood sugar extremely high. Even if you don't have diabetes, steroids can spike your blood sugar. So they'll test your blood sugar just because you're like, I don't have diabetes. Why are they testing me all the time? Because steroids can do that for while you're taking it. But at any rate, if you're on steroids, you have to do that, get through that, make sure you're healthy, and then slowly get, eating healthy, exercising, doing the best you can. You might not be able to do as much as Mr. George, but do the best you can and work up, do it consistently. Work, even if all you do is walk around your block, walk a little bit further the next day, maybe jog, do whatever you can, but you have to do it consistently as best as you can. So, if you're taking steroids, I'm assuming you're not in a healthy state for whatever reason. So I'm not going to recommend you go out there and push yourself. If you have asthma or some kind of pulmonary disease, I'm going to go out here and tell you to go run around. That doesn't make any, for that moment, the two things don't work well together. But after you're finished with that situation, and after you've gotten healthy, and after your lungs are healed, and after, do the best you can. If you're jogging in place at home, if you're doing, there's a lot of YouTube videos. They have people that you can follow. They can do aerobic exercises for beginners right in your home. If you're afraid to go out, if you're unable to go outside or wherever you live, there's a lot of options that we have. So, I don't have an option. I hope I answered your question, but I don't have a perfect answer for what to do while you're taking steroids. Get healthy first, get off the steroids, make sure that that portion of your body is healed, because you're probably dealing with some kind of acute pulmonary issue that needs to be resolved before you can think about, engaging in exercise.
Yeah, Tiana's says she has the severe asthma, and I know my son has it too. The bronchitis, he has to consistently have his pump, which is the steroid, of course. It hasn't blown him up. I don't know why he's been on it for years, but he's a skinny guy. But I just noticed that it affects women differently. It kind of blowed us up more. So I'm glad she came up here and trying to control that, because I know when I just had C19 several months ago, and they gave it to me, and I noticed how it just that in the little time I had to take it, how it made me gain some extra weights. And I was in the gym like double the time, because I was like needed to get those few pounds off me that I gained just from that little bit of time of just taking it, taking the steroid when they gave it to me when I had the C19.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Mhm.
Well, Candy Ann, let me introduce you to my firstborn, my oldest daughter, Tiana. And as she stated here, she does have severe asthma, but I'm going to let her speak for herself.
Hey, Tiana, how are you?
Hello, all is well. So when I put the comment in there, I was just saying that it is harder for people who have pulmonary issues. I know, speaking from myself and my experience only, I have been placed on prednisone quite often because of having severe persistent asthma. And yes, it is true that, they will check your blood sugar and it will, you know, sometimes skyrocket to where you will need insulin. Um, I just think that it is harder for those people to lose the weight. And I think that some people do not understand that, because I have had doctors with no bedside manners to tell me, "Oh well, your asthma is bad because you're obese." And my thing is, yes, that is the issue, but the obesity came from me having to be on medicines with
Yep.
steroids in it. And no matter how much you try to eat right, change your eating habits, uh, to exercise, to be active daily, it is a battle. Um, Especially when you're on it, when it's severe and you're on it, and you have maybe a month break and you're back on it again, and then you have a break and then you're back on it again. I mean, within a year, for myself, um I was in and out the hospital, in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. um I've even been intubated. And for those of you who don't know, that is life support. um
It's
four
one
different
as
times
it's one
prior
aspect of life
to
support. Yes.
Yeah. And
prior
you want to,
to
and I'm going to say something after she gets through. Go ahead,
prior
Tiana.
to this is prior to C19. um so when you're on that medication so much, it is hard for you to get the break that you need to see your weight drop. Now, I haven't been hospitalized, thank God, since December of last year. Um, so I've been doing really well this year. Uh, I have managed to lose the weight, and that's not with me making any major changes to diet, any major changes to the physical activity that I normally do. That's just the medicine not having to take it. So it is harder for those people who take those type of medications. And I still, even though I'm not on the taking the prednisone, I still have to inject a shot every 2 weeks, which has steroids in it, and so does my regular medications. So it is an ongoing battle. I drink water mostly. Every now and then I'll drink orange juice if I'm taking my iron pills or whatever. Um, I took beef and pork out of my diet. Although all those things, more vegetables and all this, but it is very hard for people who has those type of issues and have those type of medications, as well as there could be other health issues. So we have to take that into consideration.
Yes, thank you for being open and honest. I've worked with quite a few. I'm not sure if you're bariatric because you said you were big. I don't know much about who you are. I just met you today. But just to let you know, I have worked with bariatric patients, and you know, oftentimes, I'm not saying this is you,
Mhm,
oftentimes people blame the medication as an
mhm.
excuse for why they can't do this or why they can't do that. I hope it's not you. I don't
No,
think
no,
that's
no, no.
you. Right.
I totally agree because
So hold on. If you
yeah.
can, if you can, like, yes, it's going to be a more difficult battle for you. My name is Candid Ann because I am extremely honest, maybe to a fault. So I'm not going to BS you here. I'm going to be open, and it's in love. It's not to bring anybody down. It's in love. If you're going to have a more difficult time than someone who does not have a pulmonary disease, right? However, you said you didn't do any major change to your diet. Why not? You have to still be extra tight on that diet to get the weight off. You're not going to be able to run, but if you can do a walk for that 30, 45 minutes, don't get your heart beating too crazy, but just a nice relaxed walk every like 4 days a week. You know, I'm not saying that I'm talking to you, but I'm not saying that you're doing all the wrong things. I'm just saying in general, I see a lot of patients who make a lot of excuses because I'm not lying. It is more difficult, but you're not out of the picture. You still can. Don't feel defeat. Don't feel defeated. There's still stuff that you can do. There's still stuff that you can do. And I want to encourage people not to just think that because I'm on these steroids and because it's going to be harder for me, I give up. Don't give up, ladies. Don't give up.
No. Not at all. I haven't given up. The reason why I didn't change, just to answer your question, is because I had already, prior to, made a lot of changes. Because I started going to a bariatric clinic on my own, because I seen the way that the medicine was taking over, and I wanted to do the necessary steps that to combat what it was doing.
Good.
So I had already prior to made those
Thank God.
changes. So if I make any more changes, I really won't be eating nothing.
Okay. Good.
And let me
Thank God.
Yeah, and let me put this in there. When I started trying to do weight loss and throwing up, I have 2 Facebook pages. One I deleted. She'll be in my inbox talking about, your portion size is wrong. I thought I was doing something, but she would let me know my portion size was wrong. So I had to get that right. And I'm going to tell you an irony. Everybody talks about New York, but she didn't get asthma until she moved to the South in the way. Now, theoretically, it's hereditary because my mom got it real bad as well. So it kind of skipped over me and hit her. But it's really ironic that she got worse when she came to the South than she ever did being in New York. And this is a woman that survived 4 times on a death
I want to
bed.
ask.
Sure.
I want to ask to that. Well, okay. I wanted to talk about business, but I'll say 2 things before.
Okay.
For diet, right? If you do, there's a YouTuber called Chef AJ, and she talks about calorie-dense food. And when I was losing my weight, I was actually eating more food. I was eating about 5 to 6 pounds of food per day, losing weight, than when I was just having a very unhealthy lifestyle. So it's just about finding like the right quality of food. And about the down south, there's a book talks about environmental racism. I can't remember where, but it talks about how living in different areas, the environment becomes more toxic. And living down south is actually there's more bio waste and environmental toxins in the south than if you live up north, because where they dump the trash and stuff like that, and they take the minerals out of the soil. So if you're interested, you can check about that. But I wanted to hop back, focus on the business aspect with Miss Community Solutions. So first, I heard something earlier where you say you cannot make a lot of money. Yes, you can make a lot of money, and the goal of a business should always to make a lot of money, right? Because in business school, we studied something about how to be socially responsible, how to be ethical, but also how to be profitable, right? And I would just say, if you're going to do this business, you absolutely have to go with the mindset of making money. Making money has to be your number one priority, and then social responsibility and should be the second priority, because a lot of times with black businesses, we form businesses for like social injustice, right? So yes, can you make a lot of money in community deserts? Absolutely. Right. Because when I studied at Penn, we do case study methods. So there's one grocery store in called Brown's, and they solely focus on are providing food in food deserts in urban areas across the Northeast. They make a lot of money. Multi-million-dollar company. They make a lot of money, right? And it's owned by a white guy, and he hires ex-cons and things like that, right? So he tries to do socially responsible things or ethical things where he can, as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line. So for you, definitely provide food deserts, but I would not make that the only community that I serve, right? And also, I would make sure that I have a mix, because there's two types of businesses that you do. You either supply a need or you educate the market. And educating the market means you're going to lose money. Now, we all know Black people don't eat right. So you're entering a business where you're going to educate the market. Now, if you go into business where you're solely just doing like whole food, plant-based, whatever, right, you're going to lose a lot of money. So you have to mix it in, right? You have to mix in the stuff we like to eat, like sweet potato pie, but also here's some organic apples, right? Got a smoked turkey neck, but here's some spinach with that, right? So that way you have to educate the market, maybe doing combo deals, right? For every one chicken you buy, you get spinach half off or a pound of apples half off, right? Because at the end of the day, you come first. Your pockets come first. Making money must come first, right? The idea that I want to be rich, I want to be successful, I want to pass a supermarket down to my children and my grandchildren, that has to come first. And you serve everyone, right? Now, your heart is with our people. Cool. So do that where you can, as long as it doesn't affect the bottom line. Because at the end of the day, when you're looking at your KPIs, when you're looking at your overhead, when you're looking at your cash flow, like Wu-Tang Clan says, Cream, cash rule everything around me. Cream, get the money, right? Bottom line.
Yeah. Well, let me get something straight. We ain't signing ish. Each location I'm looking at, the demographics is more than just our people.
Okay.
The one across from the hospital, the location across from the hospital, you got the hospital, I've got the nurses, the doctors. That's a main thoroughfare on a major street where people can just hop into the drive into the parking lot, grab a couple of things and go. Then the other
Right.
one in my old neighborhood is it's a food desert, but they're by that's near downtown. It's close to LSU, Louisiana State University. It's got the TV station there, the downtown where you got all the attorneys, the city hall, all of that is right there in the area. So that's more than just Black people. The third one, Southern University, is a HBCU, but the surrounding area is middle class Black people. Middle class Black people have a tendency to understand the dynamics of diet because
Okay.
education, as you move up in education, you start to learn more about what those things are. And I just want those people to have the ability, because when I lived in the poor neighborhood, people just think that you don't know any better. Well, I was vegetarian when I was living over there. I was eating really well. So
The thing is because the reason why I say you have to educate the market, because I'm getting that like when you open your business, you have to kind of like understand where the market at. We know that Americans are the unhealthiest, right? We don't eat the cleanest, right? So if we want to provide organics and stuff like that, you got to understand that that customer, but in general, regardless of where we live, Americans, period, in general, Americans don't, even whites, don't eat the cleanest, like the whole food plant-based in general, right? We know that just in general, regardless of the area that you serve. So there definitely going to be a time where you have to educate the market, right? Because in general, we know that America at large doesn't eat that way, right? So you have to add those kind of incentives, right? Because like as Candy Ann says, she talks about the people with all the diseases and so forth. And also with college students, like, well, I mean, I wouldn't focus on college students. College students are broke. They don't have money. The business areas, lawyers, whatever, okay, that's great, right? But wherever the college areas are, college students are broke. I wouldn't focus on them. I would
You got to
focus on
understand too. A major part of your profit margin as a grocery store is getting your Department of Agriculture so you can accept food stamps. Because college
well, yeah,
students get that's Walmart, that's every major conglomerate. You got to be able to accept food stamps. You're gonna get food.
absolutely, except food stamps, but majority, because I intern, majority of companies do work with people who get public assistance. Now, I don't know the population of I don't know the population of university students that get public assistance, but yes, you definitely want.
Yeah, they do qualify for food. They make sure their students get food stamps because they want to make sure that they're able to eat because they're broke. So yeah, they definitely get food stamps. Absolutely.
Okay, all right, but I mean, well, then that, I mean, you're gonna know your locale better than I know, but I'm just saying that you make sure that you understand when you're entering the market, you know, how do you get them to buy? How are you going to get them to sell? And making sure you service, you know, the maximum number of people that you can, because cash flow is the bloodline of the company, right? So because I mean I've done mentorship with a lot of businesses before, and a lot of Black businesses, and the number one common thing is that we want to incorporate social responsibility over financial responsibility. So I just keep, if your numbers look right, if the case study looks right, and your marketing analysis looks right, then cool. Then, you know, disregard everything I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I understand and I really appreciate your input, and I do. Uh, I love talking to young people, which is why I like to do the college campus because y'all are innovative, and you can keep me up on what's going on. But I just want to let you know, and also Amazon is accepting EBT, so that lets you know it's profitable. So,
I'm not saying government subsidy isn't profitable. It is, right? Because those people get a consistent cash flow monthly, and those people you should absolutely target, right? I just don't like. Thank you for calling me young. I'm not a college student, but I just don't like when I went to college, people didn't have EBT cards. So if things change, because I've been out of the country for a little while, so if things change, okay, that's great, because anywhere you want to target people who have a consistent cash flow, and the best employer is the government, right? So if you can definitely get those guys, then you get those guys, right? But I'm just saying, in general, you want to diversify making sure you get you're serving different customers and making sure you're
out of the three locations, which one would you choose? The one by the hospital, the one by downtown Baton Rouge, or the one by the university?
If I were you, I wouldn't do a brick and mortar anyway. Brick and mortar is a very 1990s kind of model. I would do things digitally, right? Even if I grew nationwide, it would be digital. I would do something like what Amazon does or Walmart. I would first levy contracts with the farmers and then have warehouses and then deliver, right? People are delivering food. That's the new medium now, right? Especially with COVID. When COVID hit and had everybody in their homes for almost
We ain't
6
signing
months.
issue. We ain't signing issue. You can't say that word too many times. Say C19.
Okay, so when that issue hit, right, people were in their homes. So now people's buying habits are different, right? 6 months ordering online, now that's a buying habit. So if I'm a new business, I will capitalize on that new buying habit. So I would go digital and have delivery, right? I would not choose a location, right? But if I were to choose a location, it would definitely be downtown, right? It would definitely be downtown because you can also serve hot plates for lunch hour, right? So obviously it would be downtown, and then also people would be able to pick up groceries before on their way home. Conveniency, right? But I would say that if you had everything online, you'll be able to make money faster, and you'll be able to expand faster.
Yeah, that's my business. That's in my business plan, delivery, because I also had in my mind the type of communities I'm in. Do I need to shut my doors and just make it 100% delivery? Or you know what I'm saying? So that's on my mind. But I want you to understand about brick and mortar, and where I'm in my location. the buildings are so dirt cheap. It's dirt cheap to buy, not even lease, to buy.
Yeah,
So that's
just
why I
but okay, the thing. Oh, so for example, I had a friend. She worked at one of my college friends when she graduated. She worked at Abercrombie and Fitch, and what they do is this: per how much money does the store make per square meter? So like when you have your inventory and stuff like that, how much money is going to make per square meter? So even if something is cheap, can you make your money back, right? Because if it's online, right, you have very low overhead costs and your profits will be your profits will be higher. When you have brick and mortar, you have employees. 60% of your expenses will be employees of every business, right? 60, whatever, regardless of the business, 40 to 60% of your business will be employees. You have brick and mortar, you have employees, right? Those two costs go hand in hand.
but it's pretty much gonna be the same if I have, if say for example I grow, I explode. It's off the chart. I'm still gonna have to, if I just do strictly delivery, then I got to figure out how we're gonna do. Am I gonna do Instacart? Am I gonna get a partner with them? Am I gonna just have my own vehicles and have drivers? So no matter how I look at it.
Instacart, Instacart in the beginning, and then even when you have drivers, just like Uber and Lyft, everything is contractual, right? Gig economy, right? You don't have full-time employees. You don't have to worry about benefits, right? They work today, you pay today, right? They work today, they have deliveries, they get paid. Work don't have no deliveries, you don't get paid. Right? We're in a new way of doing business, right? If you do not have some type of e-commerce digital footprint, you're leaving money on the table. I don't want to be negative. You're just leaving money on the table. There's no way that I would do, like for example, YouTube homesteaders, right? And you see all these guys who start farms and they do pasture-raised eggs, pasture-raised chickens, pasture-raised beef, right? All they do is they slaughter it and then they mail it out countrywide. There's no supermarket anywhere. They mail it out. They have their Facebook store and they mail it out, right? I mean, this is the new wave of doing business.
Well, that was, like I said, that put it in my business plan from the when I did my LLC in 2019. No, it was 2018. That was the goal was to have a delivery system before anything happened, any of this stuff that we're in happened. I had that delivery system in my mind because I knew that I was a person who could have used delivery of groceries.
Right.
So
I mean, they keep moving forward with that idea because that is $1 million business, right? And it's recession proof. People always going to need to eat.
The only thing, excuse me, the only thing I would argue or try to push back on, and that's me living in the neighborhood I live in, a lot of people are not ordering online. They still love the aspect of going to the store, and the store near me, it is a middle class store. So
right.
I would say more on a 50-50 split, something that Mike Reed said, and I'm only saying that because a lot of people in my neighborhood is not doing Instacart or shopping like that. Once certain things got lifted, they was all into the supermarket. So and they still jamming up, the store near me. I don't want to say their name because they ain't paying me to advertise their business yet. Right. But the stores near me and even the major chain stores. So I think you can do both, but again, I just know a lot of people is still not shopping online. Amazon is making a killing. Now I see Amazon trucks floating around me all day, all night long. But when it comes to food shopping, I still see people running the brick and mortar.
Well, I would just push back by saying, look at Walmart online sales. Walmart online sales actually are doing better than Amazon online sales.
But is it their food or is it their product?
Food. It's food. It is food. Walmart, it is food. So I do appreciate that. Yeah, people are still going out because I mean it's the same thing, right? People still go to clothing stores, but they still buy Amazon online, right? I'm not saying people never go to grocery stores. I'm just saying what's right for her business model and what she's trying to do, right? Is going to
Right.
be better for her and advantageous for her to get into the market with the kind of farm to table kind of experience, because that is something that grocery stores cannot offer and other people are not offering, where she can get in and then she can explode, right? You can, and on top of that, people are now have the habit of ordering online, because the same people that are going in the grocery store are still the same people that still order online,
That's
right?
true.
They're
I will
both,
piggyback and agree with
you know,
that. And
like I
even
will
just
shop at Walmart. I will also order online from Walmart.
Right.
right, absolutely. And then what if you have another shutdown where everything's shut down and then your business shut down, but you can still have your online going?
I got
Right.
you. Yeah, I got you. I was only telling y'all what I was observing, and just let it flow.
I understand, Uncle Stu, because people are social and they were cooped up and they wanted to be out and about and get some fresh air and see people and talk to people. There, I
Right.
understand what you're saying. And I also have to consider senior citizens who don't have computers. So I'd have to have a phone line or something set up where they can call in their orders. So it,
Everybody has a mobile phone, right? I mean, just you can launch this business, do everything on this business from your phone.
Yeah, even if the seniors have to call, if they don't have, not good with online or got computers or anything like that. Because my mother don't, but she'll call wherever from her cell phone, and in her community they have a little store where they have sell the fruits and vegetables and produce, and the a little farmer's truck come once a month and bring them all the greens and the tomatoes, and it's right there in the senior community. Now that may be an option too, community solution, to
that
have
was
a
on
little
the list
stand in
too.
the community, in the same community.
That was on the list too, because the church where we would go down and feed at the low income senior housing, and I do know that there are senior citizens know how to get on their phone and tap tap tap, but then there are those who kind of behind, you know, they still got the rotary phone. Y'all remember that, Uncle Stu?
Yeah. Oh, look, you really throwing my age out there now. You're right. You're right.
So I just want to, and the last thing, because I do e-commerce and trade, and I do agriculture, right? It's small right now, but I'm trying to get it big. But I do agriculture, like I do chicken eggs, and I'm trying to get it big, but it's kind of small right now. Um, you just have to find like 80%. Where's your market, right? You cannot like, where's your market, right? 80% of your income needs to come from what place, right? And just kind of focus on that. So just kind of know where your market at, and then just go from there. Because like for example, I would love to have someone like you, right? Because we do eggs. I would love to have someone like you where we can go directly from our farm to the customer's table. I would love to have someone like you that can do that, right? We write up an agreement. You either purchase the eggs from me outright, or we sign a commission, whatever, and then you go deliver to the people, right? Farmers need someone like that, because we need people like that. So I would love to have someone like you. So it's needed. It's needed. And
Okay. Well, listen, we'll have to hook up because I'm very serious. I haven't given it very much.
my farm is not in the U.S. right now, so it's in East Africa. So we just service Kenya, but I'm trying to get it big enough to where I can do export, right?
Okay,
So
cool. Because I was like, I visited Ghana. I love Africa, man. I tell you
yeah,
that. Listen, I could live there. I could live there. I actually could live there. But if if uh, if there's a way to make any kind of bridge where or even other things that you might be able, textiles or other things, people look like interesting looking stuff. So if you can maybe get a trailer or something and put stuff on there.
Yeah, I just do that. Like when I mean, right now we have 30,000 birds, right? When I think to really be able to do something internationally, I need to be around like 2 or 3 million, right? So that's going to take me probably like a year and a half to get to that. Where I have like where we can produce 2 to 3 million eggs per day. Because right now we only produce about 30,000 per day. So to get internationally, you need to send tons, right? Containers full. So I think about like a year, 2 years from now, we'll be able to like get that mark of like 2 to 3 million, eggs per day. Then we can like do something business.
Yeah, because there's also a supply chain problem with truck drivers. I'm up here in Massachusetts right now on an assignment, and the store shelves are like empty. There's like a crisis, a supply chain crisis. So that's another thing. I'm like, oh, do I need to get a van or a box truck? I might have to go pick up my own stuff, you know, from the suppliers. So, but I'll figure it out some kind of way.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's where delivery will come in, right? Because you're also filling the gap, right? Because that's all business is, right? A business owner is solving problems, offering solutions. That's it. And being in the gap. That's all it is. Whether you're on media here on YouTube, you're solving problems, maybe questions that people have in your business. People can't get access to healthy food, so that's what a business person is, right? Solving a problem. As long as you know what the problem is, you'll be very profitable, and that's that, right? Or you're trying to let people know there is a problem, which is less profitable. So so just keep that in mind, right? When we're talking about healthy food, healthy living, right? There has to be a mixture, because there will be a step of educating the market in two ways. One, educating to let people know that you're in the market, right? Letting people know that you're there, right? And then the second thing is just like what's available and what you should be eating and what is a healthy, balanced diet. Because until the age of 30, I had no idea. I never even thought about it. So,
Yeah, me too. I when I got into the scriptures, the Bible, and I read the health laws, which push for a plant-based lifestyle. That's when I learned how to eat right, and then I got healthier. And so when I go to the doctor and they see at my age 120 over 80, oh, your blood work is all good, your cholesterol good. Yeah.
Great.
So it really is. And I have friends, a nurse practitioner friend who loves to teach, and I'd like to have some classes at my store for people, get some cooking classes and things like that. So it's all good. It's just a step by step. I'm trying to take it step by step.
Let me intentional millionaire. This is dead up your alley. And what you got to add to this conversation?
Oh, he went to sleep. Did I bore him?
I think that was my dilemma, going into this whole new world order thing, what direction to go into as far as with my business. I was wondering, would it be more profitable to do a brick and mortar or online? I'm just kind of leaning more towards the online thing, though. I think just
That's
based off of even what we ain't signing ish. If it was brick and mortar, it would probably be some more like just investing in like real estate or, buying properties, rehabbing them, and then selling them or something like that. But I'm trying to decide myself.
Real
What's your
estate, I
business?
would.
I didn't hear.
Yeah, we
What's
can't
your
hear you.
business?
Somebody's mic is bad.
That's community.
Okay, intentional millionaire.
Yeah.
You on now?
Yeah, I'm on. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you real good.
I think we ain't signing ish. Pretty much covered it. I think.
Okay.
I think the best thing she could do is do both, and then do almost like a 30-day or 60-day run just to see which one gives her the most traction. Because you still got to factor in the demographics and the location. because if she's in the rural area, then delivery may not be the best option. But if she is in a rural area, that may be the better option. I think it's more of kind of what we ain't signed the ish stated, that she should look for the 80% and kind of really judge it off of the 80%. It's just from what it sounds to me, getting too caught in the weeds on the 20% and not necessarily the 80%.
Yep.
And
Right.
then
And
the
even
good thing is
with
you
them
can always
selling,
go back and make the adjustments
right.
on the
But
fly,
even with the
because it's
brick and
nothing really set
mortar,
in stone. I'm
with
sorry,
the
say
brick
it
and
again.
mortar being so cheap, I can kind of see why she still want to lean towards a brick and mortar too, because I mean down there that's really cheap to get a building.
So
You know what I mean?
let me say this. I don't know if you know how to do this calculation, but you calculate the brick and mortar per square feet. So is it $2 per square feet or $3 per square feet? Then you calculate how much money you make per square feet. So say, for example, in a vegetable place, you're making, so if you pay $2 for it, then you making $3 per square feet in the vegetable section. You're making $5 per square feet in the food section, stuff like that. If you cannot make at least a 30 to 40% profit per square feet, then I would shut down the brick and mortar. And the problem with that, you only know if you're going to make that per square feet after you open it. And if you shut it down because you're not making at least 30 to 40% profit, you're firing people. You got to go through breaking the lease or whatever, right? So that's the only thing, because with retail management, if you have managers that work at Walmart, they'll tell you this too, because they do the P&L, profit and loss statements, right? Ask the supervisor you may know, or a Walmart manager. Ask them, how do you break down the profit per square meter of the place, and also the cost per square meter from the place, right? And they'll tell you 30-40% keeps you in business, right? And if you can't achieve that with a brick and mortar, it doesn't matter how cheap it is, right? It's not serving you. It's not in your best benefit, right? Because with business things, all of this decision making you make needs to be in your best interest, right? And I know
Right.
it kind of a little bit complicated, like cost per square meter and things like that, and arduous. That's why I don't recommend people get into brick and mortar and retail. If it's brick and mortar with warehousing, yes, but when it's brick and mortar and retail, because to effectively know how much money you're making and to effectively know whether it's beneficial or not, you have to do that kind of calculation, because those are the business models. So
Gotcha.
I would say this, because the prices are cheap, right? It's enticing. That also tells me that businesses is not booming there, right? Commercial real estate is not booming there. So before you do that, I would probably look for help, and probably someone look at your situation, look at your business plan, or hear your business plan, and then let them help you to make that decision, right? Because that's the reason why a lot of people go online first, right? Because if you lose what, $500 to $1,000 max. That's it. And in what you want to do, I don't even see you losing even 500. I don't even see you losing that. I see you can probably start this business with $100, and at the end of the year, probably make it end of 2 years, make it $200,000 to $300,000 by going digital with $100 investment plus gas.
Okay. Yeah, I think maybe you probably missed the part of the conversation, or maybe I did this on another platform, but I was telling people the prices of the buildings that I'm looking at are like dirt cheap, like
No,
on
I
the low
understand.
end. No, I mean to buy, not to lease. This is to buy. So,
I
and then
understand. Well, my point is this. I understand it because I think maybe I didn't say it clearly. The pricing is enticing, but my point is this: does it serve you? Will it serve you to increase cash flow? Does it serve you to increase revenue? Right? That's all I'm saying. And if that answer is yes, then do it, right? Because this is not, I'm not saying no, you shouldn't do it. I'm not that dogmatic. If you can make 30 to 40% per square meter profit on that space that you buy, then absolutely you should do it. Absolutely, because
then to make it either a warehouse or make part of it like a dollar store. Dollar store is profit. I mean, if I'm buying something for 25 cents and selling it for $1, everybody loves the dollar store, right? So when you go into the grocery market, it's not just food. A lot of times it's other little items you have to pick up, and that stuff can push you into the profit, more into the profit. But if I do nothing else, I can make it a warehouse, because that was my other thing. I could shut the doors and just do strictly delivery.
As long as you can make profit off, because commercial real estate, you have to make profit off of it. So as long as you're making profit off of it, if you're doing commercial retail, warehousing is a different thing. Warehouse, you don't use that business model. But if you're talking about retail, commercial retail, as long as you're making a profit from it, do it, right? I mean, that's all I can say, right? I'm not saying do it or don't do it. I'm just saying the price is not the decision making, right? The business model is the way you make that decision, right? Because if one house is $5 and the other house is $1,000, but in that location you can make 40% profit, but the $5 you can only make 1 or 2% profit, or maybe break even, then obviously the $1,000 spot is going to be better because you're making money. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's all I gotta say. So yeah. So I'm just saying I would not make a decision based off the price. I would make a decision based off of how much profit per square meter. And for that, I would probably, talk to some of your friends or people who worked in retail. They can help you because they've seen profit and loss statements. So yeah, I'll leave that at that.
Okay. Anybody else want to add anything?
No, actually, I mean, he's helping me as well, just because I'm trying to make some decisions myself. So that's good stuff. Thank you.
Do you have a channel? We ain't signed up.
Nope, I do not have a channel. I just come to Uncle Stu. I like to be a contributing talking head, so I like to come here to give that information.
Please get a channel, because you're just helping me leaps and bounds. And I know this information would be good for other people.
If I do a channel, it would definitely be about food, cooking, and stuff like that. That's my passion. Like, business is not really my passion, right? Because actually, I'm serious all day. So I like to be silly at times because I'm serious all the time. So if I do a YouTube channel, it'll be like fun and silly stuff. Because I need that for my mental health. But I'll definitely be on here from time to time. Whenever he has business topics, I'll definitely contribute what I can contribute.
And
but I mean,
solutions, just to let you know, a lot of times on, whenever he's on, I usually just keep it up. So you'll be able to get it. And then, there will be times where when I say clip it, it's going to be him dropping knowledge and wisdom. But I also respect the fact that he also is a business coach. So, I'm sensitive in that area too, because,
Stu, sorry. I've coached people, but I'm not. That's not how I make my money.
Oh, so, okay. Gotcha. Because some people do make their money that way. And, I don't want to cut them out of how they make their money either. You know what I mean? But Community Solutions, I do keep up his information on my page for you to dig in. Check out the first interview I did with him. He basically got a whole 2-3 hours of just him giving knowledge, his background, understanding how things go. So yeah, absolutely. Go check out that part. And he got a full platform where it was just him and I on that platform.
Okay, I certainly will.
And are you going to get Unlikely Perry? Because I would like to learn, because finance, I would love to learn about that, because finance is the way to go, especially with this Bitcoin, from what I'm hearing. So
yes, Perry Unlikely is coming on. So he is definitely going to be somebody that's going to be on this platform. We already got that confirmed. So you'll probably see that go up on the tab as to the exact date and time. So yes, Perry Unlikely has confirmed to be on this platform as well. So you will hear from him this week. I also got Before the Billions. He's going to definitely be on the platform. And then Ms. B Finesse is going to come in here to kind of teach people how to teach.
Okay.
You know, and I think when it comes to education, you know, she has been the leading voice in this small YouTube space, you know, dealing with education. And I think sometimes we need to learn, you know, now I have an education background, but sometimes we need to learn how to be educators and how to communicate from a teacher's viewpoint and vantage point. Just like learning how to teach people or train people, you know, it's good to have that background. Plus, she can go in and out and talk about education in the now. Something I can't talk about what's going on now versus, you know, before, because all my kids is out of high school, they're out of college, you know, they living their life. You know, only people that's doing anything is me and my daughter, because we're trying to, you know, develop this business and really take it to a whole nother level.
I see Roger back.
Yep. He look, I'm about to tell him, all right, man, go ahead and get on your bike. This ain't TLA. We ain't gonna call you out for your video camera.
It's just
I ain't gonna let Before the Billions. Now I do have to tell you, Fitness, we got somebody that's in my chat. Now she will clip you. She'll clip you quick. Then you be on her community tag because she be talking about you. But she usually get me, you know, and that she stole my thunder. I don't know how many more comic views she got about me, but boy, she quick.
I'll make sure I be on my P's and Q's then.
But welcome back. So does anybody else have anything? I think Uncle Stu can go for about, let's see, where am I? Because I have my daughter clocking me out in about 4 hours. I'm going to push it for 1 more hour. And then guess what? My behind got to go to bed, but I also got to go to the gym. And I think Intentional Millionaire is going to be the man that's going to make sure that Uncle Stu know how to get in shape and eat right and be right, and goal of 100 pounds. So we going to get something done. Just don't be looking for no six pack, but we'll at least get something done to get me back right.
What are you trying to get fined for?
Huh?
You got this, Uncle Stu.
Look, I got doctors I got to answer to. I can't I can't hang around. I can't be around Intentional Millionaire and Before the Billions. These 6 foot dudes with these 6 packs, and y'all seen TLA. If you seen if you seen El Guapo, I can't be standing around them and they flexing on me, and I just look like a little pudgy little dude. They already got me in height. I got to at least look a little better.
Yeah, I saw that picture with the lead attorney. I didn't know the Hodges twins was that small. When I saw TLA, he looked like a giant over them. I'm like, what the man? TLA is a giant.
What picture is this? I haven't seen this picture.
Yeah, go to El Guapo's channel, Beautiful Lies, and he did it on. Not the last one he dropped about. Trying to think what the topic was.
There's some about the with the women
Yeah,
getting in the way they could get hurt or something like that.
yeah. And
But
they did
he
two
put a
of them,
picture
but
up
the
there. The
one,
lead attorney, man, the lead attorney is buff and tall. I'm like,
Because I know
wow. I mean, I saw his full physique. I'm like, dang, he really in great shape.
yeah,
I know the Hodges are big dudes, right?
They
yeah.
big dudes, and
And lead stands. I'm gonna say lead stands at least. I'm gonna argue at least 6 inches way above them.
Because he's what,
I
6'3"?
I couldn't believe it. I was like, he that tall over them, and I thought, and those dudes are buff, but what lead is what 6'2", 6 feet? What lead is 6'2"? I think he said.
6'3".
But man,
Yeah.
lead is tall over them. Y'all got to see that picture. It was crazy. And
All
you
right,
get
now look.
you get a full body. You get like a full body of lead too. It was really a great shot.
All right, now I'm warning everybody. Oh, where did she go? Oh, I'm warning everybody. I'm getting ready to bring somebody up, and y'all better watch what you say, how you say it. She gonna get you. Welcome, She Stole My Thunder.
Come on, that's not that bad. Come on. Bonsoir tout le monde.
How many more Uncle Stu's funniest moments did you get?
Only the one. Come on. It's a badge of honor to be teased by me. I only do it out of love because I love you guys so much.
Yep, that is so true, so true. I gave, some Community Solutions, love the intro, and I let her know that you did that for me, and I told her that you did it because out of all the love that you have given, that clip was the funniest one. And I said, go ahead and do my intro because it was funny. And I ain't gonna lie, it makes my day to see those clips, because at least you're clipping my funniest moments. It ain't like you going back making negative YouTube channels about me. And if you can't laugh at yourself, then you're in bad shape.
Yeah, exactly.
I love to be able to laugh at myself.
No, I agree with you, and it's a 100%. This one is it's not a funny clip that I made, but it's more of a new series that I'm trying to start. That I'm going to call the Facts O Life, where I combine your clip with another clip from Before the Billion. Shout out to him, where he has a Professor Black Ops. He gets well known for saying facts all the time whenever there's something he agrees with. So I clipped one of your clips from today with that, and that's going to be more not necessarily as serious, but more of a hey, you know what, we sometimes you say things that I think we need to hear and need to really be told, you know what, these are the facts, these are the things that we need to listen to and really note that on the level. But like I said, I want you guys to be out there crazy, saying the funny things and having funny moments. I still remember when you were trying to fix your chair and like, look, she's gonna cut me, and I'm gonna do it. It's those funny moments. But I won't keep up too much time. I just wanted to say hi to everybody, and please continue being who you are. Continue having that, as we say in French, that joie de vivre, that love for life, and just enjoying it and having those moments together, because that's what makes our community so special, is all of us coming together, whether it's through the funny moments, through the serious moments, through those inspirational moments. That's what we need especially in the Black community. We need those moments to heal and to come together and hopefully find some kind of solution. So anyways, that's enough of me ranting. I'll let you guys get back to the serious talk.
You ain't never a rant. Everybody don't know that you speak 2 different languages very fluently. So you are just as equally a part of this community. You're just as equally a part of definitely, my beloved community. And like I said,
yes, we love you. She stole my thunder. We love you.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
And you are very much part of any conversation. I think sometimes we can be so wrapped up in our intellectual minds and serious thoughts and deep conversations. And we do need somebody that can come in and say, hey, let me make y'all laugh and take us out of ourselves. You know what I mean? Before the Billions is good at doing that, taking us out of ourselves and letting us know, as serious as things may be, as serious as life may be, we all need to laugh. That's why I was able to relate, to he ain't signing itch, because as he said, when he does his YouTube channel, he don't want to be serious. He don't want to really think that way. And I'm humbled that he uses my platform to, you know what I'm saying? You want to see the seriousness? He'll come on this platform and be serious. You want to go to his channel? That's his way of being able to release all of that and just be the silly individual that he wants to be. And sometimes we need both, so
Yeah.
you are always welcome. I'm always shouting you out. I'm always being able to go to your channel and say, okay, what did she get me doing or saying this time? But it's my release. You know what I mean? It's my comic release to be able to laugh at me, So that makes me feel really good that someone takes me serious and knows my heart and really can take my heart and express it. I'll say this to anybody listening. When She Stole My Thunder did that introduction, I never told her what to use. I never told her what to say. So when you see that, that's She Stole My Thunder and what she saw in me. So that's what makes that introduction even more powerful. If you look at the label on the top of this screen, that was my daughter that did that. She put that together. And again, I didn't tell my daughter how to design it. She did it. So every part of that picture up there is all her. So this helps me to understand where I'm going, how God is just so much in the midst of this, because you couldn't tell me this 5 years ago. You couldn't tell me this 2 years ago. You definitely couldn't have told me this 1 year ago. So if anybody want to know, is God real and do you got to put in the work? Here it is. Here it is. So yes, She Stole My Thunder. I think what you did was powerful. What my daughter did was powerful. And I'm always humbled.
Yeah, and I to be honest, I was so panicked for I think for a good 3 or 4 days. I felt so clueless doing your intro. What am I doing? What clips? I really just felt so disoriented in doing it. And then there was a moment where I saw I was rewatching one of your videos, and it's that clip. I can't remember what it was now, but it's in that moment when I rewatched it, I'm like, that's the focal point. And it's hard to express because it's for me, I don't consider myself an artist, but you see sometimes that there's certain things that just come together in a moment, and I wanted to do you right, to do you justice, and everything that I was trying at that point, I really felt like, okay, this doesn't really, it speaks more of me than it does of you. And I really wanted to make sure that the intro was speaking of you, which is why I was like, I didn't just dump it. I'm like, okay, please, I'll send it to you, but please, tell me what you think. Because it was at that moment where I'm like, okay, this is do or die. Because I can think and I like it, and I think it's great and wonderful. But until you told me, this is great and fantastic, I was so worried, so stressed, so is he gonna hate it? Is he gonna oh no, do this, take this on? And I was just in such a panic because this was literally the first intro I did for anybody. I didn't even do my own intro for myself. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
I didn't even do my own intro for myself, you know. So for me, I was like had this like extra burden of, do I even know what the bleep am I doing here? You know, like
Right. Right.
I don't even know what I'm doing, and yet I'm like, you know what? I have to try this. I have to go out. I'm like, you know what? She stole my thunder. You know enough about Eden to at least try. Worst case scenario, he comes back to you and say, you know what? We need to fix this. We need to fix that. You know what I mean? We need to make this a little adjustment. And I'm like, okay, it can't really be that bad. And you know, that's sometimes the things that I have to work on for myself is I'll think of the worst in something rather than the best automatically. You know, so I was already, oh my God, he's gonna, he's gonna do say this, he's gonna say that, he's gonna think the worst, and then of course you came back and I'm like, I love it. I'm like, wait, what? You do? Wait, are you sure? Are you talking about my video here? You know, like, so it was definitely such a relief, but it was also a pleasure to work on it, and it was definitely that moment where I'm like, you know what, I can do this. I can do the editing thing. And it's like, that's why now, like, when before the billions, it's like, you clipped that already. I'm like, yeah, like I see myself like, I can do this. I can, it's now become something that like, I see myself doing really for fun and passion, like why not spend a couple hours clipping here. And I mean, look, while you were doing this live, I clipped one of your videos, like the live that you're doing now, in 5-10 minutes, and it's like it's like it gave me a second breath almost, so
Well, an artist, when you think about an artist, that's what an artist does. What is the art? It is trying to show people what you see in your own head. Whether we're doing the art of writing a book, or whether we do the art of painting, or whether we do the art of music, my art form actually comes out in communication. So you captured the true essence of me that I could not necessarily state in my own words, or at least I didn't think I was stating it. You allowed an image to be portrayed, and sometimes it's better for someone else who can see you advertise you than you trying to advertise yourself. Does that make sense?
yeah, for sure. And I mean, because
And
yeah, go ahead.
and you did that. Not only did you do that, I made sure that it was on the community tab. I mean, not community tab. It was up, and you got to see the responses from other people.
Yeah.
You
And then,
know, I couldn't have put something like that together, and it had nothing to do with the edits. I couldn't have clipped and did all of that stuff to really express. You did it, and that was like awesome. And then when you did the Uncle Stu stuff, that just had me in tears. I watched that video about 2-3 times. I didn't even know it was up until Miss B Finesse told me. I was like, oh, she did. I went and I just fell out. It was so funny. And I already knew with the chair incident, you heard me say, oh God, she done got the clip. But it allows me to laugh at me. You know what I mean? So it's wonderful. Now I got to see this other one that you clipped. You talking about when I was on Kosher Connection?
No, it was literally in this live stream earlier on. You had said something that I felt was very poignant and very important, and that's kind of the whole point of that new series that I want to start, where it's little moments that sometimes, you may say just in the moment in the conversation that you're having with somebody, but you don't necessarily realize that you're telling something that is revealing or important for other people to hear, and you're like, you want to show the significance of it. So that it might not necessarily be humor, but it might have some humorous moments, but the more quote unquote serious sides, and really point out things that I think at least people need to hear.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, you're very welcome. Hey, look,
Thank you. I don't take that. I don't take that lightly. The more and more that I do lives, the more and more I record video, the more and more humble I get, because I've recognized, and I'm going to say a minority, I recognize that a minority of people do have their trust in me and do see me as a voice and does see me as a leader. I think the most humbling thing that's ever happened to me since I've been on YouTube, I don't have a problem sharing this. It's one thing to get money from the people. It's another thing to get money from your own child. And when my daughter sent in a Cash App to me, I got quiet and cried for about 30 minutes. And what everybody don't realize is, I went through a lot of pain in my life. I even medicated that pain in my life. And so I definitely wasn't worthy of anything, in theory, in my life. And for my daughter to have sent me a Cash App, it let me, it said to me, my child sees a change. My child sees a different person. My child sees a man and a leader, something she's never seen before. And for her to do that, it was, to me, a sign of keep going, keep growing, and keep moving. And so, a lot of people may say, well, this person sent you money, that person sent you money. But the only true person that know me is the child that's sitting right next to me. The only one that knows my good and my bad and my ugly is her, And although I express it and I tell it, no one knows how it really feels to be in it but her. So, when she does that, when she did that, remind you, I'm dad. Remind you, I'm not bragging or boasting on finances, but I'm the dad that makes the money. You know what I'm saying? I'm the dad that's supposed to be giving her money, or my son-in-law when they're in a financial jam, and they don't get into those often. But, it's just to say when they're in a jam, and for my daughter to pull out 10, money and send it to me, that's huge. So if I could say anything for those people that say, I'm not connected to my dad, or I'm not connected to my mom, or any of those things, come here and hear Uncle Stu and his daughter help you through that tough time. We've been there. We've been there. We know what it's like. We know what it's like. My daughter got books written on this subject. You hear me? So, and trust me, I had to walk with Christ many days by myself in order to get to where I am. So I'm no better than any other man on this platform. It's just that I could say by his stripes, I am healed, and by his stripes, I am constantly healing. So, it is what it is. But I just share that. She stole my thunder just to say, hey, I may sit up here and act like I'm the big bad wolf or whatever they want to call it. But the reality is I speak with authority because I've been through the hell and I'm here. I speak with authority because I had to live it. I speak with authority as a man because I'm trying to tell other men, bruh, I done been through every single thing you could think about in the manosphere, but let me tell you how to get through it. And not only through it, past it, build it, develop it.
Exactly. And
when my daughter says she grew up where, 90% of the men around her were not leaders, heck, I was the first one to step up and say, yep, she telling the truth. But today, she sees a leader. Today, She sees the father that can preach the gospel and live it.
Exactly, because that's what's missing in a lot, in the Black community overall, is the men and the women to take accountability for themselves and to make those changes and to show that, hey, you know what, I've been through good, I've been through bad, but here's where I am now. And YouTube is a great equalizer for that as well, where you have people, you can create opportunities for yourself or for others to grow. I've seen so many channels that come up and make money simply by showing some of the things that, hey, you know what? There's this power tool. I have no idea what it is, but here, we're going to learn what it does today. We're going to teach each other, or, channels on, hey, let's cook this particular meal together. What ingredients, like, there's so many people that are out there admitting that, hey, you know what, there's a lot of things I did not learn, or that, hey, I see people are asking me, how do I do this, how do I do that, and they're willing to say, you know what, I was lacking in this, let me use this as an opportunity to teach other people the things that they may not know or learn, or, hey, I have something that I can help people build their lives with. So let me take 20 minutes out of my day to make this video. And I think you are part of that community of people that are willing to say, hey, you know what? I may not have everything, I may not have all the answers, but I do know certain things, and I can use that to, build the community and hopefully make the world a little bit better, at least. And I think, you know what, keep going. Even if all I can do is, listen to you and, have a tab open and have your live stream in the background, or clip you every once in a while. That's what I can do to help you. That's what I'm gonna do. Because it's like, we're not all meant to be multimillionaires, but hey, we all have something to contribute in this community, and like, just live that best life as much as you can, no matter what.
Yeah. Well, what I will say is, and that's the part that I think that's the most beautiful clip that you could do. It's a clip that comes off the first interview and conversation that my daughter and I had together, and one of the things that she said, somebody asked her, and if I'm not mistaken, it was I think it was Kareem that asked the question. She asked my daughter, what does it feel like to be with your dad now? And my daughter said, we're just getting started, which it did just happen this year. And she said, I knew the old him. I'm just now learning the new him. And she couldn't have said it any better. This is the dad she never knew. This is the side of me she never knew. The man that's healed. The man that's a businessman now. The man that can, do some things. The man that is a leader. When I sit up there and say, yeah, I got to lead people, and my daughter sends up a little message that says, go ahead, Moses, lead your people to the promised land. That's humbling in her own jokingly way. But if you would have said that to her 5 years ago, 2 years ago, hey, your dad getting ready to start a YouTube channel, he going to lead some people, she might have laughed you out of the whole YouTube space.
Yeah.
Let me announce this. Miss B Finesse, I'm definitely getting ready to give you your airspace. But just to let you know, and everybody in the chat know, Miss B Finesse, when you come on live, my daughter is going to do a free giveaway on your live stream.
Oh, that'll be awesome.
So just to let you know, that's where she's going to do it straight for you. So you're the one that she's going to do it on your live stream.
Cool. Shout out to Tiana though. I just really love listening to the aspects of you and her relationship. I love that it's a renewal, kind of a resurrection of what it was. But you know, you guys are transforming in the middle, you know, just right before our eyes. And I definitely want to give a shout out to Tiana for that, because you know, who's to know how she really wanted to, you know, have this space, if she wanted to even, you know, let us be a part of this, because you know, this is something with a daughter and a father, and I know it's very personal to her. So I definitely appreciate you, Tiana, stepping outside of that box, and you know, letting us grow to know your dad just like you do, in the midst of you getting to renew your relationship with him. So I definitely want to give you a shout out for that. I don't take that lightly, because I know that has to be a lot. And I don't want us to ever impede on that personal time and space you have with your dad, because he's became such a, you know, a big part of our lives, and we enjoy, you know, his presence and his time. But I never want to slight, you know, the child's obligation to their father and what he owes you. So I definitely want to thank you for that, letting us be a part of you guys' journey. If nobody told you that, I appreciate you for that.
Oh, I thank you, and I thank all of you for the support, you know, that y'all are showing to him, and uplifting and encouraging him to do what he is doing. So I appreciate that as well.
All right. Thank you for that, Tiana. Well, just what I want to kind of add to what I've been hearing. I've been in the stream the majority of the time. I left out a little bit to just kind of hang with my husband and the kids before he went to bed. But I just kind of want to touch base on a couple profound things that I was hearing that I was really excited about. I was very excited hearing the talk about the health and everybody coming from their different perspectives and their understandings, especially Candid. I believe I'm saying your name right. Is it Candid Ann?
Yes, my name is just Candid, and my actual real name in life is Andrea, so I just shortened it to Ann. And then also I have a lot of photography videos because I was a wedding photographer at some point, so I like candid shots. So it just wrapped up into one. But yes, I'm sorry,
A whole
Candid.
play on words.
And
Cool.
yeah, it was a huge play on words.
Awesome. Yeah, and I love what you said specifically, because a lot of unless you're like a nutritionist or dietitian, or you've you know done a huge walk in just losing a lot of weight and keeping it off, there's a lot of nuances that we don't know. And even if you have lost a lot of weight and kept it off, there's some particulars, especially with our different body types and you know how we're brought up in our backgrounds, that there's some things we just don't know. And so I loved hearing you and United Fitness speak, you know, even Nope, when he jumped in and said, you know, the different dynamics of how he lost weight and what worked. What we got to realize, everyone, when you're listening to people, especially those that are the professionals in the field and those that kind of nuanced and figured it out their way, all of our body types are totally different. There are some things that will work for, you know, a blanket group of most of us, but sometimes you just have to try it out, you know, and sometimes there's different things, especially if there's different medicines and things that you're taking, that can also play a big role. But the biggest thing that's in control of you, no matter what medicine you take, no matter what body type you have, no matter what family you come from, my biggest thing that I always push, which is in my name, is a mindset. So if you don't have that mindset to want to be your best, to get that weight where it needs to be, it's a total flop. And when I say mindset, guys, I mean lifestyle. So once again, you could go 2 or 3 months, and I'm speaking because I've lost a lot of weight. I've had 3 kids now, so I've been up and down on that journey of weight loss, and I've lost a lot, and I gained some back. But I always try to keep myself at a healthy medium for me and my you know body frame and type. But I haven't said but I would not say that, you know, I haven't gone up, you know what I'm saying? And just like Candid Ann said, I knew when I went up. Do you get what I'm saying? It's like, it wasn't like, oh, what happened? Like I knew exactly what I was doing, and I knew the things that I should and shouldn't eat. And when I cut those out, you know, the weight stayed off. But, you know, with me, I had to shift my whole mindset, which meant that, okay, if I did have a day where I, you know, had my little cheat day or whatever I wanted to call it, I didn't beat myself up for that. I gave myself room to have that. So when I was going hard the rest of the time, I wasn't, in the mode to beat myself up, because I find we do that a lot in all kinds of things in life, not just the weight loss. We do that a lot. And even going into She Stole My Thunder, like what you do, She Stole My Thunder, is so, imperative. And the fact that you can just go in and do it so quickly, it's just so funny to me how we kind of slide ourselves. Like, you're really good at what you do, She Stole My Thunder. And the fact, when I heard you say, well, I didn't really think, it was whatever. And, for us, it's just like, wow, look how she can do all this and she can do it so quickly. And, she has this little quirkiness to what she's doing. I mean, it's amazing how our mind and our psyche will tell us what we aren't, and we really are something else. So once again, to everybody on the panel, I just basically want to give a shout out to everybody focusing on their mindset and keeping those good thoughts in, because I think that's something we really miss. I guess we need to focus on health. We need to focus on how to eat right. We need to focus on what we're putting in our bodies, but none of that matters if your mindset is not to where you're your best self and you're believing that even if you mess up or make a mistake, you still keep going forward to the goal. And I think that's just really important. I know that's kind of what I was hearing throughout the people that were talking. Their end goal was to be better, even though there were different routes, parameters, and ways they got there. And some of us are still working to get there. I think that's really the imperative thing. Our mindsets have to be steady, and we have to be focused on the goal. And it might take Candid Ann 3 years, but it might take Tiana 3 months. I mean, it's just, we have to be cognizant of that. Don't be so caught up on how long it took the other person. You know what I'm saying? Because how long did it take you to get that weight on, or whatever it is? Do you get what I'm saying? So that was kind of a shift that took me a couple years when I changed my mindset about, weight or whatever, when I set goals. And I'm super competitive. So it's like, I'm a perfectionist, like to the T. So it's like, I don't even want to start something until I know I can be perfect at it, because like, I don't know, that's just a default I've had all my life. And it works very well for me. I wouldn't say anybody can do it, but for the most part, I had to give myself like room to mess up, because if any of you that are perfectionists, you know how that is. It's just like, it's like this thing that just keeps going and going and going. And yeah, you're like the best at a lot of things, but yet and still you need to be human. So I think I've learned that trait to myself. It's a mindset shift. It's okay. Really, I can attribute that to my husband. I remember he used to say, like, he's from like the South, I'm from up north. So it's like, I'm busy. I love going. I love like being out. I love traveling. It's hyper. And, as we got together, like he was the same way with me, because he loved me and he liked the dynamic of my energy. But, he's chilling, slow, relaxed from the South. And I remember he told me one day, he's like, "Bet it is okay for us to sit at the house and relax. We don't have to go anywhere today." And it was just like, really? Because I'm just so, I want to go. I just love the sun. Da, 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 da. And that was the best thing he could have told me, because it was like, I'm sitting still. I'm not doing anything. And I mean, to me, because I'm such a hyper mover type person, it just helped me a lot, I guess you could say, because I learned to just slow down, enjoy what's going on. You don't have to be always out doing things. I mean, yes, I like it, but I'm saying it's okay to just be still. So adding on to like what I've been hearing the whole time, I really appreciate the different perspectives and the different outcomes that everybody said almost about the same thing, because it lets us all know that, oh, can you hear me? Is my sound okay? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm quiet. I'm letting you do the talking. You're good.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't know if my sound was okay. But that's what I wanted to implore on everyone. Just always be cognizant, guys, that when you're hearing people, you're listening for understanding, and it's not really listening to try to prove or disprove them. Because like I said, there is different outcomes to how our stories are. And I just, once again, I appreciate everybody's candidness. It seems like when Nope comes up here, every time he just pulls a layer out and we just learn so much about him, besides the base of his business prowess, which is like awesome. He tells us another thing and another thing. And that's what I appreciate too about these platforms, that even though we never touched each other, or some of us haven't seen each other in physical person, that we can still kind of transform each other's lives just by being here for conversation, and just by you know, just being positive to each other and lending a listening ear. Sometimes people just want to talk, and it's okay, guys, to just listen to people talk. You don't always have to, you know, impede your opinion about what they said. Sometimes they just want to talk, and that's okay. Just let them talk and listen to them. But I do, like I said, I just really am appreciative of you. You know, we spoke earlier, and I just like the things that you're doing with your platform. I like the way that you're moving as you're moving forward. And once again, it's always going to be continued success for you because of your intentions. So every time I get a chance, I'm going to come up here and give you your flowers publicly, because I appreciate the effort and time you and your whole conglomerate, because you have a crew that helps you. I know
Yeah.
that. And so I want to shout them out too. I'm
Yeah.
not going to slight the,
Yeah,
the crew.
I got a whole crew. Yeah, I got a crew.
So I got to give a shout out to the crew that helps you. And so, yeah, I definitely wanted to come over here and just let people know that I heard everything everybody was saying. I love what Miss Candid Ann was saying. I love what Tiana was saying. United Fitness. I loved his fervor, what he was saying. Nope. OG Patrice, she stole my thunder. I believe Kareem was up here. I believe Before the Billions was up here talking. There were so many people, and I just enjoy hearing the stories, and I enjoy hearing everybody's growth and understanding. I loved hearing the understanding that we all have for each other. And that's it, Unc. I just wanted to show you love. Like I try to always carve out some time and come up once everybody else has talked. And I just wanted to say that. Oh yeah, duh. And Community Solutions. I'm so sorry. Like, I'm so proud of what you're trying to do, Community Solutions, and it's gonna work out. I want you to know that we're all behind you in the trenches, and anything that we can do, even those of us that don't know anything about business, we might know somebody that knows somebody. So, you know, that you put yourself on this platform and people can rehear this for eternity. You're gonna get what you need, and so I definitely want to implore on you that it's going to work out the way it's supposed to. And you're going to get everything you need because of the purpose that you're doing it for. And I know that area because I've lived down there, and it's imperative that, you know, what you have is offered. So I know there's going to be a space created for it to build and thrive. So just don't give up. And that's kind of what I wanted to say. That's it.
And just to let you know, Kareem wasn't on the panel. You know, she said I gotta learn patois, so I gotta learn at least 3 words in patois before she show up. So that's her way of making me become bilingual. You know, her journey was punking me the other day. I ain't gonna get punked again though.
Listen,
I ain't gonna get punked no more.
But you know what it is about Kareem? Because even if she's not on the panel, she's heavy in the chat talking to everybody. So that's right. Probably why I got it misconstrued, because I was talking to her in the chat. But even that, those of us that are in the chat, we will come up on your panel, and then the chat stays so engaged, and we answer each other's questions, and it's just a good community. It's a good it's a good look. And so once again, I'm just proud of you and the conglomerate and team, and Miss Tiana just letting us be there with her through this journey that she has with you. And shout out to Community Solutions. And that's it, Unc. I just want to give everybody flowers. That's it.
Okay, well, I mean, my daughter and I will do another live. Right now she's working on her side of the business, and I'm taking a lot of stuff from her so that I can properly advertise and get her business, better off the ground. Because right now, the way it's working, mine is going to be a little bit huge, and it's going to be a bigger tank in order for me to build and to grow. And so I'm more or less going to be shadowing her in the sense of making sure that as I grow out, her business grows out with me, because at the end of this journey, she got to be able to take over and run it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You're
right.
She's the oldest, so I can't put her in the mama's seat. She just gonna have to be, as the Bible says, the firstborn is the one that gets majority. Majority of the wealth, majority of the business. I don't have sons. I got son-in-laws, but I don't have sons. So guess what? She's got to do what it would be required of me to do in the Bible. So I got to build something so that she can carry on the legacy. A lot of men is like, oh, men carry the legacy. Well, when I read the scripture in the book of Luke, if you look at the book of Luke versus the book of Matthew, Matthew starts Jesus' legacy off with a male, but the book of Luke just starts it off with a female. So it's to let you know that it doesn't matter what side it comes from. So she's my book of Luke, and that's where the legacy starts, with her.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's awesome that you have something to leave her. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people don't even have that, so you're changing that narrative, starting in your house. So that's just awesome.
Can I
Thank
just
you.
make one small request, if
Sure.
possible? Your daughter, Tiana, is her name Tiana?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, Miss Tiana, I thank you for coming on the panel. And something that you and your dad, Mr. Uncle Stu, spoke about is something I will be also speaking about in a video coming up. I will make, but it's not even really about me and my videos. It's really about my request has to do with you forgiving your father or you forgiving your parents, and I will be talking about that further in further detail. But you guys, Uncle Stu was very honest, and he made comments about how he has really grown as a person, how he wasn't the same person even 5 years ago. Even 5 years ago, he'd really changed, and you'd seen so much growth in him. And I'm hoping that maybe one day you guys can make a video just touching upon that, because so many of us are walking around here broken, drinking to get rid of the pain, smoking, giving away our body, being told lies, being all kinds of manipulation because we don't have a strong support system. And I just want to talk about the importance of forgiving our parents, because sometimes they don't know what they're always doing. We have them very, I don't have kids, but but I've been a child. And so if possible, Uncle Stu and your daughter, if possible, if you have time, I would love to see a video with you guys sharing whatever you feel comfortable with, just talking about the importance of forgiving our parents, because I think so many people would benefit from that. I'm going to be making a video with my own smart mouth talking about it too. But in addition, if it's possible, I would love to hear more about
Sure.
that as well.
Sure. I don't mind.
Thank you. No rush. Just thank you so much for sharing, because you guys have been so open. And if you change your mind, that's no problem either. But
No, just to let you know, on this platform, my daughter and I did a whole live about our relationship and the process of healing. But if you look at that live and it's not enough for you, and you want something more crystal clear or something more defined, then yeah, definitely reach out and
then
we're
I need to
very
check it
open.
out. I need to check it
Yeah,
out
we'll
then.
we'll,
Yeah,
we'll
it's
definitely be able
candid
to
and
do
it's
that.
really good. It's
Okay, I
really
definitely gotta
good, and
check it
they
out.
both kind of said what their heart was. It was a really good live stream. Unc, what do you have the timestamp or date on it? Let me go look. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah.
I'll be able to.
So
I
I
mean,
can
thank you
tell
for
it.
putting it up, but I'll find it as well, and I'll be talking about that too, because,
Yeah,
like I
you'll
said,
see
so many of
you'll
us.
see you'll see her and I's picture up there, and I think it's called Us. I'm trying to remember. I know it's Us,
I'll
and
find
it's
it.
Yeah, her
about us.
picture's on
So
there.
Okay, great. Thank
Yeah.
you.
yeah,
I'll look for it. Thank you.
Yeah, but I
yes,
could go into more detail on my end, because I know you all know Uncle Stu and uh his healing and more so about him. But if you would like to know about me, I don't have a problem with doing that here. As I don't think I will be returning to my channel. Not sure yet, but I can do that here.
That
Okay,
actually, you
wonderful.
know what? The more I think about that, Kennedy, I think that would be awesome with just you speaking, Tiana. Like a child's, um, like a child's rebirth story from being hurt
Yes.
by a parent. I could see that. I could see just you, saying what
Yes.
you feel comfortable, but that would hit a lot of shockwaves, because you would actually be not the child in the moment of a child. You're an adult, so you could kind of phase back into how you felt in those moments because your dad might. Let me be quiet. I don't want to say anything because that's a journey you and him have to take, and I don't want to impede on that. But I think that would, whatever you want to say, I think that would be, you would kind of transform a lot of lives, Tiana, with that, because you're speaking through
Yeah,
a child that is coming out of it.
yeah. I am. I keep it hot. Which stands for honest, open, and transparent. I am an open book. Um, so if there's any questions or anything, I pretty much like to share. I'm not in the mindset of let me keep it all a secret. Because it's people who need help. I know I wish I had that help, and I wish I knew people who went through the things that I went through or who was in the same space as I. So definitely, I definitely don't have a problem with sharing anything.
And just to let you know how fast my team works. You might see that live next week with no problems. That's how fast my team works. So if you see that, Uncle Stu's daughter speaks, that is on and popping. Only thing I'll be doing is I'm gonna be in the background like TJ. I just be controlling the chat. But my daughter is in a whole different state. So, that's what you'll see. She's I tell you an inside joke. When her and I used to always argue, and we ain't talking about no little arguments. When her and I used to argue, her mother used to say, "You know why you two can't get along? Because both of y'all stubborn." And in so many ways, we are. We are. So, for me, hey, I'll just set a date and a time, and you'll see the thumbnail, and I'm gonna let her go for broke. Let her say everything, because my attitude is I have nothing to hide, and I'm not ashamed of anything. We both had two separate lives for the first 10 years, and it was tumultuous for the next 10 years, and then she had her own 10, 15 years. So let it all out, because somebody needs to understand that life is real. There are some mothers, and I'm not saying her mother did this, but some mothers need to understand that men do love their children. A whole lot of us do. And some of the foolish things that we doing in the beginning of a child's birth, you thinking, oh, I'm protecting my child. Oh, I'm doing this. Oh, I'm going to bring them all these men and da-da-da-da. And you never realize that child is dying on the inside, because no other man can replace her real father. And a lot of women need to hear that. She was surrounded by men, and you'll see that on the YouTube channel. She had a great grandfather. She had uncles around her. But in the midst of all that, she didn't have me. And there was things that happened in my life that kept me from her, but she didn't have me. And a lot of women need to understand that the foolishness needs to stop. The arguments about no good fathers, that garbage needs to stop, really needs to stop. And it's going to take people like you, Candid Ann. It's going to take people like Miss B Finesse to stop the narrative and let my daughter speak her truth, her pain, her tears, and her trauma.
I agree. And even though I haven't said this much, I've been a foster mom. I'm not a foster mom anymore, but I used to be a foster mom for about 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And even though I know you're coming from a perspective in which you're saying that some of these moms need to stop talking about the fathers not being good, Uncle Stu, there's some fathers that are no goddamn good.
Yeah, but that number, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, is so small that it's pathetic, and that's why I say the narrative got to stop. I'm 54 years old, and I will boldly tell you, I've only met 2. I said 1, but I'm thinking about 2 of all the men that I could say are sorry, no good fathers. a lot of times men do not really tell you the stories that happen, and women control the narrative.
I agree. But I'm looking forward to your daughter speaking out just independently, just from a child's perspective. And the
Yes.
reason why I asked, like I said, because I've been a foster mom, I've had men in jail who was just directing their kids in the absolute wrong behavior.
Right.
And no matter what you try to do with that child, they just love their father so much. They'll do whatever that father says, even if
Right.
that father says, which has actually happened, to go steal money out of the teacher's purse. Okay, they'll do
Right.
it. I'm
Right.
talking about things that I've gone through, right? Where they're absolutely wrong. I'm not saying that's a situation that happens a lot. I'm just saying that from a child's perspective, I want to talk about the healing aspect, because I'm thankful that you and a lot of other men have taken responsibility. But from a child's perspective, what happens when your parent doesn't take responsibility? How do you still move forward and heal? Thankfully, you were able to stand on your square and do the right thing. But what happens for those kids that don't have that? So I just wanted to hear from a child's perspective, how do you still find a way to move on and heal and be, a healed human being? So yeah, we're looking forward to that.
Yeah. We'll
Second, just to piggyback off what Candid Ann is talking about.
Sure.
I also, my mom was a foster mother, and I do a lot of work in the community with children, and I know what you're saying. And I think that Uncle Stu is probably talking from a generational perspective, but actually things are getting worse out here. If we look at the news and we see how many children are ending up dead in these households and stuff like that, we really in a crisis, and we gotta be honest about that. We gotta do something here. So I know what you're saying, Candid Ann.
Yes,
It's
agreed. Yeah.
rough being a nurse and all, and I worked in hospitals and on the ambulance too. And you go into these houses and you see how people live, and it's a serious crisis. It's very with uh, this generation, it's like it's epic. It's like a number that I didn't see growing up, even when because I was about 8 years old when crack first hit. Uh, at least in Baton Rouge, and when I went to move LA, I think it had already been out. But then you had all this epidemic of parents on drugs and people losing their children, but never have I ever seen the abuse to children that I see now. The heinous things, the children ending up dead at the hands of the parents and the boyfriends and stuff like that. So I'll say that that's something that I want to address too on my channel, Community Solutions, is how can we come up with a strategy to be an advocate and a protection for children who have no protection.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to hearing that.
And just to let you know, Candid Ann, my daughter healed before I did. So I was not standing on my square when she went through the healing process. So she really did that totally alone as well. I told you I'm an open book. If I try to make it into a jokingly way, guess what? I'm gonna tell you my dirt, all of it, so that you don't have to go trying to Google it. So when God rises us up out of this place, and we're able to go to another level, I don't have to worry about a bunch of YouTubers trying to come after me talking about how can he talk about manhood, fatherhood, marriage, and all this other stuff. Look at the garbage in his past. It's already out there.
I hear you. So I'll be making a video talking about my perspective. I'm looking forward to hearing from Community Solutions, Ed, as well as your daughter.
Well, like I said, that probably will start happening next week. Right now, I'm kind of loaded this week. And so, yeah, we're definitely going to have that day, and it's going to be her platform. Only thing you're going to hear is all the introductions, and, I'm going to let her run it on this platform because, like she said, majority of her platform probably will not be reproduced, but anything that she produces will be on this platform, and you'll see the stamp up there because it's going to be about her voice. So definitely.
For your channel, is that under Candid Ann or?
Yes, it is under Candid Ann, but I just gonna warn you. Okay. I know you guys are religious. My mouth. So, if you don't like cursing and if you're offended by someone cursing from time to time, I might not be the channel for you, but I'm very honest, very open. I talk about my personal life. I talk about hair. I talk about photography. It's been a very old channel. So I've had that channel for over 10 years now, and it's morphed into many things. So I respect you guys. I know you guys are sometimes a little bit older than me, but I'm just giving you a heads up that I'm not squeaky clean. I respect. I come on other people's channel. I make sure I respect their channel, but on my channel, I do what I want.
Okay. I grew up. I grew up in Los Angeles around Crips and Blood. Listen, I have a plethora of people in my repertoire, and who I respect and who I know that God has them in their heart. And I'm not. Listen, I was an EMT. I got a lot of truck driver friends, so
It ain't that crazy. Yeah, I'm not that crazy. My mouth is not like a truck driver or anything like that. But I know if I even say one word, some people are like, "Oh, why do you gotta swear?" I swear because I want to. It keeps my blood pressure low. Leave me alone.
I've been around. I have been around, and from the top to the bottom, and the bottom to the top. And you do what's on you. Like I told Uncle Stu, my channel is gonna be just a little bit of a mess, but I try to refrain from that when I go into other people's house. But I do
exactly.
And honesty can be just as much on the street corner as it can be in the front pew of the church. And I respect it both. You know what I mean? Because I've known some really good people who were thugs. And I've known some folk in the church who will cut your throat.
So yeah, just wanted to give you guys a little warning.
I think, to be honest, guys, I don't even think you have to give a disclaimer. I think it's more like it's a spirit thing, and it's like if you can tell somebody's heart is in the right place, it don't matter what capsule they come in. You know what I'm saying? If they're really giving you some knowledge that you are taking in, it kind of doesn't matter the package that it's in. You're receiving the information, so. You guys have what people need. That's not a problem. Like, it is what it is.
People this truth.
Oh, I know.
Because you know what I'm saying? That like they need to hear it, and they'll be oh no. I take it how it comes, and I take people how they come.
It's true. You have to. Or you won't get any farther. You understand what I'm saying? But just like Uncle Stu says, once you think as a child when you're a child, but as you grow and you learn more, you do better. I don't think you should be staying in the same place if you know better. Now that's a problem. But everybody's an adult. They handle themselves the way they feel needed. And what I appreciate that you even said, Candid Ann and Community Solutions, is the fact you respect other people's platforms. So right there, you're going to get respect back just because the honor that you show to other people they might not move the way you move, but you're aware of that. So that's understanding. So, shout out to that, because most people will be like, YOLO, I'm going to do what I want to do wherever I do it. And people will not take kindly to that, because it's like you're not trying to understand that everybody's different. But I think that's kind of the world. I wouldn't slight somebody because of that. I'm sorry.
House. It's like I'm going into your house, Miss B Finesse. So I don't come in your house and start turning tables over and propping my feet up on stuff, knocking stuff down. This is your house. So I have to respect your house. You know what I mean?
And it sounds good, but most people don't Community Solutions. So that's why I'm giving y'all props, because y'all didn't have to say what y'all said.
Bugs in your I had to some bugs in your chat that day I was on there. They had it in for me.
Yeah, that's why I'd rather people come up on a platform like this. It's easier to kind of figure out the misconception, because a lot of times when you're in the chat, people don't realize that it's a lot of things that are implied that people are not getting because we're not having a conversation, talking to each other. Does that make sense? So you could be typing something in the chat and means something, and I'm taking it different because I can't hear your voice and your inflections and your internet, and I mean your tone. So that's why I don't really like to go back and forth with somebody in a chat, because like we could both just be having a misconception. And if we just got up here and talk to each other, we can still agree to disagree. You know, we don't have to agree, but at least it's understanding because we're talking it through. So yeah, hopefully, you know, people, you guys don't get too much involved with everybody in the chat when you're going back and forth in anybody's platform, because a lot of times that's just a misunderstanding because you guys you can't verbally talk to each other. And then you got some ninjas, you know, that just want to get in the chat and just type whatever, you know. So it is what it is.
Yeah,
Take
because
it with a grain of salt.
I'm gonna tell you, as a host, as a host on the channel, you know, I just like I said to you, community, when I'm doing a direct, hey, it's you and I talking, I'm not in the chat. You'll notice I'll never start posting chat messages because I'm concentrating on what you're saying. It's you and I. I'm not trying to produce nobody's narratives. I'm not, you know, I'm asking you to come here as my guest. And I need you to always feel, if I'm inviting you here, it's like inviting you to my house, inviting you to my world. So I need you to feel safe. You know what I'm saying? If you believe in something and that's what you want to speak on, you need to feel safe to speak on it. It's not for me to start judging, because I'm not up here to say, well, come on up here, let's debate my point of view. I didn't call you here for a debate. I didn't call here you to shame. I didn't call you here because I heard you say something on somebody else's platform, and now I'm going to take some words and then all of a sudden bring you here and just, you know what I'm saying? That's not what I'm here to do. And just because I might think a certain way, you think a different way, maybe they're both right. We just coming from two different perspectives.
Right. It's important for us to know how to, you know, how to respect different perspectives, like you said.
And not everybody's platform is going to allow you to do it, because they're either A, pushing a narrative, or B, everybody's stuck behind a meme screaming and yelling, or you know, or something that I hear so much. And a lot of people don't even realize Uncle Stu got a degree in theology. He's been a Muslim for 16 years, and I got a degree in history. So you can't just come up here and just shout out a bunch of historical stuff that I know for a fact is wrong. And then say, well, go to this individual because they got the facts. And I'm sitting up here saying, no. That is not factual history. But what you're doing is pushing a false narrative to prove a crazy point. So when you look at that part, when she stole my thunder, clip that part about sometimes you got to put a line in the sand and be able to face the consequences. You know, she took it from a whole concept that says sometimes we got to go against other people's narratives and face the consequences of that narrative. And a lot of people,
I agree with
a lot
you.
of people pushing narratives that don't make any sense to me. You know, if you start going into, oh, well, we gotta run with this narrative, we gotta run with that narrative, and that narrative don't fit me, I ain't running with your narratives. You know, my attitude is if you say you got a problem with black women, then let's talk that out. Let's talk that out. But don't present, and I'm gonna say it with boldness, don't present to me, you got a problem with a black woman. And then when I put you on my platform to discuss it, I notice as a man, you're totally socially awkward. You ain't got your stuff together, and you're not really telling a full story. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk our personal experience in order to deal with a narrative. So there are some narratives I can't roll with because some of these experiences is kind of retarded to me. But I'm not going to deny a person's experience, but how much of that narrative is really you? You understand? Can I talk about issues of Black women power? I sure can. Can I talk about the court system? Yes, I can. Can I talk about the unfair practice of child support? Yes, I can. I can because I've been on that side of the narrative. You understand what I'm saying? Now, I can't sit there and legitimately say because I went through in my marriage, oh, I A, B, and C. No, I have said it before and will continue to say it. If I was in my right place before I got married, I can't tell you what the outcome, but it surely wouldn't have been what it was in the sense of how I operated. I wasn't right when I went into my marriage. I came in hurt, bruised, busted. Wasn't where I should have been in the total healing of me as a man because I came out of another situation already battered. And a lot of men, are in that space and they don't want the healing.
Me and Uncle Stu, I'm gonna tell you something. Like I told you before, early in the stream, we have to stop with the baggage bringing, and that's men and women.
Right.
We make other people pay for what somebody else did. We make other people pay for what somebody else did. We don't give people a clean slate. So if somebody else comes and God might send, he might be sending, your ideal person, the person he had made for you, and you run them away because of what this other person did. And that's women and men. So a lot of it is just, like you said, it's just a process of healing and giving people a chance. Like I told you, I got friends of all races and everything. I judge people based on how they act and how they treat me.
Right.
I don't do it anymore by skin color because I had some Black folks cut my throat.
You
and
say speak the truth because here's the reality, and I don't mean to cut you off. When my daughter first came to me with her story, she came to me on Facebook, okay, and when she wrote her story strictly to me, I didn't receive it too well. I went ballistic. I started putting everybody into the conversation. You know why? Because by the time she gave it to me, I wasn't fully healed. Right? Then she came at me again this year. And she gave me her book. And I read the book, but because I was healed, I was able to hear her. And I was able to take accountability strictly for me. And then she got to hear my side of the story without blaming her mother, without blaming her grandparents, without blaming anybody. Just, here it go. This is what I was going through. These are the things I was going through. These are the areas. And she got to understand where her dad was for the first 10 years of her life, why he was in and out, and what the traumatic effects was during the time I married her mother. You see what I'm saying? So she got to understand that. And then that's the accountability part. And
yeah, well, that's that you have been able to heal, and she's been able to heal. You've been able to heal your relationship. Some people die and never get to heal their parental relationships.
Yeah. And this is a relationship where no one can get in the middle. Again, I'm not saying nothing negative about her mother. This is a situation where her mother can't get involved, the sisters can't get involved, my side of the family can't get involved. This is everybody out of our space. You can't come in the midst of this space. Like I said, I'm not going to blame her mother. Everybody had a piece of this garbage. But I can't make everybody else accountable because they'll never see it. Who in the world is going to say, "Oh yeah, I had the issue. Oh yeah, I did this. I did that." They're not. The only people I can make accountable is me. And the problem I see in a lot of these YouTube spaces is you want me to hold a woman accountable? I can't. I can't make a woman do anything she doesn't want to do. Any more than a woman can make a man do anything they want to do. I always give the argument. Well, somebody explain to me that if your narrative is right, why isn't my daughter with a Pookie and a Ray Ray? Why isn't she out there with a needle in her arm? Why is she out there with 5, 6 children? So evidently, the narrative does not fit somewhere along the line, and that's where everybody is going to have to learn how to do the accountability. I can get you facts and statistics all day long. The question is, what side of the statistic do you want to be on?
That's
Okay,
true.
I'm done preaching.
We see very positive Black couples. I see so many blind guy. I've encountered so many positive Black families that I know that it's possible. It's possible. So that's when you do your self inventory. What is it that I need to do to better myself? And that's all we can really control is what we do as a person. We can't control other people, but we can control ourselves.
Got you.
So it is possible to
Oh,
have
I'm
Black
sorry.
love, functional Black love, and we just have to. Let me not say that. A functional relationship, period. I'm not negating interracial or anything like that. People, you love who you love, and that's perfectly fine. But we just have to do the inventory on why we're in a position or why we're mistreating our loved ones, or you know what I mean? Because a lot of times hurt people. So we just got to do that inventory, that self inventory.
Right. Candid Ann, are you Caribbean?
Yes, first generation. Well, actually, I am an American. I'm a first generation kid, but my family is from Barbados.
Kareem, if you start speaking patois, I'm going to shut you down. LOL.
I think patois is actually from Haiti.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Kareem is an international woman. She's 25 with a 21-year-old. So,
Oh, I think actually Jamaican. I'm sorry, Jamaican. But people from Barbados, they don't particularly speak patois. They speak regular English, but it sounds kind of very British.
Okay.
So I mean, you've heard Rihanna speak, right? It's basically, Rihanna's like our huge international star. If you ever heard Rihanna speak, that's basically how my mom. I have some really old videos, I think even up to 8 years ago, where you'll see my grandmother and my mom. If you hear them speaking to me, you'll hear the accent. And I mean, I don't think I have an accent, but people tell me that all the time. So maybe I have a little bit of an accent as well.
Don't worry,
No,
Uncle.
Kareem said patois is from
Right.
Jamaica.
Yes, I made a mistake. And
Creole
Creole is from
is
Haiti.
Haiti.
Yes, absolutely right. I made a mistake. My apologies. She's absolutely correct.
But don't worry. By the end of the stream, Uncle Stu will have you speak in Creole, patois, French, Spanish, and everything. You'll be multilingual by the end of the stream. That way, no matter who tells you, you can tell them the business in every possible language.
I'm
I'll
telling
try to
you.
help with the Spanish.
Exactly.
Now,
chop
see,
up the
look,
Spanish.
but see, I gotta look at these island women because you got Kareem, I got Journey, and Kareem, what is that other lady from Florida? Melissa.
Melissa, yeah.
You know, so I gotta watch it. You know, if I say the wrong thing, Kareem will go into patois on me. She already showed me that. So I gotta learn. I gotta learn.
Exactly. No, like I said, man, don't worry, you're in good hands. At the end of the stream, you'll be speaking patois, Creole, Spanish was because of Mrs. B, French because of me. Don't worry, we got you. We got you.
All right,
Look, Uncle Stu, look, we're gonna be the Tower of Babel on this bad boy.
I'm telling you. Say people come to this, they be like, "Oh, what kind of channel is this? Everybody's speaking a different language."
And yet we still understand each other and get together no matter what.
Exactly. Kareem, did you want to come up?
Come on, Kareem. We need some.
Come on up. Come up.
We need some patois lessons. Come on, man. I can't be the only exotic person here.
Wait a minute. She stole my thunder. You said you know Creole?
No. I know French.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not that quite exotic here. You know. Yeah. Whoa, relax. You know, as Canadians, we have to be. We're a little bit exotic. Come on, give me some credit. A little bit. You know.
So listen, Karine. I'm sorry. She stole my thunder. In Canada, the first language is French or is it English?
It's both.
Oh, it's equal? Okay.
Yeah, both are the official languages of Canada. So I can insult you in both official languages.
Oh Lord!
Look at you, happy about it too.
Yeah, let me shout out What the Funk, and let me shout out Houston Bread. Welcome, Houston Bread. I if I'm wrong, forgive me, but I think it's the first time I've ever seen you here. But if I missed you before in the chat, forgive me. But welcome.
Glad you're here, Houston
Wally. Wally, you better realize, Wally, I got these strong women. They strong, Wally. I'm trying to hold it down. But before they get done with me, I'm gonna lose weight and speak about 4 different languages. So you know, you better get ready.
We got Karine in the building.
Hey, Karine.
Hey y'all, what's up? But can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Karine, don't be trying to sound like you tired. You know you hyped up like us.
Listen, I took a nap for lunch today, okay? I worked from home and I went in my room and went to bed for my lunch break. So
at 24 years old?
I know.
She's 25 with the 21-year-old.
You know? Oh my God,
Karine. But I wanted to make that point because, you know, when you mentioned about when you said with Tian and, you know, how great she's doing and, you know, people blame sometimes their childhood on, you know, their current life. And I understand that. But my opinion on that is I think she's the exception to the rule. And sometimes we focus on the exception and say, well, so-and-so, you know, came from this type of neighborhood and he's doing great. The reason why we're able to mention those people is because they are the exception to the rule, right? Gotcha. So to me, it's still not a good thing to, you know, have I think we need to more push the narrative that we as people still have to do better, you know, period. And not just say, well, you know, you'll be all right if your background was screwed up. Yeah, you could be, but sometimes some people end up not being all right. Not everyone has the strength sometimes to get over the issues that they've had from their childhood. So, you know, I think sometimes it's more, these people, they're the exceptions to the rule and they're not necessarily the rule. So that's what I just wanted to say.
I can accept that. I can accept that. I definitely can. I can see that perspective loud and clear. And I do know that when I look at certain areas of my life and certain backgrounds, you know, I definitely can see grace and mercy on that side. You know, I'll tell anybody, I am a definite advocate of mental health. And if it had not been me able to go to a VA hospital, I don't know where I would be today.
Right. Yeah,
You
and some
know,
people
so
don't have
I
the
get it.
yeah, some people don't have the, the help or even know how to. You know what I mean? Most people would get help for themselves if they even know how to or have the mental strength to be able to even reach out for the help. So
Well, that's Kareem, that's one of the reasons why this platform is here. And I got some good insight, some good advice from Antoine Daniels himself, as you know, is a big content creator. And one of the advices he gave me is just allow my platform to grow and allow it to move where it needs to move. Don't necessarily drive your channel. You just want to steer it if it get too far, but allow it to move where you see your people want to move, as long as they're not moving you into, you know what I'm saying, a negative place. If you see that your platform is moving in a good, drive it there. If you see more people is hungry for something, you give it to them. So as I'm navigating this channel, and someone says, "Hey, we want to hear from Tiana more. We want to hear her story. We want to hear this." Then fine. You want to hear it? Is it going to help you? No problem. I'm gonna give it a platform, and let her speak her truth, and let people come up to get whatever healing they need from her. I don't always have to be the star of the show.
Can I say something?
Sure.
Okay. To what Kareen said. And that's why I was saying that I didn't have no problem speaking on my side of things, because I'm 35. I'll be 36 in a few weeks. But so this didn't come overnight. And so I did go into depression. I did go downhill. And some of that stuff is still on my channel. I didn't take those videos off because it's still there to help people. So there was avenues and roads that I did take. There was times where I couldn't see or pull myself to be in a healing state. There was times where I wanted to be angry and I wanted to stay in that anger and I wanted to make excuses. But then there comes a time where, what's the best way to say this? There comes a times where you want to stop the cycles. And the cycles that you begin to see yourself, and that's where healing takes place. Healing only comes when you really want it. It's not going to come just you sitting in your sorrow and woe is me. So it's something that you have to really want, and only then can you begin to heal, is when you really want the healing. So I'll go more into detail on my story, things and avenues that I did go down, things I've done, because it's a lot. And so whenever we do that live, I will discuss my side of things and the things I've been through and went through because of certain situations and what have you. So I don't want you to think, or anyone to think, that, I was, even though I did have positive men in my life and, positive people, doesn't mean that I didn't do anything,
Oh, I feel
or I
you.
wasn't in that space, because I did.
Oh, I feel you 100%, and that's why I commented on it too, because I think I get it to a certain, not necessarily your life and everything, but like I get it, and sometimes we engage in self-destructive behavior, and eventually, some people will find out, like, you know what, I'm just hurting my damn self because of something I'm probably blaming someone else for, but I'm hurting, So,
Mhm.
I definitely get it, and I definitely understand what you're saying. And I'm glad, you're past that and on a positive path right now. And I'll tell you, like my mom and I were not very close, but we grew up in this, I grew up in the house with her, but we're just not tight. But my dad and I, we're inseparable, And someone I had reached, well, someone, I gave some advice about something with their kid, and I just told her, just apologize to him. And she said she did, and she was like, the difference in the relationship now, just based on just the apology, was able to move the relationship forward. Whereas like my mother would be the type, she would die before she even uttered those words, you know what I mean? So it's
Trust me,
like,
I understand. I understand. Trust me, I understand wholeheartedly. I definitely get that aspect of things. And that's when you have to say for yourself, there are some people who will never give you that accountability, that will never take accountability for things that they have done, and you have to proceed on with your
yes,
healing process for yourself, by yourself.
absolutely, absolutely. Yes. And it's a weight lifted off your shoulder when you do that. So,
Exactly. And one thing it gives you that is just joy within itself is peace, a peace of mind. It's nothing like having a peace of mind. It's nothing like having your peace of mind.
I hear that.
That's true. That's very true. And you only gonna have peace when you release. You gotta release everything else
Exactly.
that's holding you down, holding you back. Every person, everything, every ideal, every mindset. You will not got. You will not get peace until you release. That's for a T-shirt.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't until was it March? I think March. Her and my son-in-law came to see me. No, what month was that? It was
May. It was the
well,
end of May.
yeah, end of May, when my daughter and son-in-law came to see me, and believe it or not, it was the first time me and my daughter was able to sit down for at least 2 hours and laugh together.
Yeah.
And as she told you, she's 35 years old.
It's never too late. Look at that.
Yeah. And she's also some of the voices behind this YouTube channel, because when I first thought about doing a YouTube channel, and y'all know where that came from, I called her because I said there was areas of my life that I wanted to expose. And, some of these areas are going to be dark, painful, ugly. And she was the one to say, well, let's do something together. And so that's where you saw. And, like I said, next week, it will definitely be posted. It's going to be her show.
I just want to give you guys a shout out. I'm gonna have to drop off. But I
Okay.
appreciate you allowing me to come on the platform, and shout out to everybody in the panel.
Thank you, Miss B.
Absolutely.
Finesse.
Thank you, Miss B. Finesse.
No
Have a
worries.
good
love
night,
you guys.
Mrs. B.
You guys have a blessed night.
All right, you too.
All right, see you later.
All right. Well,
Bonsoir,
Community
Mrs. B.
Solutions, I hope that, you speaking your truth, speaking your dreams, speaking your hopes. Look at how much just you speaking and how it has developed into what? A community solution. So we got solutions when it came to your business. We got solutions when it came to your health. We got solutions when it came to my health. And you got solutions when it came to my daughter's health. Got solutions when it came to how she stole my thunder. Got solutions where I got Candid Ann. So look how many solutions came out just from your truth.
Well, I certainly do appreciate everybody that stopped by, all the good advice I got from I'm happy to share.
something
Is
is
my
definitely going on with your sound.
hold on?
Okay.
What about now?
Okay, it's clear.
Yeah, so definitely just that's my channel. My channel is it's all aspects of human beings. Human beings create the community. There would be no
Correct.
community without human beings.
Correct.
So it's the health and wellness, it's the social problems with the family problems, the relationship problems, all of that stuff is all encompassed in um the the whole community. And
Right.
so my welcome grand opening to my channel, I want to have um anybody who wants to come up and talk about what in their community they see a problem, and how can we solve it, how can we uh go about the process of looking for solutions to that problem.
Right.
How deep are you willing to go?
Mhm.
How deep are you willing to go?
As far as what?
The problems, the issues.
However deep we go, my platform, it'll be nice if I'm monetized, but I don't care if I'm not. My whole thing is, if we can solve a problem, that's more important to me. So anybody who wants to come up and talk and uh, let things out, because all of this stuff, this thing with you and your dad, Tiana, and Uncle Stu, that's helping somebody. You know how many people out here getting high right now because they can't face a problem? They can't face. They're in the bottle, in the alcohol, in an alcoholic stupor, because they can't face a problem. They
Been
can't
there.
heal from it.
I've been there.
Or eating themselves. My personal drug of choice is sugar. You know what I'm saying? Or let's talk about it. Sex addiction. Sex addiction. Let's talk
Well,
about it. But
yeah.
not here.
Well, you hear me say I medicated my pain.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I went into the military because of her. Things happen in the military, things happen outside the military. And I tell anybody, a lot of men don't have a space to communicate pain, anger, hurt, frustration. There is no space. And a lot of women don't understand that there isn't a space for a man to get healing. There isn't a real space for a man to be vulnerable. There is no space. So that's why you hear me say on YouTube, yeah, I may not be a part of the manosphere in the sense of directly, but I'm still indirectly, because I know those brothers are hurting. Now you got some that are just foolish, but you got a lot more that's hurting and looking for healing.
And that's where all this man and woman war, this male female war, that's all that is. That's just hurt people.
Yes.
That's all. They hurt people who don't know how to vocalize their hurt, how to heal from their hurt, and how to adjust the partners that they're choosing.
Yes.
Some people, and I have this in my family, choose abusive people. You have to find out, why am I choosing this abusive person? This person talks to me and belittles me and makes me feel bad about myself. Why? It's a multi-dimensional problem. Anyway, that's what my platform is, and it's an open book. You're welcome to come in. You talk to me. Listen, I lived on Skid Row in Los Angeles. I was homeless while I was an EMT. So I'm not scared of people. I'm not scared of people who curse. I'm not scared of people who are in pain. You can come to my platform and do that. That's just who I am. You're gonna come to my store and do that. When I open my store, I'm gonna have a space for people to have their group meetings, to sit and talk. So that's pretty much what I would liken the Lord I've talked to the Lord and I said, this is what I'd like to do. And I think he's going to give it to. I don't know if he's going to give it to me a year before I go. It's going to take me 10 years to get it open, but be like on the walker with white hair. Like, Lord, thank you, my grand opening is kill over.
Stop. It's like winning the lottery at 99 years old. Like, damn, what the hell? I'd be mad as hell.
The lottery, it pays out over the years. So you get 1 year of it. But I've been I spent $5 million on tickets. But so anyway, but that's what I'd like to do. And I'm gonna get with everybody who would like to have a day to talk about what they see in their community that they'd like to work on, something that they, even if it's just a personal problem, they just want to come up and just talk, whatever. Sometimes no matter what, no matter how tired I am, I listen to people, because that might be the day you're able to keep somebody from committing
Right.
And so it's important to sometimes just let people talk. But yeah, I really appreciate you having me up here. I appreciate each and everybody that stopped by from the beginning to the end. Everybody added something of value. You didn't have no troll. I didn't see no trolls. And my man, with the Nike sign, what was it? What's his name?
We ain't signing ish.
Invaluable. He was absolutely invaluable because I kind of don't know what I'm doing, but it's
Yeah, you know why there wasn't any troll?
why.
Because the troll was on the panel, i.e. me. I'm the troll. No.
And you came in late, but I complimented Uncle Stu on the nice graphic, the nice intro, all professional and things. Look at y'all moving on up to the deluxe apartment.
I don't know who did his intro, but it certainly wasn't me. It certainly wasn't me.
Look at that humility at work.
Yes, indeed. Well, anyway, I certainly appreciate you sharing your platform. I promise I'm going to put something on my page. I'm a little embarrassed because I've been saying it, but I'm in a space now where I can't really sit and talk. When I get to my home office, I'll be able to sit for hours and play around make the page nice and everything.
Right.
Cool. But
yeah,
community, if you do need help with editing, with getting ideas, feel free to come and see me. And I'm sure there's a lot of people listening to you now that would be more than happy to help you in whatever way they can. Like I said before, like we're all here helping each other in whatever way. I may not know everything, I might not be good at everything, but if there's something that I can help you with, don't be afraid to come and hit me up. You definitely have my email, and you're more than welcome to say, well, how did you do this? How did you do that? And if I can help you with anything, just let me know.
Okay, I sure appreciate it. I need to learn how to do thumbnails. I need to learn everything, really.
Don't worry, we're flying this plane as we build it. So understand that as I got a studio here, there's going to be certain upgrades that I do here, and I got to make sure my daughter's studio where she at is built up as well. So I'm really working on 2 different studios at the same time. So you fly it as how they say, you build it as you fly it. Everybody starts off in a different place. So, it is what it is. I mean, what I got in my studio, I wouldn't expect somebody to have in their studio. We're all in a different place financially. A lot of people get started with a cell phone and they do great with just a cell phone. I just happen to have been in a little bit of a different financial space where I can build the studio the way I have it. And even now, there's still some major changes I got to do. So as I change here, because the stuff that I have is fairly new, there's things that I'm going to be taking out of here and making sure it gets to my daughter down there so that the studio down there where she is at is built up. So like I said, I'm working on two totally, different areas. I'm working on two studios almost at the same time. So you just start. If it's just a cell phone, then do it off your cell phone. And then when you get the laptop, do it off your laptop. If you gotta, if you're working with a PC and you just gotta use the video editor they got, use the video editor. They're gonna tell you in a heartbeat that it is mostly audio, it is mostly sound. People will forgive you for what something looks like, but when it comes to sound is where, they're gonna probably turn you off. But you get your sound right, you're good.
Yeah,
And again,
the
that takes time
microphone.
too.
I bought a microphone and a tripod. It's just at home in Louisiana, but I do want to do outings. I want to go out in the community, so I'm gonna have to invest. I have like a mediocre phone. I'm gonna have to watch some videos and see what kind of phone is the best to film with to really get that. I hear people talk about iMovie to get that perspective. You know what I'm
Do you
saying?
do you have a Mac?
I have no, it's a Windows laptop. It's a Lenovo,
Okay.
but go ahead.
Yeah, iMovie is the Mac. I have both a PC laptop and a Mac computer. So when I'm doing filming and editing, then I'm doing it on my Mac. When I'm doing live streams, I'm doing it on my PC.
Okay, I have an iPad, so could I use that, or is that too
You sure
bulky?
can. Yep,
Yeah.
you sure can.
I mean, honestly, if you also have a DSLR, if you have like one of those, quote unquote professional cameras, that also might be a good idea if you're like walking around taking, shots of like quote unquote in person. A lot of my videos are done with my DSLR as well, so that might be another idea of what to work with.
Just because I know a little bit about, I have a huge background in photography. I did weddings and events and stuff like that. I would say just because you're starting out, I love the idea of a digital SLR, but it might be biting off a little bit too much. I feel like if you're, it can be very frustrating because you have the body, you have a lot of settings, you have camera lenses, you have software. I think that. So just to start off, I think Uncle Stu is on the money. When not to say that the digital SLR is a bad idea. I'm just saying to start off, I think he's on the money where he's talking about just start off with your phone, get used to the editing software, get used to the whole process, and then as you move forward, keep building up your software, keep adding on to it. But I don't know if I would, as someone that knows a lot about cameras, I have a whole set of videos on how to use a SLR. I wouldn't start off because there's editing, there's so much more. There's a thumbnail, there's software, there's so much. I just would start off with as simple as possible and just get used to that. Just get used to the phone if you can.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, DSLRs, you're right, are a little bit quote unquote more complicated. I like you. I'm not a professional photographer. I'm what I would like to call an amateur professional photographer. I've been paid a couple of times to do photography, but nothing major. But the reason why I suggest is that, especially Nikon cameras, if you're going with something that's like a 200, 300, you can $200, $300, you can get a decent camera that will at least allow you to record good or decent audio, video, and then use an editor like Canva to like edit the SD card afterwards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but most SLRs do not give you good audio. And so what
Mm.
Uncle Stu was saying about like people will forgive not so good video, but they're not going to forgive audio. When you have an SLR, you normally have to plug in a microphone because the audio sounds so bad, which is why I didn't want to like I don't want to bore you guys or belabor the point, but I think, listen, I'm all for SLRs. I love them. I have a Nikon also, but I'm just saying that to start off with, so that it's not overwhelming. I really like his idea in terms of just getting used to this so much. There's uploading, there's that schedule, there is the StreamYard. There's so much that just starting off as simple as possible and getting used to it might be the way to go. And as you learn and as you grow, then go ahead, add on more components and lighting and all this other stuff. But it's a good idea. I'm not saying it's not a bad idea. I'm just saying that, like, from someone that knows about SLRs, you got to add on more stuff. And once you put the microphone in, where you can put the microphone now, the microphone's got to be on another stand, and it just becomes a bit much if you're starting off.
Yeah, and
Yeah, for sure.
we also got to remember Community Solutions is, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. You're probably going to be doing most of your recording right there in the home, right?
I'm going to be starting off in the home a lot. I'll also be doing some field work in certain areas. Once I get to a certain level and start back traveling, when I travel, I go to different events and things that are going on, and I'd like to get footage of that. So now what people do is they'll get the footage and then they'll come back and add the audio. So I don't know. Once I get, a little bit more advanced and I, know what I'm doing, perhaps that'll be a way to do it, because, there are some places I want to go visit that would be nice destinations for my viewers to see. And I'd like to share that as well on my channel, but maybe that's what I'd have to do, is because I do have a digital camera. I don't know if it has all the capabilities that y'all are talking about, but I have the iPad. The iPad is a little bulky because I do record with the iPad, but it's a little bulky. It's just a little bit more convenient to have a phone, phone size camera. So, I'll figure it out, little by little, piece by piece.
Yeah, don't be afraid
to just do it slow, because like I said, I have an iPad. I got all that. I got the Rode, extra monitor. I do have an upgraded mic, but my biggest thing is editing. And, there are some things where I do voiceover, where I might film myself, but then there are other things where I'm doing a voiceover over that. My thing is just making sure that what I'm saying, people can hear me, because I've even put a 23-year-old and a 28-year-old. And as a 23-year-old told me, it's easy for him to turn the phone down and hear what I'm saying than be trying to watch what I'm doing. So that's why, it's the audio. So, like I said, just start off small, because you got a whole community of people that will help you. If you want to get into TLA's Patreon, at $14 a month, they give you a lot of great information, and sometimes just floating on certain platforms, that actually specifically deals with content creators. They give it. One of the guys I'm planning to interview is Coffee Talking Tech. Go to his YouTube channel, and he'll probably remember you from being on somebody else's platform, because he's been in Miss B Finesse. He's been on Blind Guy, His Wife, Their Life. Go on his channel. He does a lot of this equipment stuff as well, and he'll tell you, the cheapest way to go until you're able to build up to the expensive stuff. I don't plan to probably I was going to get a camera the other day, but the guys in the store act like they didn't know what they was talking about. So I'm not about to spend $800 and it ain't going to do what I needed to do. So, and if I get a camera, it's only because there's a certain type of film that I'm planning to do later on, because I'm planning to do a small documentary dealing with Black history that I feel a lot of people need to learn and how to apply it to today. But that's going to take a real camera. I can't take, I don't plan to do it with my iPad. and I'm either going to reach out to, you know, Candace Ann to find out what is going to be the best and most inexpensive camera, because I don't need a $3,000 camera if I'm not doing $3,000 worth of work.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah, that would, would be my next suggestion as well, to build on that. Is like, since you're, you're going to be spending a certain amount of time at home, you have all this different equipment, like your cell phone, like a camera, like whatever. Don't be afraid to just randomly start recording things at home to see what your cell phone can do, to see what, the camera that you have at home, just so, play around with that, and just explore. What is my sound quality on my cell phone? What is the sound quality on the camera that you already have? And see what would work. Are they compatible? Would they work together? You know what I mean? Because we often, forget that sometimes some of this technology does work together. You can combine just by buying the, white wire together, and, just record something, anything. You don't even have to plan, and just test it out to see what it would happen. Because worst case scenario, if you see that, okay, you tried something, okay, the audio was crappy, but okay, the video was great, know that, okay, for the video I can use my camera, and then, like, was suggested earlier, maybe then just record the audio with your cell phone or with your laptop or whatever. Because, like, something like Canva, for example, you can combine 2 or 3 different things together. So you can just use your camera for the video, and then use your cell phone for the audio later on. So it's like, just don't be afraid to try things out, and, take a moment to, you have these 10 things at home that you can record with. Try, a minute of recording with each, to see how they all work independently, how they could potentially be combined together to hopefully end up with, a really great video at the end of it. Like,
And I'm gonna tell you something. I went to an actual videographer. Matter of fact, I did an interview with Intentional Millionaire. We did an interview together where he interviewed me, and I was with a professional videographer. And when we started talking about cameras, he showed me on my cell phone and plugged it in, and showed me exactly how to use my cell phone as a camera, as well as as setting it up just to be an extra video camera. And it was perfect. And that was my cell phone. So he even suggested me not really necessarily running out and buying a camera unless I was going to be doing outside video footage. And even then, he was like, just turn your cell phone sideways and record your phone sideways if you're going to put it on YouTube, and straight up if you're going to just put it on something like TikTok.
Exactly. And I mean, that's what we tend to forget, this what works for YouTube may not work for Twitter, may not work for Instagram, may not work. There's so many different platforms where you might need a DSLR, where you might need a cell phone, where that would be the best thing for you. You know what I mean? So have like, since you already have different tools, don't be afraid to, like I said, try it out, but don't be afraid to, okay, I now know this would probably work better for Instagram. I do need to use my Instagram to promote my YouTube. So there's a lot of little things that you can do that would really maximize, your YouTube channel. Don't be afraid to use your Twitter or your Instagram to promote your YouTube channel. Even if you might not necessarily be posting on a regular basis on your YouTube, or sorry, on your Twitter or Instagram. Don't be afraid to use those as tools to promote your YouTube, and say, hey, look, in a week from now, I'm going to have this video where I want people, and I know you've mentioned that you want to post this video. I think now that you've made it clear that you have this plan of having a video, have a date, like put it flat out, go to your StreamYard and, have a date and time where people know that, okay, on the 6th of November, you're going to have this, video where you're going to want people to participate in your panel and come up with it, at some point people, yes, having a good audio, but they want to see that your ideas are coming to fruition as well, so it's like at some point action matters, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. I'm kind in a kind way telling me I'm procrastinating too much. I might
Exactly.
do
Yeah.
thing this week. Just waiting to see, but I'll be back home around the 9th. But I got a couple of people that I can grab for a quick interview. But for you guys, I need to be able to sit in my office and talk.
Right.
So
Yeah, of course.
Well, what I'm going to do, I'm getting ready to go ahead and end this stream. I want to thank each and every single one of you. Tiana, you know that we're probably going to set this up tomorrow, so I'll check with your date and my date, and we get it out there. Candid Ann, I want to thank you again. I'm very humbled that you came and sat on my platform. Kareem, I'm going to learn some patois because you ain't going to do this to me again.
And you keep saying patois. It's patois.
Patois. Did I say it right?
You even saying the language wrong, so it's like that. How you gonna learn the language if you can't even say the right language, right? It's
I'm an old man. You a young chick. I'm an old man.
True. I give you that. I give you that.
Hey, she stole my thunder. When I get off, I'm going straight to your page. I gotta see the clip. And to you, Community Solutions, I want to thank you, and I'm very honored that you gave me your time and your attention, and you felt at peace and free to speak with me, and I thank you.
okay, I appreciate each and every one of y'all, and your channel's gonna do great things. And but she stole my thunder. I'm gonna put something up this week.
You better.
But you gonna hold you to it now, so make sure.
It might be late at night. Y'all might not be able to catch it, but it's gonna be something.
All right. Now I'm going to say this so I don't get beat up in any more situation. To Miss B Finesse, appreciate you moderating, Miss B Finesse. I seem to shout out another moderator, but Miss B Finesse, you've been holding me down and hanging in there with me. To my brother, Before the Billions, be seeing you this week, but I appreciate everything that you have done. When I get the right speaker, Mr. B, you're supposed to be helping me out Before the Billions. I seem to get this speaker thing wrong. Then all of a sudden, I get all kinds of feedback. So I got to get it so I can get my sound effects up. But I still got my mic working. My brother Vaughn, has been a blessing, and I appreciate you rocking with me and everything else. And it's definitely not going to be forgotten. Simi Sierra, appreciate you coming by into the chat. And I just want everybody to know this is Uncle Stu, the old man on the block. Emancipate your mind, and the body will follow. Peace.